emerges from beneath the sand. Dreams can take me across, seem so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she's here. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she's here. I know the reason she's so far away. How could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more step to fall. How could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more step. How I know the reason she's here. She's so far away.
Need to book a flight? Check out cheapoair.com. Cheapo Air offers you the fastest way to compare and book on over 450 flights worldwide. With Cheapo Air, you can travel out and back on 2 different airlines to get a better deal on flights to more than 2,000 destinations across the globe. Cheapo Air gives you the freedom to change your travel plans.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. A world chase the night.
Hello, and now
There
we're
we
here.
go.
Thank you for joining us. It appears that our chat little thing over there, oh, there it goes. Things catching up right now. Thank you to everybody for joining. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are here for some sweet modern. I believe that tonight, because of time reasons, we're holding it to 4 rounds. So I'm going to make it 4, and then if it becomes 5, then we'll just have a pleasant surprise at the end. But Coleman, my consistent Wednesday co-host this month.
Yep.
And also, coming up in about a week and a half, we'll be doing the co-hosting for our Modern GPT.
That's going to be great.
March 26th, starting at noon as opposed to the usual 6 o'clock time, scheduled down there below Coleman. But hello to all the people. It's going to be a great night. Currently just waiting to find out what our first round is. If you are brand new, thank you for joining us. I hope that it is a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
So, here is my question to all of you. As we are waiting, we have gotten, let's say a GP in 3 days of spoilers, right?
Yeah, that's about right.
So, let's see, what is your favorite card spoiled so far? I gotta go with the 2-1 for red. That should be obvious why.
Yeah.
But that's my favorite, or Fiery Temper. How about you?
Probably the new Jace. I actually really like the new Jace.
The new Jace is something that strikes me, and I noticed a lot of people being a little bit down on it at first. But granted, this is something that I can only really give some consideration to from the perspective of Standard, only because, you know, you can only rely so much on Modern, and so many things can change. Look at how we evaluated Battle for Zendikar.
Yeah.
But, nonetheless, I think that it does have a lot of potential. Its plus is significantly better than Obnixilis, and the minus, while worse, you can do it twice in a row. And I think that that's a really key part
also,
of it.
you can bounce your own creatures.
Ooh, yes. And as G Lavamancer is noticing Harness the Storm, I am pretty excited about that one. If only, and I know that a lot of people said that, but a standard Storm deck?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I would be pretty happy if Standard Storm was a thing again.
Yeah, and especially with something like that, one that's like Harness to Tides, or something where you pay the 6 mana to get some tokens.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Harness the Storm, I'm pretty sure that doesn't exile them out of your graveyard, correct?
Pretty sure, yeah.
So, that Standard Storm just sounds sweet. Also, could you keep an eye? We might actually be getting some stuff up here. But, nothing yet? Okay,
We're
so
getting close, though.
just getting a couple of people lined up. But, I'm seeing a couple of people. I saw one person. Oh, goodness. Sorry. Just trying to make sure that I say hello to everybody. Blue Dustin Man. Hello, G Lavamancer. Hello, Z Clark. I hope that you do your Z Chark. I hope you enjoy it. It's 3 a.m. where you are, and I hope that it's worth staying up. We certainly think so.
Yep.
Other than that, hello to Luke, H-Dog. Time Walking, is there a Turbo Fog deck? Well, in Standard, not currently, but that doesn't mean that we can't get one.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, all it takes is basically 2 good draw spells and 2 good fogs.
And to Counter Guy, hello. It's good to see you. Thanks for not just saying nope all the time, because while flavorful, would not generate very good conversation.
No. Not unless we needed the check on whether or not Mental Misstep's legal in the format.
And Rise from the Tides is the one that I was thinking of. Easter Island statue giving us a little bit of assistance there. Sometimes I don't always memorize these names as well as I could, and it looks like we have got... Ooh, we've got our first round. It's 2 people who are regulars. Mason in the house tonight, going up against Josh. Now, I'm not fully aware of what Josh is on, and I'm wondering, do you think we should just go for the adventure finding out, or are you willing to take a quick venture out?
I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be a lot more fun if we just found out.
Okay.
My bet is probably on Burn, but it'd be funnier if it wasn't.
See, he's been on Mono Blue Tron a lot lately as well, so I'm just not entirely sure. Mason, we know, is going to be playing Zoo. So
and we have to see if he mulligans.
And can you see who's on the side of the... And, okay.
What are you playing?
That's...
What are you playing? Yeah. We don't have access yet. Flip me a card.
And we are finding out right now.
Yeah, this is...
All right.
Weird.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So we are actually going to start off with a very Naya-heavy matchup. It is going to be Naya Burn versus Naya Zoo.
Yeah.
Personally, I got to go with Naya Zoo off the bat just because their damage is a lot more consistent. But Josh has the tools. He just has to be a control deck.
I think it might actually end up being very close. I think it might actually all depend on how many non-X3s
anyway, we'll head on down.
Mason cause.
2 Skiles, yes, we will try and get some Jund on there. So a turn 1 Monastery Swiftspear from Josh after shocking. And looks like Mason down to 19, playing down a fetch line. No turn 1 play from him. It's giving Naya Burn a pretty decent shot.
Especially because he has the creature.
Yes. So he's going to be down to 14 right now. And the biggest thing is I do see 2 Bullish Charms, so he doesn't have a whole lot of creature control. So he cannot be the control deck with his current hand, which puts a lot of pressure on him to just outdo whatever Mason is trying to do. And he's putting himself down to 13 already going into his second turn, which is going to help out a lot.
But Josh does have the Searing Blaze, so that is going to... and a Lightning Bolt, so he does have 2 pieces of creature removal.
Okay, so I like that, but he actually only... Okay, so he's got another land, so he is going to be able to do 1 Searing Blaze. I hope that he doesn't go for the Bolt here and instead saves it, depending on what Mason goes for.
Yeah, there is something to be said about mana efficiency, but when you're not really doing a whole lot.
And I think the biggest thing is making sure that you can trigger that landfall. So Mason possibly... Okay, so putting down this Curd Ape, and I kind of like just untapping, because that Bolt is going to be good at any point in this game.
Definitely.
So, you know, it's definitely, I would say, not always ideal to leave that mana up and burn, but when you really have to take on that role of this deck can outpace you just with consistent damage, because its burn spells don't go away at the end of turn. You know, they stay on the battlefield. So it does mean that Josh has to play a little bit differently. But this is working out really well for him so far, and with 2 Bullish Charms, this game is essentially over unless Mason can find some way to gain life.
That's very true.
So, wow.
I can't think of a whole lot in the main deck that Mason could draw.
The big, you know, he might get...
Quick question, did you put Novachrome Shield in your deck?
And we are finding
Doesn't need one? No?
out. Okay, so Mason actually going down to 7, which means that if Josh draws a land, he's got to kill next turn. Let's see. As for if it's glitchy, it seems like it's good from our end. If it's glitchy for anyone else, let us know and we can try something. But we'll try and fix anything if there's an issue. So
my recommendation is hit refresh.
Okay, and Rabid Mountain Goats. Hello. So Mason heading into his turn. I see a Flinthoof Boar in his hand, but I don't see that he does have many options. I think the command, what's that green-white command?
Dramoka's command?
And I don't think that's going to do a whole lot for him.
No.
So, putting down a Knight of the Reliquary, and that's going to do an okay job of stopping these creatures, but it's just not going to be enough.
If Josh draws a land, the game's over. Doesn't draw lands, the game's not over, but it is in 2 turns.
Yeah. And with 2 Eidolons in hand, I mean, those aren't going to do a whole lot. I think his main game plan right now is to pass the turn, go for a Boros Charm, and then do another Boros Charm, and just close.
Although the Dramoka's command can prevent damage. So that's something that he should maybe hold up.
That's a great point. So if he does not tap out and keep up that 2 mana, he'll be able to remove the Monastery Swiftspear and negate that Boros Charm. The only problem is that Josh has still got some decent options here. And it looks like going in response to that fetch.
That's bold.
I kind of like it and I kind of don't, but in Mason...
I think I would have just used the...
I'm pretty thrown off by that.
Command.
So this Knight of the Reliquary is up to a 5/5, but that's not going to do anything. Josh announcing his prowess trigger. Fantastic.
You gotta remember your triggers.
And to Reorian. It's I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm a little tired, but that's normal for me.
I start my brand new job next Monday, so I'm getting hyped. So thank you. I hope it's going well for everybody in the chat. Feel free to let us know how you're doing. Hopefully well. And a scavenger use, that's going to do a little bit. Oh, can only gain 1 life.
Bad.
It's not going to do anything.
Well, if he gains a life,
he doesn't.
That's not what I would have done here.
And seems to be getting a little bit proactive with this. Possibly
Might
trying
be...
to prevent a skull crack, but if you're going to be dead to it anyway...
Yeah, because Dramoka's command can't prevent it anyway.
Exactly.
I mean, you go to 3, it's not like you're even dodging a lightning bolt.
Alright. As for what the job is, I'll try and tell between games.
Oh, I guess he is dodging it because he can sacrifice to get a forest.
He can get a forest, but
and then
he's at 4 life.
Yeah, but he's gonna get a forest. He's gonna cast the Dramoka's command.
Oh, because he was able to tap that one, sacrifice it using his Knight of the Reliquary. So, okay. I like that a lot. So he's not gonna be able to go. He'll still be at 3.
He's gonna have to be at 2 because I think that was his
my goodness. And he is going.
So,
So he is still in a lot of trouble. The interesting thing is Josh has still got so many options. 2 Eidolons in
Oh,
hand.
I think that's a Boros term, not a Dromoka's command.
I'm pretty sure he...
That's a
oh,
Pride
no.
Mage.
It was a Pride Mage, and I thought I saw one in the... I know he had one in his library, and I just thought that he had drawn one.
Yeah.
Because it looked similar. Okay, so
Send
game
one the way
1,
out.
going to Josh. The small chance that we saw, unfortunately, wasn't. So,
Ah, snap.
let's head back in to G Lavamancer asking about what the new job is. I'm going to be a permit services assistant for
Yeah.
a
Fancy.
for a local government, little city.
Ooh,
Yeah.
man.
So mostly working with like building permits and things
It's
like
more prestige than my job.
that. True. But it's the beginning of a career, so I'm pretty excited. All right. So, Josh, things that he is likely citing out, and I think that we've talked about this since the last game. I think he's just taken out a lot of the stuff that it doesn't hit creatures, because he's aware that he is going to be the control player.
Yeah.
And what happened last time, if you remember right, it might have been on Saturday and not Wednesday, but if you remember right, we saw Tori cast a lava spike and it threw us off.
Yeah.
That was because he had taken out 3 of his lava spikes and happened to draw the one that was still in. So, he's going to be taking out a lot of the stuff that just doesn't hit creatures. Mason, on the other hand, bringing in those feed the clans, any other kind of burn hate that he can get. Big things that are going to be taken out. What are you looking at? It looks like he might be taking out some of the...
I would not ever board out Dromoka's command.
No, I think possibly Borostrom being a big one to side
Yeah.
out. And it looks
see,
like...
I think if I was Mason, I might board out the bonfire.
He might be bringing up Path.
It looks like he is boarding out the Dromoka's command.
Interesting. We'll have to ask him about that later.
Yeah,
But
I
I
mean-
think I see a path there, taking out one of his bolts as
Oh.
well. Which
The art on Night of the Reliquary and Dromoka's command looks very similar. So.
yeah. So he might take out Night of the Reliquary
Yeah.
because it's too slow. The other thing that he might end up taking out is maybe I know that he runs a mainboard Bonfire of the Damned,
Yeah.
and
I
he
would-
might end up pulling that one out
I
with the
would-
intent of just he's not gonna have a lot of creatures to kill,
No.
but still a sweet card.
It's fun. It's definitely fun. Bow of Naya is a great one.
All right. Is he running Gorkland Rampager? You know, I don't think that he is currently.
I don't think so. No.
I think he's currently on a bit more of a mid-rangey version, going with like Pride Mage, some number of Loxodon Smiter, I believe, things like that, and instead bringing back that pure aggro, which is personally what I prefer, like
Yeah.
more Gruul Zoo that splashes white. Personally, my preference, but I think he's on more of a mid-rangey version, which definitely does have its upsides as
Yeah.
well. And thank you to all the people saying good luck. I hope it goes well. All right. So, looks like we're at about 35 people in our first.
Hey, look at that.
Right after our first game. Thanks to anybody who we haven't had the
Yeah.
chance to say hi to. If you are new, my name is TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and we're streaming out of a store called Geek Fortress. It's in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. If you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. We always enjoy it when you do. It makes us,
Yeah.
we like it.
It's fun.
It sends an email to the store owner and tells him, "Hey, those 2 guys who take out your supply closet are doing a decent job. Maybe you should
we're doing
let
all
them keep
right."
doing that." I like to think that we're improving. It's recently stocked up a bunch of new dice, which is why you see the 2
Yeah.
matching life. Now,
Wow.
granted, life counter dice, not ideal. Not
No,
ideal.
no,
But with what we're looking at the moment, we're trying to
Gotta
find...
make do with what you got.
Exactly. And I am pretty excited because one of the things that I've been working on with David, and a lot of familiar people might be aware that David is our amazing tech guy,
Yeah, definitely.
is that we're looking into eventually figuring out an app that can send the life totals to a text file from like a tablet that they just change on.
Ooh.
And then our system would pull it from that text file and update automatically.
Fancy.
It's a hopeful change down the line. And to Rabid Mountain Goats, thank you for that compliment. I am pretty excited and hoping to do some good improvements even this week. And I don't know, always looking to.
Making a bold prediction there, Snap my D-Wallet.
Yeah, I don't know. That Naya deck definitely doesn't seem advantaged against the Naya deck.
I think I'd pick the Bant deck.
I'm with the Bant.
I mean, it has Night of the Reliquary and it's 5 colors, right?
Okay. So looks like he did bring in some of those lightning helixes, which are really nice. If you didn't have them in the main, personally, I like them not in the main. but it looks like he actually has a skull crack, but only 1 land, so he's keeping a little bit of a
I
risky
think he
hand.
was 2 lands, and then goes a Sacred Foundry and a Bloodstained Mar.
But I think because he's on the draw, he's okay with being a little bit more risky.
Yep.
And Mason, I think, had so many land there. I think that was maybe 4 land in that hand.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to say Thoughtseize, even though there's no, like it's missing some of the vowels, and I think...
Well, no, the Thoughtseize took the O.
The Thoughtseize, it's an O and a U.
Oh, and the U.
Maybe it was a wrench mind?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe
But-
it was double Thoughtseize.
Hello to Thoughtseize, it is good to see you. Are we going to get to see Blue Moon tonight? It is in the room.
Yeah.
Blue Moon is out there in the hands of one of the Donaldson brothers. And to G Lavamancer, thank you to you as well.
Hearts everywhere.
Seriously.
Yep.
I can't really make a good heart with my hand. Oh my goodness, I nailed it this time.
There we go.
Yeah. God, we are nerds. Okay. So Mason looking at a hand of 5.
He has that bonfire in his hand.
2 green-white lands and a bunch of red cards, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at 5,
I think
that's
Mason
what
forgot
you've
his
got.
scry, unfortunately.
And that is unfortunate. How about that sliver deck? I'm not sure if Orlando's here. We can try and get him back out here, though.
I'll do my best.
So Mason with a Wild Nicottle, currently a 2/2, and I don't think it's going to be progressing past that.
No, I don't think
And Josh putting down a Monastery Swiftspear, and I think part of that might be just trying to establish some kind of creature base. Because
Yeah.
if his intent is to maybe hold up something, maybe take down that Wild Nicottle, then it'll help out a lot. And especially if he can turn that into a 2/3, especially knowing that Mason is going to have it at a 2/2, he can beat that thing in combat.
so. Rest for the Weary.
And-
Haven't seen that one in a while.
Interesting.
But now is a perfect time to play it. And
Alright.
he gains 8. He goes 24.
So, definitely not a bad way to go about this.
No.
And Thoughtseize, I honestly can't tell if you're serious or not, but I hope that everything is alright. And, yeah, I hope that you're doing alright.
Yeah.
So, dropping down, putting himself down to 16. Looks like having pretty much natural fetches from both sides are just only
Yeah. What are fetch lands? We just have the normal. Just have
Seriously,
it.
who needs those? But he does have a Lightning Helix. Looks like going to use that on that Wild Nicottle so that he can also swing in. One thing that I might have liked, since that is a 2/2, is to actually just
Attack first and then
attack, and if he happens to block, then that gives you the chance to just hit the face, and you get to still gain that 3 life and take down that Wild Nicottle, and you actually deal more damage that way.
I think G Lavamancer is asking to bring up Rest for the Weary, which is
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
because it's not actually a very commonly played card anymore, unfortunately.
No,
It's
and
very cool.
it's got some very good benefits. So, Rest for the Weary and a Flint Hoof board coming down from Mason. That Eidolon is going to be excellent for Josh here. Because now that Mason is, first of all, stuck on 2 lands, and in a lot of ways just doesn't have a whole lot going on, it's going to punish everything that he does try to do just to keep himself from dying. It's going to be basically costing him life. Okay.
The second, Goblin Guide. It's
So a lot of creatures in a hand that he, we keep saying he needs to be the control player, and we're just continually getting proven wrong.
Ooh.
And I think that is a stomping ground.
I think it was a Wooded Foothills.
Oh, a wooded foothills. So Mason
Might
got
have
the
been
expedition
stomping
there.
I mean, like, how can you go wrong? You flipped an expedition. You got that card's probably more valuable than your opponent's board.
Goblin Guides are hot right now, but
That's
I
true.
have to agree. Though it's funny that Nyburn is more expensive than the Legacy version.
Yeah, it's kind of weird like that. No, it is a stomping ground. Okay.
Alright, so, a Curd Ape, taking 2 life, going down to 12, just trying to establish a board, and again, not doing much as far as that is concerned. Josh, with another fetch land, has a lot of mana, but a pretty solid creature board, and if he has any kind of I know we do know that he has, I think, an Atarka's Command and a Skullcrack. The fact that he's swinging all out right now tells me that he probably does have this Atarka's Command, and depending on what happens, is just going to be popping that one, doing a lot of damage that way, and he's still going to have the mana for the Skullcrack for anything that Mason draws as a possible out. What is that noise? I don't know, but I now hear it too.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I'm going to see if I can get it to be a little bit less obnoxious for you all. So, Let's see here. And
Well, looks like he doesn't actually have the Atarkus command, just attacking to give him some extra points.
Oh, interesting. And could you ask them really quickly if he should be actually at 9? Because I think we shocked him that Stomping Ground and didn't change his life total.
Okay.
So we can just double
Mason,
check.
do you take 2 for shocking yourself?
Oh, right.
Yeah, the stomping ground.
And we are finding out now. Alright. And he is actually at 9, so we are catching up on them. Sorry, I accidentally bumped the computer screen and it ruined our green screen. The illusion was shattered, but we're back now. Back in a forest and not in a supply closet.
I mean, we could be in a forest.
And hopefully the noise is gone now. Maybe?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully. If that's the noise that we thought it was.
Yeah.
Alright, but sorry to counter guy for that. I hope it wasn't too wildly bothersome. Alright, so this Eidolon's still out, and just down to a Monastery Swiftspear after getting 2 of those creatures removed. Alright, so a swing 4, 3 from Josh with that Flinthoof board, not getting in with the Curd Ape, which strikes me as a little bit unusual, and
I think I would also, if you're going to attack with the Flinthoof board, I think I would attack with both, because I don't think Josh is going to run that same block.
No, and I think possibly just trying to keep this Monastery Swiftspear and that Eidolon back, and it does a decent amount, but it just seems a little bit odd to where you either want to be the aggressor or not, and I think he does want to be the aggressor, but then again, putting himself down to 6 with Josh having so much mana up, keeping with that Curd Ape might actually be exactly what's keeping him alive right now and might give him the chance.
Maybe.
So, a Flinthoof board going in.
Someone call me?
No, sorry.
Okay.
And it looks like just taking...
He's going to path.
Okay, so taking 2 to go for a Path to Exile on that. And is anybody playing Merfolk tonight?
I don't believe so.
Not that I saw, but that doesn't mean that we can always be surprised. But unfortunately, I did not see one.
It's entirely possible someone is and we just missed him.
Exactly. So Josh down to 10 and Mason down to a single creature.
Yep.
And Josh switching a little bit back into this control role at this point. So it looks like he was trying to be the aggressor, and now taking that switch, and because having significantly more mana than your opponent, having that Eidolon, and I think just, he's accepting that that's just where he has to be right now. So putting them down to
Mason
just
did search out the best mountain in his deck.
Of course he did.
Yep.
Of course he did. Okay, there is Delver in the room.
I think there are 2 Delver decks.
So yeah, there's definitely some Delver. No Turbo Fog that I'm aware of.
Nope.
Because Josh actually does have a Fog deck that he built.
I know, I was talking to him. He played a Dictative Crewfix and I thought he was playing turns. No, he's just lame.
So he's got a Bolt and a Skullcrack in hand. So with Mason going down to 8, that means that if Mason casts another spell, Josh has him...
I'm not actually sure, but I think he might be hard casting a Bonfire.
That would be amazing.
Yeah,
and
which will not trigger Eidolon.
It actually... It might,
because
actually.
It's XX.
Let's find out.
Because the converted mana cost is actually 5.
So, the converted mana cost becomes 5, doesn't take 2, and that actually... So, he's only dealing 2 damage to him, right? And that means that actually Josh does win on the crackback, though. Because now Josh just needs to attack basically, I was thinking if the creatures were still alive, and I'm just wrong.
Man, I didn't know Bonfire got nerfed.
2 Rabid Mountain Goats. We'll do our best to get that Delver deck on screen if we can. So it looks like going for that at the end step. His Eidolon is gone, so he's able to attack. Start going for these a little bit more freely. Especially with
Mason
Josh up.
Especially with having that Skullcrack, I think it would have gone to his face.
And gets the Goblin Guide, and with the Skullcrack, that's going to be enough because they have not updated it. Yep. So drew the thing that he needed. Oh no, he actually went for the Curd Ape. I'm sorry, I was wrong there.
That's why I was a little bit surprised.
Because he has more than enough mana. Yeah. So anything that he could have drawn, he was fine. Yeah. So I think that I kind of agree that he didn't need to get quite so proactive there. Yeah. Man. And it looks like a Bolt going after Josh's Goblin Guide. And we do know that he has the Skullcrack, so Mason, he just needs to get another 3 damage. And actually this bow is a recent sideboard edition that I gave it to him, funny enough.
And the Lavamancer. Although, I think... Oh!
When he got a land, so...
He drew a land.
And this bow, let's go ahead and bring up the bow. Mason actually might win this game.
Bow of Naya. I did not think that card would see a whole lot of play.
Now, the interesting thing is, because of this, Josh has a skull crack. He's going to be gaining 3 life right now. Josh is going to skull crack him in response. He needs to draw a burn spell now.
Yeah,
If
definitely.
he does not,
Yeah, a
then
creature's not
Mason
going to
very
do
likely takes the win.
Creature's not going to do it. Eidolon...
We do have some funny decks that I believe we've got
Yeah.
some interesting ones.
I know for a fact someone is playing Elves.
Nice.
Which is going to be fun.
I haven't seen it play before, but just one that's a little bit unusual. I know that there's actually a band Super Friends out there as well.
Ooh.
So that should be interesting. And
I don't think I'd call Bow the GT Light. I mean, it's good. Oh, he should... Oh, right. He should do this on his upkeep before he draws.
and a Scavenging Ooze, and I think he drew a...
Bricked again.
Ooh, and I think Mason is going to take the win. At 3 against a burn deck, he is going to eat a creature, go up to 4 outside of 3 damage range, and he's about to gain another 3 life, plus everything in Josh's graveyard. I think Mason's taking this game.
Yeah, I think so too.
This is...
Actually, I think Josh might just be dead.
I think so, because he's got 2 damage from that Lavamancer, which he didn't use, which...
Well, he had to...
Oh, no, because he went for the Scavenging Ooze instead.
So Mason should be at 5.
Yeah, so a swing for 4.
It doesn't matter. He has a bonus charm.
And I think that, that is fantastic. We get to see a game 3.
And we got Bonfire of the Damned Hardcast.
So,
anything is possible.
Bonfire, a little bit odd here. Now, the only odd thing is that, oddly enough, he may... Because was that Crit 8 tapped? Did he attack with the Crit 8?
He attacked with the Crit 8, yeah.
So that Goblin Guide would not have been blocked.
No.
Ooh, that is very unfortunate. And Josh, if you're watching this later, I think the main thing is that when you have that access to, I think 5 mana.
Yeah, I think so too.
And you've got 3 mana in your hand, and there's nothing in the deck 3 or more mana.
Yep.
I think that at that point you're okay with not, trying to be as mana efficient as possible, because there is no way that you're not going to be able to just cast whatever you draw and make those decisions with more information. And it's a really unusual thing, because I can understand him being a little bit more instinctual to get that out of his hand before he draws, before he untaps, and I can understand it. But I think that in this particular case, you want to be a little bit more patient, and especially when you're taking that role of a control deck.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Just because your cards say instant on them doesn't mean you have to actually cast them in instant speed.
Exactly. And that's definitely something that I wouldn't call entirely... It's almost funny how unintuitively...
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, so I can get it. And Josh, a little bit new to this burn deck. He's normally a bit more of like a mono blue Tron player.
Yeah,
he's done that a lot. He's built Storm.
He plays a lot of islands.
He plays a lot of islands. So he's still very new to the burn deck and just pick. So we're definitely gonna,
We're coaching him into this.
Exactly. We can understand it, and I've been trying to do some practicing and stuff with him when I can. Unfortunately, just because of his schedule and my schedule, we don't get a whole lot of opportunity to.
Yeah.
But such is life, and, it'll get better.
Yeah.
So, and all things considered, I think if you're going to make something that we would definitely consider a misplay with that hindsight, that's not a bad one. All things considered. It's definitely one that I can understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Have I eaten Tibble yet? We have not. You guys haven't gotten me to 500 viewers, but let's talk about that really quick.
Yeah.
To anybody who's brand new and happens to have just hit that follow button, when we get to 500 viewers at a single time, a lot of cool things are going to happen, and I'm hoping that they happen at this GPT.
Yeah, I hope so too.
One is that we have got a sealed starter deck from Revised that we'll be opening up on the stream. As to how we're going to do that, I'm not sure. Probably maybe at the end and then just kind of fan it out.
Probably.
We're going to make it happen.
Yep.
2, I'll be eating a Tybalt, probably in pasta. It's going to be delicious.
Yep.
3, Coleman here is going to do an entire dance to a full pre-90s, 80s cardio kind of song.
Yeah, I have a list of about 10 songs so far.
Okay.
I'm not saying which one's in the lead.
No, we will be doing a vote when that comes down to it. And then we have also got Joe, my legacy co-host, who I actually got the playmat today.
Oh, you
is
did?
going to draw on the playmat. It's just a blank white, nothing else playmat. And he's going to basically draw on it, and if they want anybody else to draw on it.
I appreciate what Mason's doing, but I don't think he realizes we can't see any of the cards.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like both players like in their hand. We're going to see a Goblin Guide from Josh. So going to be 18 on both sides. And a bonfire. That's exactly what Josh wanted to see revealed, all things considered. A bonfire that he's going to draw on turn 1 does have a Rest for the Weary in his hand. And let's go ahead and bring that one up again.
Yep, Rest for the Weary, the old standard All-Star.
So Josh putting in, Mason putting in a tapped land. And Josh getting on the offensive again.
And a Deflecting Palm off the top.
So Mason with a decent amount of what he wants to be saying, but I'm just not sure if he'll have time right now. Okay. To Doro, I recently switched out the dice just to make them a little bit more consistent. And actually, I think that's going to resolve.
Yeah,
He didn't get... Yeah, he did get his land drop, so he's able to...
Go to the 23.
That's not bad. And that, I'm a little bit surprised that doesn't see a whole lot more play, because it has a tendency to be maybe a little bit more consistent than the Gain 10 life, the Feed the Clan.
Yeah, but then again, Feed the Clan doesn't see a whole lot of play anymore either.
That's true. I'm personally not a big fan of the card anymore. We've talked about that.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I think I actually would have loved to have seen something like Timely Reinforcements from Mason, but I realize it probably doesn't fit overall with a bunch of dudes. So
we have got Mason. Isn't he down to...
Should be at 19?
I think he's down to... Yeah, have him check that really quick, because he just took 3.
Mason, you just took 3 from attacks, right? What? You just took 3 from attack step, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Goodness. Other than that, sorry, we were figuring that out there. To Zabezik, is Eggs allowed on stream? Maybe. Probably not, unfortunately.
No, probably not.
If enough people request it, we can do our best. It's a pretty hard deck to stream, but we do have at least the one thing is that if they make it to the finals, they earned it.
Yeah.
And this is for any deck. If they make it to the finals, they earned it.
Yeah.
But other than that, unfortunately, we do try and keep it to decks that are a little bit more entertaining to both talk about for our sake and also to hear about for your sake. So, a Wild Mikado from Mason going down to 13, which is getting to a pretty dangerous position.
15. Right? Not 13.
Oh, okay. He just pushed a little bit. I thought that was it. It threw me off.
Yeah.
So Josh, still at 18, had hit the Eidolon removed, and looks like going... Now, why did he go down to... Oh, did he shock in?
Yeah.
Okay.
He shocked to Lightning Bolts.
Gotcha. And, I'm sorry, that's Searing Blaze.
Yeah.
So, a Searing Blaze putting Mason down to 12, and then the attacks for 4, putting him to 8. So, has a Slayer Stronghold, has a Bolt, has a Boros Charm, has another red card, which might be a Grim Lavamancer?
He still has the Bonfire, so...
Okay. So...
it's definitely a Lavamancer.
Okay, and we have got a Scavenging Ooze, which is going to help kind of stem this damage that Josh is just laying down, because he's been very aggressive in this game 3, which is definitely the right call.
Yeah.
And has a Bolt. Do you use it here? Because he's got 2 green mana. But
think...
there are 2 creatures.
If he's going after Scavenging Ooze, that's an awful play because there are 2 creatures in the graveyard.
Yeah, he might be forgetting his own Eidolon at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, could you do me a quick favor, Coleman? Next to that table, there are 2, I believe, blue dice or 2 red dice.
Oh, you want to switch them over?
If you could, that would be phenomenal.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to switch those dice out since you guys are letting us know.
Yep.
See how immediate that feedback happens? All right. And Mason getting that Scavenging Ooze outside of the bolt range, unfortunately. So, yeah, we're going to swap those dice out. And we're going to do red because I like red, and that's the one that we have 2 of, so at least that they're matching. Oh, never mind, and he's actually going back to the double one. Nice. I like it. Could you do the 2 matching ones? Or is there another big dice there, or is Coleman grabbing them? Thank you. Okay. So, here we are, and hopefully that helps out somewhat. If you guys prefer having 2 different colors, we can try that again. I thought a more consistent one would work better, but let me know again. Alright, so that scavenging is up to having 4 +1/+1 counters. Unfortunately, we did see Josh try and bolt it, and I think he forgot about his own Eidolon. So, doing a swing in here, and we're going to see... And I think Mason going to be going down to 2 because this is going to be a swing for 4 damage from the Boros Charm and from each of those Magistration Spears. So we're trying the 2 red ones, but we're going to see if they might prefer, you know, maybe the red and the blue. But I'm trying to have the matching ones at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just think the burn deck should have the red die, and everything that's not burned shouldn't.
Oh, that's fine. 2x Rickus, that is good to know. Unfortunately, we don't have 2 of the blue dice.
Yeah.
We can have them unmatching for the night if you prefer, and I can look into picking up a blue dice as well.
That'd be, then we could have red, white, and blue.
Exactly.
It could be American.
That's true. Alright, so Mason down to 1 with a Scavenging Ooze. He is being... I mean, Josh is tapped out, so he's not in the worst position, but maybe overreaching a little bit, and I'm not sure entirely what he has on hand.
He still has that deflecting palm.
Okay.
So he just, eats a creature and can kill it.
Alright. Now, hopefully you guys are enjoying just how immediate this feedback is.
Yeah, hopefully.
This is almost as quick as the time that someone wanted dice to be... Or the sleeves. The sleeves were so great. Still one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's not bad.
All right, and whatever wins that straw poll, we'll do for at least the rest of the night, and then we'll look into doing some other stuff. So, Grim Lava Mancer from Mason, dropping that one down. That's going to help out a little bit, but he's still at 1 with, you know, there's 1 creature in the graveyard, which isn't going to save him to any live draws from Josh. So he needs...
No, but that deflecting palm is.
Oh, you're right. He does have the deflecting palm from earlier, and that is going to be very good. And I'm curious because Josh is aware of it, actually. So, or at least he has seen it.
Yeah.
Whether or not he remembers it, but
I mean, he forgot that scavenging was an ability, so.
I think it's more that he forgot his own Eidolon.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think he might actually be doing okay here because Josh passing the turn back, no creatures for him to eat, and if that's a burn spell that he kept, he might be waiting to stack those up to be aware of that one.
It's possible.
All right.
Also, Mason has double deflecting palm.
Wow. So that is going to be...
You can only cast 1 of them right now since he only has 1 white source.
Oh, man, that's still pretty cool.
Still, that's hilarious.
So Josh is definitely going to have to basically get runner
Yeah.
burn spell here. And if he does, then I would expect him to go for it before he has the chance to drop it. I think one of those was at least a Bloodstained Mire. I'm not sure what the other one was.
Yeah, I think one of them's a land.
Okay.
I think it would go after these creatures.
And so far, this red and blue seems to be winning. So, at the end of this game, I guess yours was better. So, if you could,
Yeah.
Then, yeah, if you'd be able to swap that back, and
I
we'll
will,
try and do that. And the covert panda shouting at us by accident.
I'm starting to regret my decision now. I mean, might not have it. I mean, he's so enthusiastic.
So
I think it's a Dromoka's command. I don't know.
Gains 1 life here, and I guess now the bolt taking on the Swiss Beard going up to 3.
It's looks like
no, I think you're right. I think there's only 1 deflecting palm in hand.
Yeah.
So I think he's at least okay.
Yeah.
But the problem is that a lot of those spells are double white. So Josh has, I don't quite know what he has in hand.
I think Josh has a lightning helix.
Does he have a helix?
Yeah.
And that mean, he might be trying to be aware of that. And if Mason ends up getting maybe a little bit too, aggressive, maybe tapping down that light source, then he's going to be in a really good position. He's going up to 4 now with the helix in response.
In response.
And there we are going to see that. All right, so now a deflecting palm going to put Josh down to... It's going to put Josh down to 13, and then that's going to be a swing for what appears to be 7?
Well, he does gain 3 life.
No, the damage is...
Lightning Helix says you just gain 3 life.
Oh, it's not... Okay, so he does gain...
So he takes 0, but Mason doesn't die.
Yeah, it equalizes, but he'll be taking 7 and going to 9, so Mason's got him on a pretty short clock.
Yep.
And Mason now at 4, so Josh really needs... absolutely
but no attacks is very interesting.
And we have a Rift Bolt here for Josh. And yeah, Mason not attacking, maybe being a little bit cautious about a Goblin Guide or an All-Star Swiss Spear.
I think it's a little overcautious. You don't want to give the burn deck more outs.
True, but putting yourself out to 4 means that you were outside of a lot of burn range, especially since he might have even taken some number of the Boros charms.
Yeah,
so being at the risk of a creature putting you down to 3, I can understand him being cautious if he is going to be able to apply that pressure when he feels the need to. So I can understand it. Maybe I'm not sure if it's the right play.
Yeah.
But I can
I
understand.
think that's just a little overcautious for me.
Okay. That is certainly reasonable. And I think
actually, Josh I think might just be dead because he can give it.
Is he going to double strike it? He was at 16, so that's not
14, and then the 2 from the Lavamancer.
Oh, and he has a Lavamancer up, but only 1 card in the graveyard. But the Boros Charm is going to be the second card.
Yep, and he also has a fetch land.
So this is a kill. So this is fantastic, and putting himself down into burn range for Josh, it's almost the ultimate. I mean, if Josh, I think it's a Bloodstainmire, but if it isn't for some reason and it happens to be,
he has a second.
he's gonna give it to doing the 4 damage again. Oh man!
Now I want to know if he actually had the second deflecting call, because I just want to know for my own sake.
Okay, so it looks like Mason taking that win. Looks like we've got about over 10 minutes left.
All right, I will try to see if there's someone.
Excellent. So we're going to try and get another match, and also if you could do me the absolutely huge favor of just swapping it over to the red and the blue die. Thank you very much, and I'll look into getting 2 of the blue dice. Man, I can't type for some reason. Oh my goodness, I can't type today. I can't.
That's fine. Typing's a skill.
Right? Alright, we'll see you back up in the booth, and Cohen's going to find something to watch. Thanks for joining, everybody. Coleman is my wonderful co-host of the evening who is out finding you a match. If you are brand new, looks like we're at about 70 people in the middle of the first round, which is just incredible, and I want to thank you all for coming out and hanging out. Always having a good time. So if you are brand new, if this is your first time being in the stream, and in fact, let's elaborate a little bit and say within your first 3 times being to the stream, go ahead and let us know in the chat, and I'd love to just welcome you by name. It would be super cool to be able to do that. And Doro, excellent. Yeah, let me know and we can definitely talk about it. One thing that I'm looking to improve is the lighting. We've been working off of basically a giant fluorescent light above us for some time. And one thing, still working on a budget of 0. I guess this is a quick moment to do the plug. At the very bottom is a donate button if you'd like to, but it's all good. Nonetheless, working on eventually getting some kind of light source that can be more in front of us and a bit softer and maybe just do the lighting a little bit better. That's one thing that we are looking to improve. Champaka asking about the coin flip deck. I didn't see it, unfortunately. That is a deck that will only be here on Saturdays, I believe, because he comes in with Troy, who is another one of our regular Saturday players, who basically comes in from out of town almost every weekend. As for affinity, I believe that there should be some affinity in there. There's usually at least one. Every now and then there's not an affinity deck, and that always throws me off, and I want to take my affinity deck, which is sitting right here actually, and just toss it out to someone and say, someone needs to play this sweet deck. As for is Lantern in the house to be Rain, I think our Lantern control player, now we have 2 people who play Lantern. One of them might very well be playing Lantern, but they could also be playing Eggs. They tend to play that kind of deck. Possibly they're Death and Taxes. It's Michael who won our last GPT. The other player is currently on that Blue Splash Kiki Chord, which I'm working on getting the deck list of. I should be able to get that soon. However, I did get 2 of the 4 deck lists that I said I would try to get the other on Saturday. So if you want to find our tapped out account, Doro, if you could do ! Tapped out, it is another link that we have. And it will take you to our tapped out account. And at the bottom, or the 2 newest decks, is we have got the Dredgefind that was piloted by Tyrell, who won the chat's hearts. And I was also able to get David's that Glittering Emrakul deck, which was very, very cool. And ran Brilliant Ultimatum, used Omniscience, did all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm not sure how he felt about it at the end of the night. I think he was hoping to go for one strategy or the other after that evening. But if you want to see what he was working with, you can check it out. Still working on getting that Norn Sisters deck list. I should be able to get it in the next few days. And Nathan is working on getting me that Blue Splash Kiki Chord very, very soon. So, hopefully that answered some of the questions. Hello to everybody who is joining us. You guys are all awesome, and I'm pretty excited. So far, 4 rounds tonight is what we're expecting. Just for
Unfortunately, we don't
tensions.
have any matches I can move at the moment.
Okay. Are they all on game 3 kind of thing?
Well, someone's on game 2, but they won game 1, so I don't think that's going to go to game 3. And no one wants to see Eggs versus Lantern.
My goodness.
Yeah.
And is that the one that is on game 2 right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And so very likely they're gonna
Yeah.
finish. And now, so both Eggs and Lantern is here. Now, who is the pilots of those?
Michael's playing Eggs.
Michael is playing Eggs.
Lewis is playing Lantern.
Brilliant.
Yep.
Love it. So we do have both. They went up against each other in the first round.
Yep.
So we're gonna eat up a little bit of time. Stick with us. Don't go away because
yeah.
we do have more Magic coming. They're currently in the middle of a game, and very unlikely that they'll even have time for a game 3.
Yeah.
So we should be heading into round 2 in just a little bit. In the meantime, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
So we're going to ask you guys a question, but if you guys want to ask us some questions, feel free. If
Yep.
Dora wants to do the 6 words little command, and we can play some games of 6 words. But in the
6
meantime,
words. So many words.
how about a question for everyone? One person asked and we weren't able to answer it at the moment. Someone was saying, how do we feel about the new Jace? And we talked about it a little bit, but why don't you give me some thoughts on it? You guys can give your thoughts, and then if you have any questions, you can let us know.
Alright, I actually really like the new Jace. It compares, in my opinion, about the same as Ob Nixilis, but a little bit better. Because the plus ability is essentially a strict upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
The -2 is not the same, but there's an added benefit of you can also bounce your own creatures. So I think that'll determine whether or not it's better than Ob Nixilis, but the ultimate is also very, very relevant.
I'm going to switch our background because we seem to be very purple, and I imagine that has something to do with something that I could ask David to help me with. So I think we could switch it towards back to green, but I honestly am not fully sure. I'm still learning how to use a green screen. We're going to do this one, and it's a little bit easier on us. But I have to agree. Bouncing Reflector Mage sounds a lot of fun. You'll be able to use it twice in a row. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Bouncing some of these transform cards.
Yeah, and about the ultimate, definitely. I think that a lot of people say that doesn't win you the game, and in some ways I kind of have to disagree. Because if you get to that late game, which is kind of what you're looking to do with a card like that, it's a control card.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you get to that point where they're kind of in top deck mode and you're just trying to answer threat by threat, when the first spell counted, that means that they essentially gets to cast one spell every other turn.
Yeah.
If they're kind of at that point in the game, or it makes all of your spells, which could be your win conditions in that kind of control mirror, uncounterable.
Yeah.
Because the first counter spell they cast, and if they have 2 of them, then they earned it.
Yeah. If they've drawn double counterspell and you didn't draw one.
All right, we're turning violet. I have Liliana's eyes. Thank you.
I think that's a compliment.
I feel like that's a compliment.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Also, that guy still looks at me funny. One of the reasons why I went to the forest. Ooh, I'm excited for St. Patty's Day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Might end up trying to talk in an accent all day tomorrow. Should be fun. But we won't be streaming. You guys won't get to see it.
Yeah.
What decks do we think get better after the Eldrazi nerfs? I'm going to talk about one that's a little bit obvious, which is Affinity.
Yeah, but Affinity's already good.
It's already good, but I think that it just does get better by the benefit of having,
That's fair.
It just isn't going up against the Eldrazi.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things is that in an unknown meta, which is what we'll kind of have,
Yeah.
aggro decks tend to flourish for at least the first month.
It's funny because I actually think Jund is going to be the best deck.
Jund is another really good option.
And then Jund actually matches up pretty well with Affinity. I guess with the new one, with the new shift, there'll be less Master Ethereum and back to more Edge Champion.
I mean, Affinity is favored against Jund, but it's not a clean favorite. It's one of those matchups to where Jund, especially if they are aware of it and sideboard appropriately or just prepare for it, because Jund is such a very versatile deck, and you can prepare for a given meta.
That's fair.
So I think Affinity is favored, especially because of the power of Edge Champion.
Yeah.
But I do think that Jund has the tools to...
Kolaghan's Command's a very real card.
Kolaghan's Command is an excellent one. All right. And someone mentioning Boggles and Obzon Company.
I mean, Amazon Company is already like the second best deck in the format right now.
I think currently
But
it's
then again,
definitely in that
I'm
top
biased, so
3. I think it's definitely 3. Tell you Delver will be top tier again? I can't tell you Delver will be top tier.
I can't make promises, but I can tell you it'll still be Magic cards.
Yeah, and I think that Delver certainly might have a chance. The big thing is it kind of depends on when we get any possible unbannings.
Mm-hmm.
And if we end up in a situation in which Jeskai Control or that Blue-White Control are kind of those decks that are in a good position,
I
which
do
is
like
possible.
Blue-White Control a lot.
And Blue-White Control looking in a good position, especially with a lot of people testing with Thing in the Ice.
Yeah, Thing in the
And-
Ice. There was one that a couple of other Washington grinders have been testing with Crucible of Worlds.
Yes, and I think that in a world in which Blue-White Control is doing well, if that's what happens, Delver looks pretty good in that. So, definitely not in a good position. I mean,
It's not in a bad position.
yeah, and it might be in a good position.
Yeah.
But Delver will be top tier again. And
I can't do it. Sorry.
hello to Stranger Ranger. Thank you for joining.
Yep.
It is always good to have you, and it's just cool to have so many people. One of my favorite things is how many people I recognize
Yes.
in this, and it's really cool to have new people. And again, if you are brand new, let us know, and we'd love to welcome you by name. It'd be really cool to have you. But one of the things that I like is just when I recognize so many names,
Yeah.
it's really cool to me that there's that kind of group of people that are having, hopefully, such a good time interacting with us, and I really enjoy that. How about Rise from the Tides? I like Rise from the Tides. I'm kind of hoping that and Harness the Storm end up in like a standard Storm deck.
I think it has a lot of potential.
Definitely.
I'm not sure if mana cost is going to be that might be a thing, but I mean, standard might get a little bit slower.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that makes me believe in it a little bit is that it reminds me a little bit of things like Rise from the Grave, or that one, the zombie one, that XXX, the Convoke one, that everyone thought was going to be...
Empty the Pits?
Yes, Empty the Pit, which had also had a lot of potential at using your graveyard to make... Yeah, or it didn't use your graveyard, but it basically made a
no,
bunch
it
of
was
zombies.
Delve.
Was it Delve or
Empty the
Convoke?
Pits was Delve.
Oh, it was Delve.
Yeah.
And it's one of those
It
things
was-
that I thought, maybe that's...
It was XX Quad Black.
But I think because this one is,
sounds right.
one, easier to cast, and 2, has a set cost, then it could definitely have a lot of potential. And sometimes when you're making 5 2/2s for 6 mana, that seems decent. The biggest question is that better than the other win conditions?
Yeah. I think it's probably going to end up being really good, but...
Right. And,
New tricks. Oh, I did not do well. But I got a personal highlight of taking 2 Ancestral Visions with the Notion Thief. And if we're counting non-tournament wins, I won the tournament that moment.
oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Hello to Snap Empty Wallet. While I'm not really partial to the term senpai, I can certainly notice you. But Max Blaster and H-Dog, thank you for enjoying it. Siege Rhino? I'm glad that you're enjoying Kiki Chord, but I mean, saying that better than Nakatl Burn, I will say better than Nakatl Burn, maybe not better than Burn.
Don't listen to TJ. Kiki Chord's better.
Kiki Chord is a really good
Yeah.
deck. I like that deck a lot. It's hard for me to speak bad about it because it's just so cool.
Yeah, it's really, really fun.
Mm-hmm. Right. And to Bombtron. Now, that name seems familiar to me, so correct me if I'm wrong, but have you joined us in possibly our Saturday Moderns or maybe our Fridays? But,
Yeah, that name sounds familiar to me too.
yeah, and so thank you for joining us on Wednesday. All things are, it's different. We have a slightly different meta on Wednesdays as opposed to Saturdays. It's pretty interesting how it switches. So, I'm definitely pretty excited to have more people. And, if you haven't met Coleman before, this is my sweet co-host. Been doing a lot of Wednesdays with me. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
Couple of Saturdays. Bombtron, thanks for rejoining. And the SCG Viewbot, I'll be honest, I still can't decide. I'm convinced at this point that they are not a bot. But every time I see it, I'm like, that's a pretty interactive bot. Every single time. So, to Reorian, yes, we stream Modern on Saturdays too as... Yeah, 2. I'm not going to do 2 as well. That's redundant. But our schedule is right below Coleman. But just to tell you, all these times are Pacific Standard Time. Wednesdays at 7 p.m., which is what you are currently watching now, we do Modern. On Fridays, we do Legacy at 7:30. And on Saturdays at 6 o'clock, we do Modern. Though, on the 26th of March, a week and a half from now,
We got something special planned.
that's a Saturday.
Yeah.
And instead of 6 o'clock, we'll be starting at noon, 6 hours before that. And you know why? It's because we've got a Modern Grand Prix trial for GP Albuquerque. We're going to have 5 to 6 rounds of Modern, plus a cut to top 8.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be amazing. I can't tell you how excited I am. All right. Is there any Finklestorm playing tonight?
There are no Storm decks here tonight, unfortunately.
No, I think Josh has a Storm deck.
Yeah.
And I think that he has it put together, but just no one playing it at the moment.
I also have Storm somewhat built, but as you can tell, I'm not playing. Sorry.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
He's here with me. Predictions on new Tier 1 Standard decks. I gotta say, Standard is so far out of my realm right now.
I'm trying to remember what rotates.
Battle for Zendikar and the cards specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like Rhino rotates.
I'm gonna say this.
Rally rotates.
I think there will be a black-red aggro.
Yeah, especially with the new Olivia.
Yeah, and when you have a possible curve of that 2-1 for red, followed by that 2-1 that has the discard a card to turn it into a 3-2 flying, discard that new one that has Madness for 3 with a haste on a 4-3, that can turn into a really solid turn 3. And granted, this is all with cards that I've seen from that's from a limited pool of cards from a new set.
Yeah,
so I'm not going to say I'm convinced, but I do think that aggro has the possibility of coming back, and I'm very excited about that. And in any unknown meta, red deck wins is good.
I also think there's going to be some kind of red-green monsters deck, especially with the new Planeswalker.
And still having access to the Eldrazi.
Yeah.
Definitely true. All
And
right.
then there's going to be some kind of Displacer deck. I don't know what it is, but Displacer's just too good not to play.
Opinions on the rights of sentient AI. 6 words. I don't know. Follow the rules.
All hail our new robot overlords.
Ooh, I play Findy. I can get behind that. See, Dreno, happy birthday when it comes to the 23rd. That's super cool. Your birthday is slightly less than just under a month.
Yeah.
Close to mine. I guess before mine.
It's what, next week?
The 23rd? Oh, man.
The 16th today?
Yeah, that's Wednesday. That's next Wednesday. That's cool. I assume that you'll be busy, but I'll try and say happy birthday on our stream anyway to you. Thoughts on black-white tokens in Modern? I think that deck is pretty sweet right now.
I actually do like that deck a lot.
And post-Eldrazi, if we go into somewhat of an aggro-heavy meta, then could very much lead to a pretty favorable situation for them, just because of their ability, and especially if Jund is good, tokens is very good against them.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. What else have we got?
I mean, the AIs have spoken.
The AIs have spoken. Time to be sacrificed. Fantastic. Oh man, but yeah, I do think that black-white tokens is in a decent position. So what else have we got? Trying to read some other things. B Proxy joining the mod team. Someone who actually we're aware of who they are outside of them. So thanks for joining. But I know what question it is. I'm gonna say no. All right, what else have we got? What land cycle do you think will be printed in Shadows over Innistrad? What? Stranger Ranger, happy birthday. I'm not sure if you're being honest or not, but I hope you have a great one.
Yeah. Even if you're fishing for compliments, happy birthday.
You're amazing.
You good people.
What land cycle do you think will be printed?
I've heard a lot of people speculating about the enemy fastlands.
Enemy fastlands. You know, I'm not convinced by that one, but that does make a little bit of sense.
Also maybe the other enemy manlands or creature lands. Sorry.
The problem is that, you know, those could be an interesting choice because right now all of the lands that we have.
Bryce is playing Hannah. Okay.
Excellent. So I think we're heading into round 2, and actually that means that Merfolk's here.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's
something not Merfolk.
So this is Bryce, and he's on a very cool deck tonight. He's on Kiki Control.
Ooh.
Now, could you do me a favor and find out if Hannah is on Black-White Life Gain, or if you can find out if
she's on Merfolk. She was on Merfolk when I walked out.
Excellent. So we've got...
What?
Let us know when we're ready.
Oh, okay.
So, we're going to introduce this one really quick and then head in. Round 2 about to begin. Tell your friend because there's all kinds of magic happening here. But what have
Spam the link.
But we've got Merfolk versus Kiki Control. Hannah with the Merfolk deck going up against Bryce's Kiki Control. Now, who do you think take the wins? Because I know that Merfolk has a decent shout.
Yeah, I think
and him only having islands.
Yeah, I think I'd actually pick Merfolk just because of the ability to disrupt the lands, and especially if Hannah's on the 7 seas.
I don't believe that she is, but there's only one way to find out. Let's go ahead and head on down to this match. It's round 2 starting now. It's going to be a fantastic time. Let us know as we do this transition who you think is favored to win.
Yep.
We'll
Put
see you
it
down
in the
there.
chat.
All right. Reich, you are allowed to lay down, I guess. I don't know. That seems like an odd... So Bryce,
you can do whatever you want.
Bryce has a Wall of Omens. Looks to be...
He's on a mulligan?
Possibly, but he actually has the Kiki in hand.
Yeah.
So this is a hand that at least has some level of inevitability, which means that, you know, at a certain point, and I do see a remand as well, that's going to be nice. Hannah on the play, though, is going to help out a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. And it looks like they seem to be taking control, and I can understand that one, certainly. And a Spreading Seas on that
That's not
Celestial
bad.
Colonnade. Yeah, taking down their manland, cutting off of possibly the White Source, and I think I
Yeah.
see a Scalding Tarn in Bryce's hand, which is going to help out
I think that's an Arid Mesa too.
a lot. Alright. So, doing a fetch shock from Bryce here. Now, the one thing is definitely true. Bryce has access to a lot of removal with blue, white, red, as
that's
opposed
for
to
sure.
something more like, you know, just a little bit less.
Yeah.
So I think an Aether Vial is going to be fairly key to Hannah's game plan, and she has not landed one yet, which does give some credence to Bryce taking this game 1
Yeah.
at least. Okay.
Yeah, but what unfortunately none of you saw, which wasn't on camera, but Hannah played against elves last round,
Uh-huh.
and the elves player choked, but
Ooh.
she had Spreading Seas three of her opponent's lands,
So it
so
actually
they
kept
were
them off
islands,
as well?
and they didn't actually untap.
Yeah. Dero, sorry, I didn't mean to say that Aether Vial is enough to win for this particular match, but I do think that it gives a decent amount of help when
Yeah.
it's like the turn 1 play, just because you have so many tricks as far as preventing, you know, bolt damage boost
definitely.
removal with the possibility to buff, as well as outracing a lot of that 1-for-1 removal. And Curse Catcher from Dero, also a really good mention.
Yep.
I think that she's on some number of Cozy's Trickster. I'm not sure if she has the full set of Curse Catcher, which is definitely going to be a key card in this one if she can get it.
Yeah, maybe Kosi's Trickster, maybe another 1-drop, maybe even Merfolk or of the Pearl Trident.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure if that's modern legal.
And a Phantasmal Image on his Wall of Omens, I don't think that
Yeah.
Hannah's in a bad spot.
It's not good.
She's got a single blue source right now and a handful of lords that are all
Yep.
double blue. So
Although, with that second Spreading Seas, it's gonna... And there's another manland, so basically these Spreading Seas are gonna just maybe
it's,
not run wild, but do
it's going to do a decent amount.
it's
But
gonna do something.
do you go for the Sacred Foundry or do you go for the Wandering Fumo? Because one is a manland, but the other one cuts him off of white mana.
I would definitely go after the.
And
I would go after the Sacred Foundry.
all right, and then a remand happening from Bryce, going to be drawing another card. Seems to be drawing through a decent amount of cards, which is solid. Has a
The
Cryptic
Cryptic Command's
Command.
gonna be really good.
I think I might see a Restoration Angel as well, which means that Bryce is getting into a continually better
Yeah.
position.
He's also only 1 land away
So
from actually winning the game on the spot.
yeah, Bryce is in a very positive position. A Silvergale Adept from Hannah, and a whole lot of things. You know, she's going to have to play that Silvergale Adept, and
Yeah.
even if she gets, you know, another blue source, another island, that's going to be maybe nice, but not phenomenal. And Bryce has got a Cryptic Command up.
I think I would just let this resolve.
And maybe go for the
No,
other
there's-
Spreading Seas?
I
to
think
make
I'd
sure that
actually
you're
just
red?
go for the Angel.
Okay. Now, the reason why I might not go for this now is because if she does draw into another blue, it means that you have to play around a little bit more.
Yeah,
you
but
can
not,
keep her
not
for-
a whole lot, though.
That's true.
You have to play around a little bit, but like you already know she's got another Silvergill, and when you actually... Okay, so he did actually just let her resolve.
Yep, and it looks like dropping down a Cavern of Souls, probably naming Merfolk, I imagine.
I
But-
can't imagine it would name anything else. Maybe Illusion, but that's it.
But at this point, I have a hard time imagining that Bryce loses this game.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough.
Maybe if Hannah has got some odd removal that we weren't prepared for, maybe some Dismember, and just
Maybe,
Bryce
like,
doesn't have a whole lot of ways to deal with
double gut shot to kill Kiki Chord.
it. A double gut shot would probably do it. But, you know, the problem is that Hannah just doesn't have enough pressure right now, and even if Bryce does get hit by that Dismember, that maybe takes down the Restoration Angel, and that... But still has that
So if
Wall of
I
Omens.
was Hannah, I mean, it's probably not really relevant. I don't think I would have shown the Harbinger.
Yes, I think that is a very good point. Even though
I
it
mean,
doesn't.
he drew a land, so it doesn't matter. But you still gotta play optimally when you can.
Yeah, and I think Bryce. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't just reveal the Kiki Jiki, just to save himself the trouble of fetching.
Yeah.
But maybe just going through.
I have a land. I have a Kiki Jiki. You're dead.
Yeah, normally I would just play the fetch land and say cast Kiki Jiki, go for the fetch, which strikes me as a little bit odd that he didn't.
Yeah.
But possibly just trying to go for that delightful, like really nice slow roll, which is always pretty fun.
Yep.
So, has that, and I think he's
Okay.
demonstrates the win. So, Bryce taking game one, and I think we just overheard Hannah, who I don't know how she manages, but her voice carries so well into it. Like,
it's actually kind of impressive.
it is really impressive. It's so funny because the entire chat can always tell anytime that Hannah has something happen. But she goes, I think the key is to cast more Merfolk next time. So, I'm starting to kind of change my opinion. This is a matchup that I haven't had the chance to see a whole lot, and I'm really starting to think that Kiki Control is very, very favored in this.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I'm just basing this off spreading Z's.
Yeah.
Being good against regular blue, white, red.
A little bit surprised to see him not bringing in those timely reinforcements, but I did see 2 Supreme Verdicts as well.
Staticaster's gotta be...
See, I don't really like Staticaster because it only deals 1 damage, and that's not going to do a
but
lot.
I mean, it deals with Master Waves.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah.
It does deal with Master of Waves really well. He hasn't really seen one yet. I might be okay holding off on it because Hannah's list is a little bit unusual.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if she runs the full suite of those Master of Waves. So Bryce, being aware that Hannah's is a little bit odd, maybe holding off just to make sure that he sees it in there
That's fair.
before moving in on it.
Also-
Does Hannah play Black-White tokens too? She plays Black-White Life Gain.
She plays Black-White Divinity of Pride deck.
Yes, and if you want to check out that tapped out account, if B Proxy or Dora wants to just type in ! Tapped out, people can find her tapped out page, and there is a Hannah's Black-White Life Gain deck that people requested. And basically, the one thing that I'll say before you go in is keep in mind that Hannah plays it because it's fun, and I like that.
No, it's definitely fun to watch too.
And we've talked, and there's certainly things that could be different as far as lowering the curve a lot, but she has a ton of fun when she's playing it, and so it's really cool to show on the stream.
Yeah.
Because when do you get to see a Defend Pride land in Modern?
Not
and when
very
do you
often.
get to see a Vampire Nighthawk win a game because you have one that whenever you gain life, they lose 2 life, and then you just block with a Vampire Nighthawk for the win? I mean, it's the coolest thing.
Yeah.
B Proxy, thank you very much. And Siege Rhino unfortunately denied.
Yeah.
Alright. So. The Master's still getting pumped by other lords.
Yeah, but I mean, it kills the tokens.
The main thing that he was commenting on is that it is able to take down the elemental.
And also, when you Kiki Jiki, you can kill X2s.
Alright.
But I realize that's probably not where you want to be.
Let's see what we have got. What else? Taking a look at... I think someone else had another question. Nope. So basically noting that Merfolk can be a little bit weak to the red-white decks, and that does make a whole lot of sense to me, because I think when I initially thought about the matchup, I was so distracted by the fact that it's a blue deck, when in reality it also has red and white, and both of those give a lot of good utility against Hannah, because Path to Exile, excellent card, able to shut down pretty efficiently.
Lightning Bolt, probably still fine.
Lightning Bolt's still good, though not incredible good.
It's still okay.
Yeah.
It's not Bolt, you're one dude, and now you can't do anything. It's Bolt, a dude, and now you can deal some things.
Yeah. Dibs on Red Ranger. Just gonna toss that out. Apparently we're all being the
Oh,
Rangers
we're
now.
named Rangers? Can I be not Texas Ranger?
You can be the... Is there a Yellow Ranger?
I think there's a Yellow Ranger.
Alright. I mean, Green Ranger's taken. So, there's a blue, green, and red. That's the primary colors. I guess you're stuck with secondary colors.
I mean, I'll take the Pink Ranger if no one else wants it.
Done. All yours.
Yep. See, look at that. Bombtron got me.
Alright.
Pink sleeves, best sleeves.
And Dero, excellent insight from you, talking about basically some experience from someone playing that blue, white, red. So I will defer to you. Definitely. Ooh, White Ranger, another good one.
White Ranger's not a bad one, but I'm still. It's not. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. But I actually kind of want to lay claim to this Pink Ranger thing.
Nonetheless, thank you to all of you for joining. You guys are awesome. So hello to all the new and returning Fortnites.
We're all nerds here talking about Power Rangers.
Exactly. And if you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. We're definitely having some fun here tonight. All right. So, Strifo. That is pretty awesome. Strifo playing a new Tricks deck, another one of those decks, a legacy deck that you can find on that Tap
it's a deck.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, oh man, you get to see the look on your opponent's face when they give you when you donate a 4-mana enchantment.
So, Alkozi's Trickster from Hannah off of a Cavern of Souls. It's a pretty decent start. That Cavern is going to be really nice for giving the uncounterability.
Yep.
But the Alkozi's Trickster maybe not as good as the Curse Catcher. But Bryce following up with a Wandering.
No, it's certainly not bad. I mean, you always want to have a 1-drop.
Alright. So, a Silvergill Adept following it up with a Mutavault. And seems to be revealing...
It's a Merfolk Sovereign.
That is a Merfolk Sovereign. So, going to draw a card. And I think she got another Cavern of Souls.
It's interesting. I think I would have tried to play the Lord of Atlantis, just try to get in as much damage as fast as I can.
Mm-hmm. It's and also just being able to stack those lords pretty quickly is going to be really nice. He's doing a lot of tapped lands. He does have 2 path, which are going to be extremely key.
Yep.
And one thing that I was a little bit concerned about was her not playing on actual blue mana yet, but it looks like that island is going to fix that up.
Yep.
So she's got double blue for creatures, otherwise a Mutavault, a colorless, and a blue.
Yep.
Looks like going for double blue to go into a Master of the Pearl Trident.
Yep.
Excellent. So...
That's not bad.
And a Bolt going to take it down pretty quick. So, still pretty low power on the field, but at least getting more damage in than previously. Alright. Ooh, it looks like... What happened? Seems like we may have lost a couple of people. Sorry about that.
Come back.
We may have had some tech issues.
It's like the chat dropping bombs on Power Rangers.
Seriously? I mean... I'll be honest, I never watched that show as a kid, so I apologize for my lack of knowledge on it, but you guys are being amazing at showing this.
My parents would not actually let me watch it because I got too hyper. Yeah, that's what kind of kid I was.
So, that Silvergill Adept and that Cozy Trickster still up, has a Mutavault, 2 of these Cavern of Souls. That's not going to enable a whole lot, but she does now have the Aether Vial in hand, but instead going for a Merfolk Sovereign. And let's go ahead and bring that one up, and also casting... an Aether Vial.
Yeah.
If I'm Bryce and I have maybe a Remand or anything like that, though I'd be surprised if he didn't take out some of those. But, you really want to take what you can get as far as being able to counter spells. But it looks like those aren't an option right now. And a path taking down the Merfolk Sovereign, so I don't know why I even bothered to bring up that card.
Because it's sweet?
Because it's sweet. And 3 damage on Bryce going down to 13.
We should have really switched the dice for this one.
That's a good point, but that's okay.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and I'll be trying to pick up, or at least make that dice situation a little bit more clean. Yep. Even though it is kind of a temporary measure until we can get to something really cool, it's so far been a fairly long-term temporary measure.
Yeah.
So if we can make it as good as we can, then that's always important. Mm-hmm. So Bryce now...
Cascade Bluffs.
Yeah, so on 4 land, and possibly... at that point of so we do have the Restoration Angel. No Kiki Jiki yet by the looks of it, but they're just going to start letting him apply a little bit of pressure, and it's going to block extremely well. So if nothing else, we might see it come in, and that is a Marrow Regery.
That is definitely a Regery.
So let's go ahead and bring that up. I'm just going to... Oh, dang it. I can't type today. And apparently that's every time that I stream. So a Marrow Regery out. And that's going to be fairly nice.
She's missed a trigger on a tap or untap.
And I think...
It's unfortunate.
It's whenever you play a Merfolk spell, and
the never mind.
Image does not actually
a Merfolk
count
spell. My bad.
So we have got a Restoration Angel coming in, going for a block, but those 2 Regeries are going to be nice for just applying a decent amount of pressure.
Bryce has a Verdict in his hand, but he can't actually cast it.
Because he doesn't have the double white.
Yeah.
Okay. Though, and applying down a tapped land there, and Hannah is basically 1 lord away from being outside of bolt range at least.
The Spreading Seas.
And that Spreading Seas is going to be pretty nice.
Definitely go after that white source.
I have to agree.
Is this Master? Master, tap your...
Alright. So, and apparently, Apparently Doro's mom took away Power Rangers for the same reason as
See? I'm not the only one. I'm not the weirdo here.
So the Aether Vial now on 2, and a Master Wave's coming in. So that's going to go for
And she,
1, 2,
see,
3, 4.
we have tokens now.
And we do now have tokens. Thank you for that, Coleman. I also was able to get some Young Pyromancer tokens. From
Oh,
Bryce.
really?
Yeah. So points to Bryce for getting me those. Those are incredibly hard to get.
Yeah.
So,
But she now does have 2 tap or untap triggers because Master of is a Merfolk.
yes. And I'm hoping that she goes for some lands and Spreading Seas that Celestial Colony. Because that
Or
would
she can tap the Restoration Angel and untap a land. Yep.
True.
This is how I would love to do it because you can still cast the Spreading Seas.
Yeah, and I still think that the Spreading Seas is going to be huge because
Or
right now...
you activate Mutavault. It's also fine.
And I think that Spreading Seas taking on the White Source is the biggest thing to ensure that you have a chance in this game.
Yeah.
Because if he gets that double White Source, that is going to be an enormous boost.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Bryce, he might have a path in hand, and I think he's going to be pointing it...
Yeah, at the...
Just making sure that it dies so that she doesn't even get the land.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still not convinced that maybe...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep. So I had to go for it just to survive, down to 1 life, going for the best option that basically brought down the team, and also didn't get our land.
Electrolyze is not...
Electrolyze is not enough.
No.
Right now, even just this
Takes
Master of Waves gets
2
it.
tokens,
So
yeah.
taking game 2 right now. And that's a really good job by Hannah there.
Mm-hmm.
So applying a lot of consistent pressure, being pretty patient, made a little bit of plays that I wouldn't say that I necessarily agree with, but they seem to work out. Keeping up her hand size, making sure that she could keep playing out those threats.
Yep.
And eventually that Master of Waves, even though that wasn't what did it, it was definitely, I think, the board presence that, Bryce might have been able to come back from something else.
Yeah.
But that Master of Waves just applied an enormous amount of pressure that he couldn't handle. So I liked that a lot.
That's right.
And actually, that might have been a kill just because
because the Master of Waves, because it's an elemental.
Yeah, you may want to just toss that out really quickly. That he may have been dead anyway. But
So the Mutavault that last turn was a 4/4, right?
all right,
Because the Master of Waves pumps it because it's also an elemental.
we let him know.
You're right, it is also an
All right,
It's an elemental and a Merfolk,
So-
so it got +2.
nailed it.
So you were actually dead? Okay.
All right.
Just want to make sure.
So, so you were really dead.
Yeah, you were
Basically what
actually
we just told
dead.
them.
Yeah.
Thank you to
Justice.
Justice for
Bringing
some.
up some justice.
Also, that might be the most convenient way to toss out a rules thing.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
And Justice for some, I'm not sure if we've seen you in this chat before. I just want to say welcome to the stream. I hope that you are enjoying it, and if you haven't been, here before, hopefully it's a fun.
Yeah.
It's
Fun
a
one.
fun. It is one singular fun.
Yep. You get one fun, use it sparingly.
I nailed it, apparently. Oh, man. So, Grixis Delver, someone else wanted to talk about... So, how about just since Rabid Mountain Goats is asking, what's your favorite version of Delver right now? Usually
Eldrazi.
Fair enough.
But more realistically, probably just blue-red.
Right.
It's probably the easiest
And
one.
Bryce's hand, very solid except for the fact that there is a distinct lack of land in it.
I think Hannah has 1 land, but she has a file.
Ooh, I don't want her to
So-
keep that, but she might be, and I think she's going for
she's
a risky
keeping it.
keep.
Okay.
Alright, and let me change that round. My apologies, this is round 2 of...
It's round 1 in everyone else's head.
Exactly. I believe it is round 2...
Oh, okay. She has mulliganing after all.
Okay, and I definitely do agree with that choice. So, 4 rounds. I'm maybe 5. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm honestly not sure. We were kind of keeping it at 4 because of time reasons, since it is a work night, things like that, school night, whatever you want to call
Some
it.
kind of night.
But Saturdays usually 5 rounds as well. And actually, last Friday we got our first 5-round legacy, which I was really excited about.
That was not what I expected.
Yeah, it was an absolute blast, and I want to thank anybody who also popped in for that legacy one, even just coming in and playing, but also people in the chat who were able to watch us go for that really cool thing.
Yeah.
I liked that a lot. All right, and excited that I can play Storm right now? Thank you, I guess. They were talking about, can you play Delver in this meta? The problem is that if you want to this meta is very much, why aren't you just playing Eldrazi?
Yeah, or why aren't you playing Answers to Eldrazi?
As far as a wide meta. In our store, you can do whatever you want. But it's still an interesting... I'm excited to possibly...
Vapor Snag is not an answer to
Yeah.
To Reality Smasher, I thought that's here.
To Excalibur, the legacy meta there, I think it's a little bit diverse because we do allow proxies as long as they're good proxies, so we
Yeah.
get a diverse group, but I would say that there's a decent amount of blue decks.
Yeah.
I think blue decks probably the highest number, a couple of Delver decks, and definitely Mud also.
And then we
There's
got
just-
whatever Dylan plays.
Yeah.
He plays a lot of weird stuff.
Usually a Reanimator, a Mud, and then, maybe 2 to 3 Delver decks, usually different types of Delver decks.
Yep.
And then a big variety outside of that, but a decent amount of blue decks. Alright. Oh, wondering why Storm wasn't playable before Eldrazi? Was it because of Jund? A lot of it was because at that time, Tassiger, Gurmag Gangler, all of those were making huge waves in Modern, which meant that Graveyard Hate was at a...
It wasn't not because of Jund.
Yeah. So, and there's the Curse Catcher from Hannah. So,
It's not bad.
Despite being on the draw, not a bad play. Bryce starting off with a Subset Colonnade. With the amount of manlands that he has, he's putting in a lot of tapped lands right now. And that's something that is a little bit conventional, but I think he's on a little bit higher than your normal count of manlands. He's a big fan of these Wandering Fumaroles, which actually gave him a couple of wins last week.
I've actually ran into this kind of, maybe not obscure, but really kind of weird combo with, I think it's Ceaseless Seer Blades, which you have, because it's an elemental,
Yeah,
and Ceaseless Seer Blades will actually, you can go infinite like that.
And you used to be able to do that with the Lava Claw reaches.
Yeah, you can also still play that card.
But the Wandering Fumarole is just significantly better.
Yeah.
So... Counter Guide talking about how Power and Snap outclass Thing in the Ice. I kind of have to agree. My thought is that it might find itself into a deck that is a bit more controlling, because those are really good in kind of a Delver deck, and I think that it's hard to outclass that. Especially bouncing your own flipped Delver is very difficult to do. Alright. So, we have got a Wandering Fumarole from Bryce. 2 lanes, still has a Wall of Omens, which you want to say, is decent, but it's not great in this matchup. But the fact that Hannah's only on a single land makes it significantly better.
And honestly, if I was Bryce, I might fire off this Electrolyze, just because you're probably not going to get it better.
Yeah, and doing it, being able to do a 1/1 and draw a card when you were in a safe position, maybe not the worst play, but I think passing a turn right now just to take a little bit of
it's a bad
extra.
time to try Aether Vial.
And to say that Merfolk missed a land drop is, I think, an understatement.
He missed 1 land drop, and then a 2nd land drop, and then a 3rd land drop.
All right. And Hannah not going to be using the Curse Catcher quite for that.
If only Wall of Omens could attack.
Exactly. All right. When do you burn Wandering Fumarole to kill it?
When you have 4 power, when you have 4 toughness, that's
when
when
it
you
has
burn
4 toughness and they activate it.
Yep.
It's a very weird thing.
Yeah.
But if it has 4 toughness and they activate it, you burn it.
Yep.
Which is the weirdest thing, because it will
It's
inevitably
very
end
odd.
up as a 4/1 with 3 damage on it. It's the weirdest thing, and at least I'm fairly sure. I haven't actually done it in person,
Yeah, it's
but it's
kind of weird.
it's definitely an odd.
Although you can still dismember it and it'll still die.
Yeah,
Either way.
always good. Okay.
Or you could gut shot it and only take 3 instead of 4.
Jasmatron asking, what is a deck that we would like to see at our store for Modern?
That's a good question.
One that we don't see. I think I've got 2. One, we don't see a lot of black-white tokens, and
That's
I would like
true.
that. The other 2 is I would like to see a Rogue Scapeshift, or possibly something like Ad Nauseam. Some of those a little bit, just kind of cool decks. But another one is the Goblins. I like Goblins.
Yeah, Goblins is fun. I'd actually really love to see, what was it? It's,
All right.
I can't remember the name of it right now, but it's the, no, actually, I think it is Ad Nauseam. I don't know what I'm talking about. But or the Martyr deck, that was really good at the Pro Tour.
Mm-hmm. So that Wandering Fumarole able to get a little bit of damage in. Mardu definitely a cool deck. The subreddit for it has been starting to gain a little bit, and I think Mardu is getting more and more with everything coming out. It's starting to help out just a bit.
Yep.
So, as for a quick note, it was definitely mentioned by Woostenhund, I don't know, but yeah, as an Affinity player, I can attest that blue, white, red control is not Merfolk's worst matchup. Okay.
Yeah.
So, we have got Bryce currently sitting on 6 mana in an extremely favorable position, looking down a Curse Catcher and an Island from Hannah. And I don't think that it takes an extremely large amount of premonition to put this game in Bryce's hands.
Yeah, as soon as Modern is very much a format of if you don't hit your land drops, you're going to be pretty far behind.
Yeah, and it's just missing a turn of your game plan is hurtful.
Yeah, even if you miss your second land drop, it's pretty hard for you to win. You missed your third land drop, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, and hitting another one, and I think we're at a point where discard is going to have to happen.
Yep.
And I think that's exactly, so I think we do have to have a discard here.
If Bryce actually has a... Oh, he doesn't have a cryptic command.
No.
I thought he had a cryptic command, because otherwise, if he had it, he could just set Hannah back so far by bouncing her land.
Yep, and dealing 1 damage, hitting that Curse Catcher, forcing him to pay, technically had to pay 4 for it, but she may not have activated because he would have been able to.
Yeah.
But I think probably I would have just wanted to go for that. Is this an Eldrazi-less game night?
I believe so.
To my knowledge, I don't think that we have any Eldrazi out there. So I think we are Eldrazi free tonight. I like it.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Tell your friends.
If this was on old Facebook, I would be a fan.
Oh, man. So, a restoration from Bryce, and now just 1 Kiki away from the win.
Or he just has a bunch of burn spells.
Or he has a bunch of burn spells. I think I see 3 Lightning Helix and a Bolt.
Yeah, that's...
So, that's actually enough right there. And he might almost have... I mean, he...
Hannah's
he is only short on the amount of red sources required, but...
no, he's got a lot of red sources.
Well, I meant for doing it just with burn.
Oh, okay.
For just with burn. Okay.
Oh, just 3 Lightning Helixes.
Does she even play lands? No.
No. That's my secret captain. I never play lands.
Do I think that Affinity will take a hit as well as Eldrazi because it's the only deck that can compete with it? I don't quite understand the question, a hit in what, maybe meta? But I don't think so. If you mean bans, I think that that's fairly unlikely, at least for the time being.
I think what that person's trying to say is because Affinity's going to lose a good matchup, do you think it's going to be worse?
I do not think so.
Okay.
I think Affinity was one of 2 decks that... decks that had already been established and were not just meta decks, that had a pretty decent matchup, but even still, I mean, the 2 best decks against it, and this can be argued, of course, of like the decks that were pretty fully functional, Affinity and Obzon Company. Kind of the 2 decks that strike me as they already existed, and they're good against that.
Yep.
And they were both good before, and even when they were the 2 decks that had that favorite matchup, it was maybe if we're being generous, like 60%.
Yeah.
Mileage may vary.
Yeah.
But I definitely think...
See, look, I'm not the only one who complains about mismatched things.
Definitely. So, looks like those players are all done, which we kind of knew. But, Coleman, looks like we've got about 20 minutes left. Are you willing to
guarantee there's at least one more person out there.
Are you going to be my hero?
I will try.
Excellent. So, Coleman is going to be a hero. In the meantime, again, if you guys have anything that you would like to discuss, anything like that...
It's Enrique Iglesias.
To Space the Eagle, yes, I can definitely get his list. He's usually pretty open to getting me anything that I request, so I should be able to have that, and I can put it onto our tapped out account, hopefully in the next maybe 24 hours, something like that. We'll see you back in the booth. Hello and welcome for joining us. It is an absolute blast hanging out with you guys tonight. If you are brand new, let us know. Looks like we're just about at 100 people, which in the middle of our round 2 is just incredible, and I'm very excited to see this continually growing. Though, to be honest, one thing says 82, and then another thing that we have that's like plugged into Twitch is saying a little bit more. So, it's a lot of fun, but definitely the mods having fun. B Proxy, one of our brand new mods, Doro. Say hello. I think you two have already gotten acquainted pretty well. But you guys are all fantastic, and it's a blast having you. If it is your first time joining us, thank you for joining. My name is TJ. I do the stream 3 times a week on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. The schedule is down here-ish, all Pacific Standard Time. Modern on Wednesdays, Legacy on Fridays, and Modern again on Saturdays. It is always a blast hanging out with you. Lately on these Wednesdays, I have got Coleman in the booth with me, and I am also going to be having a fun... One thing is that we did get over 1,000 followers, which, if any of you remember, means that we are going to be doing something to celebrate. And so, I will be having a guest with me on the 6th of April. It is the first Wednesday in April, in which we will be wearing some onesies for our stream. So I've got a dinosaur onesie, they have got a panda onesie, I believe, and we'll be doing that. So I'm excited. It's a fun way to celebrate 1,000 followers. Stranger Ranger saying that they should reprint Counterspell, or should they? I don't think so. Partially just because of the situation with Standard. Having it go through Standard would be pretty difficult. And also, while I agree that Modern needs some of those more generic answers, I'm just not sure if that is the one. That might just be a little bit too much to always have that option on turn 2 to just say no to something. So
We have another match.
we do have another match, and it looks like... Alright, so I know who they are. Hopefully you can tell me a bit more about what they are running.
Yep. Aaron is actually on, I think, Mono Green Stompy.
Ooh, he has been doing that a little bit recently, which I'm very excited about. Now, to Jasmatron. Apparently it is your first day here. Thank you for joining us. It's really good to have you. If you ever do have any questions, comments, or feedback, just let us know. We're always happy to help any way that we can and assist. What else do we have? Eat a Tibble with hot sauce?
I was
Maybe.
trying to pitch marinara sauce because it's red.
I do have, like, a bottle of what is supposedly, like, the 4th hottest hot sauce in the world. Like, it says hottest, but, like, looking it up, it's, like, the 4th. Maybe I'll do a Tibble and just a drop of that. I'm not sure. When it happens, I'll be a lot more open to doing impulsive things at the time. All right.
We just got to hit that 500.
Let's head on down to the match. Do you know what game they're going to?
Game 3.
Ooh, alright. So, Jund versus Mono Green Stompy. As I am about to hit transition, in one word, who do you think takes the win?
Jund.
Boom. Let's go down. Alright, so both players getting ready for game 3. I'm not sure who took game 2, to be honest.
I think it was Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
They
Jund...
were shuffling up when I got there. This is just it.
And you said that you think Jund is favored in this one?
Yeah, I think so. Just because having access to a bunch of removal spells, plus Kalidas, I would assume is going to do incredible amount of work.
Yeah, the big thing that Aaron has got is that I'm assuming that he is running Dungrovelder, because that is a very big thing for him.
That card's going to be very good.
Also some number of Thrun the Lost Troll, and both of those are going to be very good. Now, for those of you, be excited, this is the fully foiled out Jund deck, which is always cool to see.
Yep.
But Jund does have a really good removal suite. Looks like we've got a Dried Militant from Peter, which is going to do maybe a little bit of help.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be bad.
That's about the best that I can say about it as well. And Averted Catacombs from Peter, so not up to one of his at least hand disruption starts. I do see a Liliana, and I do see...
He has a Rancor. It's going to be pretty... Ooh.
And that is going to be excellent. So if we don't have a removal spell right here from Peter, which it doesn't look like we do.
This is actually a pretty fast start.
That is a really good swing for 4.
And a temple and a treetop village, not temple garden.
Alright, and that's going to enable a lot of other attacks. Alright, so pretty solid swing. And a fetch with that Verdant Catacombs from Peter going down to 15, probably going to be going for a tapped land. Maybe that red mint removal, I'm expecting maybe a green-red source, but
I think
he
so.
does have a Liliana in hand, which means that double black needs to happen. So going for this green-red means that he needs to land 2 black sources in a row. And not knowing entirely what is in his hand means...
I mean, if he plays an Urborg, it's just moot, right?
Yeah, that's true. And Urborg is definitely going to help.
Yep. But, barring that, and, well, he drew a swamp, so it's... I believe he has a second black source in his hand already, because he has a Black Leaf Cliffs and a swamp.
Interesting.
So, the Black Leaf Cliffs is probably going to come down here. I think he has a Terminate, or is that just a Goif?
Alright, and just a quick note to Magikarp Diem, Counterspell is not banned, it has just never been printed.
Yeah.
So, what is that creature on Stompy? That is a Rancor that is on a Dried Militant. Let's go ahead and bring up that card, though.
Yeah, Dried Militant, I believe it's RTR.
Yep.
RTR.
Alright, so...
Odd card.
It is definitely an odd card. But I do like it, and I think it's able to apply a decent amount of pressure, and we have an Abrupt Decay on that.
It's not bad.
He's going to be getting that Rancor back, though, which is really nice. That means that he's able to basically start applying a huge amount of pressure with anything that he draws because of that.
The Abrupt Decay should still be in hit. It should be in the graveyard.
I know, because I think it's before it's moved. It's similar to Rest in Peace, I think, to where the Abrupt Decay gets exiled. Yeah. It's one of those weird situations.
Because I know that's the way it works with Bolt, is because it dies on state-based.
No, but this is something to where the card is put because it's
okay.
finishing, so it actually goes to the graveyard.
Okay.
Yeah.
The more you know.
So, a Relic of Progenitus and a Scavenging Ooze. It's almost a little bit funny because, you know, that's so much... They're almost battling over graveyard space at this point, but to a point where just Peter's graveyard is going to be essentially a null factor.
Yeah. I mean, but Scavenging Ooze can definitely take over games.
Mm-hmm. All right. Would you play Dryad Militant or Judge's Familiar in Hate Bears? Personally, I would go for Dryad Militant.
I think it actually depends on whether or not you play any swords. Because if you're playing swords, Dryad Militant, Judge's Familiar is going to be better because of the flying. But if you don't, then you should probably just play Dryad Militant.
Mm-hmm. And there is that Liliana the Veil off of the swamp, so got to that double black, able to take down that Scavenging Ooze that way. Okay, so... the Militant, by the way, the reason why I say the Militant is just because it is able to be cast off of either mana, but specifically green, which I think is a little bit more relevant in like the Hate Bears specific deck.
That's also not a, it's a reason to take into account.
Yeah, and I think Peter actually at 12 as opposed to 15 because of that swing from the Treetop Village. And he
went after the Liliana.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was just wrong on me. My bad. My bad. I got distracted by changing the life total because I just saw it turn sideways and I didn't even see the Liliana. So, a Tarmogoyf. Excellent. Does this meta have Eldrazi? Maybe one or two, not tonight, not really.
Yeah.
We like it that way, to be honest.
It's great.
Alright.
It's exactly how we like it.
So, that Tarmogoyf facing down Aaron pretty well. To Easy Flow, knowing that this is one of the worst matchups for Stompy, I was not aware that it's one of the worst, but I definitely knew that Jump is favored.
It's not good.
Basically, the hexproof cards going to be extremely important.
If Aaron actually is playing Vines is going to be great.
And I believe he is, especially because he's played both Infect and Stompy, so I'm pretty sure that he's developed at least a love for Vines of the Vastwood.
Arcane Deny would be a... But let's actually bring that up after the game. We can talk about it a little bit more.
Yes, so a Scavenging Ooze from Aaron, following that up again, not going to face off well against that Tarmogoyf. Could you ask them to use that Tarmogoyf dice really quick? I believe I see
use
just
the Tarmo die?
I believe it's just a 2/3. Oh, it's actually just a 1/2. That's a Dryad Militant. Okay. So, even smaller. So just a 1/2 Tarmogoyf.
And then, funny enough, he can actually shrink this Goyf down to an 0/1 because Relic can target himself.
Relic can target himself.
And then he can eat the other card with Scavenging Ooze.
Even though that's not a huge concern, but Peter able to cast almost anything to turn it into a pretty big threat.
You gotta find your edges wherever you can.
Alright. To Magikarp Diem, Lily died because Treetop Village attacked at it. Alright. So, Easy Flow, that's understandable if you think that Jund
I can actually think of a worse matchup for Stompy. That's the deck with 4 Hibernations in it.
I mean, I would say probably Lantern Control, a Myriad Control.
Yeah.
Any of those.
Build your own upheaval.
Yeah. A lot of... Of course.
Well, it has 4 Hibernations in it. It's a mono green deck.
Of course. So, definitely, but I can understand Jund being a bad matchup for it. Absolutely. Alright, so we have got Peter sitting on 4 mana, has a Tarmogoyf that is just not doing a whole lot. One of the smallest Tarmogoyfs that we've been able to see here, especially since we can see it as a 0.
Yeah. Outside of Rest in Peace, I haven't actually seen a Goyf this low.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have
maybe another Liliana?
I see
that's a Liliana.
That might be an Anger of the Gods, actually.
That wouldn't be that bad of a card here.
No, the only problem is that Anger of the Gods would take out his own Tarmogoyf, but
yeah, but I think Anger of the Gods is always going to be taking out that Goyf with the Relic in play.
Yeah, and the only issue at that point is that Aaron is going to have another Treetop Village, and if he draws another land, he's able to basically just start animating that Treetop Village, toss the Rancor onto it, and start doing an okay beatdown plan. But it looks like we are going to get that Anchor here.
It's certainly not bad. I don't know if Aaron wants to try to gain a life.
You know, if it's going to be exiled anyway, his graveyard isn't particularly important to him unless he's maybe running Become Immense. But it looks like just going to exile everything.
Okay, that's
and
interesting.
So, you might want to let him know that his graveyard is exiled.
Aaron, your graveyard should be exiled, right?
Okay, there we go.
Okay, thank you.
And hello to Logical Glitch. Thank you
up?
for joining us. Does it run Become Immense? I would say, I would expect no in like most situations.
Probably with the Relic, it's a good bet that it's not in the deck.
That's a good point with him also running the relic. And there's another Dryad Militant, so luckily
Yeah,
I
it
kept
looks like
that card reader up.
No, a second. Oh, that's the reason why you corrected the relic, because yeah, second one.
Okay, so able to get to another 4/1 with Trample.
I think I liked animating the Treetop Village and getting in there.
Yeah, getting just kind of an aggressive thing,
Yeah.
especially since Peter has... I mean, maybe he's running Murder Scout. Unlikely since he runs Dark Confidant, and especially since
He also wouldn't be able to cast it because he only has one card in his graveyard.
Yeah, and knowing kind of what his deck is anyway, we're fairly familiar with it.
Mhm.
He wouldn't have been able to remove that Treetop Village, and I'm not sure how much good that Dryad Militant is going to do you. The big thing is right now he's developing a board at least.
Yeah, that's very true.
So,
I mean, having access to onboard cantrip is certainly not the worst thing in the world.
to Tim, hello. It is good to see you. Things are pretty good. Significantly less stormy than a week ago.
Yeah.
So we're feeling pretty good.
Yep. Someone cast a counterflux on our storm.
Yep. And another Liliana coming down, taking down the Dryad Militant again. And I was saying, or at least I was thinking, I didn't actually get the chance to say it, to where basically the reason you'd go for the Treetop Village, while it's a bit of maybe, I don't want to say slower play, but at least a little bit less of a developing play,
Yep.
is that if you're worried about a Liliana.
Yeah, that's very true.
And I kind of have to agree that he probably didn't need to worry about a Liliana just because him having two of them was kind of a slim chance.
I think if he's going to go after the Liliana, he shouldn't have cast the Rancor.
Yep. And there's a Terminate on that, taking down the Rancor as well, and now Aaron is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is pretty bad now.
Jund very much in a favorable position. Aaron not hitting any land drops. Hasn't been playing creatures as well, which I think he's just out of creatures in hand.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe his mana's been tied up because of the relic.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. So we might almost see him crack this relic soon just to maybe dig into some kind of threat.
Yeah.
Especially one, Dungrove Elder would still only be a 2/2, not fantastic, but may also be able to try and find like a land and a Thrun Troll, anything like that just might be able to help.
Although Thrun will not actually be as good because this Liliana is going to tick up. And then it'll be a 2 to handle the Thrun.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Just that Liliana needs to be answered, and
this Bob's not. Oh, and a Hunt Mask. Oh, there's the.
no, and I mean that's probably even better than the other in this situation. So Kalidas and Dark Confidant, I think Peter pretty much locked up this game.
Yeah, I think this game is probably over.
So a plus taking down another Rancor, and let's go ahead and bring up Kalidas, just because that is a pretty good card.
Yeah, he's the traitor of Get.
It was pretty interesting to watch people react to it when it was spoiled, because it was very much is this for Jund? Probably not. But actually, yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, a leatherback Bailoff.
And interesting. So, gets into a bolt. Now, that leatherback Bailoff is a 4/5.
Yep.
And while I don't want to say that that's great, because again, this Liliana, anytime that it becomes enough of a threat, he can just take it down,
I mean,
take
he
it out.
could just take it down right now, and then he gets a 2/2 out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was Peter, I don't think I would. I think I'd just keep the Liliana at 3 up ticket.
All right. Kalidas versus the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop depends.
I will take Mom and Pop Thopter Shop every day.
Personally, I prefer the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop.
Yep, especially because if straight up, I mean, and Mom and Pop kills Kalidas.
And right now, I'm actually thinking I would like to see this Liliana minus, because right now the plus not doing a ton. He has a bolt, so he can handle a decent amount of cards, and he can get in for 5.
For 5.
And actually, only because of that reason, I actually think I like plussing it.
Yeah, you're not really.
Yeah, and especially because if there is a swingback, then you are able to use that bolt and that Dark Confidant to maybe take down the leatherback if you have nothing else. If you want to get aggressive, specifically going for Liliana.
Yeah.
So I think keeping that Liliana, I was definitely a little bit too hasty, probably saying that Liliana was the right play. It would definitely be a good play.
It's a bold attack. Okay.
Yeah, and I like the attack only because he was really definitely signaling the bolt plan.
Yeah, but I mean, Aaron already knows he has the bolt because he revealed it off the Bob.
Exactly, and so I don't think it's worth getting in 2 damage when you're going to get a crackback that you would then have to trade your Kalidas to.
Definitely, and I just like having the Liliana in play at all times, because then you're going to have anything that's an X3 or smaller covered.
Mm-hmm. And here we have the attack. Looks like going for that one, and actually with Aaron having 3 mana up, Peter got a little bit safe there.
This is fine. Well, this way he gets to bolt the leatherback and then minus to kill the other one.
Yep. So
that should be exiled. Yep.
takes that down.
Mm-hmm.
Peter gets a 2/2, which even if he doesn't want to take Liliana down, now that's going to be a great jump blocker because these don't have trample. So that's going to be really solid.
Yep.
All right.
And then that should be exiled as well.
So we have got...
Just wait to see if they notice it. Yep.
This is just...
Oh, he's just going all in on the Kalitas, which is probably not a bad thing to do.
No, ends up sacking that one, gets 2+1/+1 counters, so you end up having the same thing but a lot more lifelink.
Yep.
And this is going to be a swing that puts him down to 15, and Peter back up to 18.
Yeah, Lifelink's a very good ability.
Lifelink is a great ability. As for the new Werewolf Planeswalker, you know, I'm honestly not sure if it's better than Huntmaster.
I don't think so.
I think that its ceiling is higher, but its floor is lower.
Yep.
And I'm not going to say that it's the right card to put in, but I think that Jund is more about a consistent product.
Yep.
Even if it's a little bit, not always as high of a point, but I think
Yep.
it's just about always having a consistent thing to play.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's worth testing, and it might end up proving us wrong, but that's at least my initial thoughts on it.
Yep.
So, it looks like we've got about 5 minutes left, which means that we aren't going to be able to get another match for you, just because the odds of us having one that goes over that quick that isn't already happening,
Yeah.
very, very low. So, if one of the fantastic mods in there, we're going to head back up to the booth, and if you want to hit that 6 questions button, go ahead and start playing that game. Hello, and thank you for joining. My name's TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, having a blast. I'm going to ask you guys a quick question.
Yeah.
How are you doing tonight? It's a nice basic one, but if
Yeah.
you want to let us know, we hope that you are doing well. As a secondary question, thoughts on the new Olivia? How about yours?
There you go, Dory. Finally got it.
Finally got it. So, how do you feel about the new Olivia Voldaren?
I think this set is actually shaping up to be really interesting. Because what I've noticed so far is there's a lot of Madness enablers, but so far there haven't been a lot of payoffs outside of Fiery Temper and the 4/4, I think, incorrigible use. I think that's the name.
The 4/3, but
4/3, sorry.
Yeah, the one with haste.
Yep.
Definitely. The big thing that I see is also that 2/1 for red that gives
That's
vampires
true.
control madness. But I agree. Now we have only seen maybe
Yeah, we haven't seen
25, 30 cards out of the set.
Yeah.
But they've been doing a lot of. I mean,
But don't get me wrong, I like all of the cards so far, and I like the Olivia because I think it's really good.
Mhm.
Because you can curve Olivia into drawn and discard a card.
Yeah.
Discard Fiery Temper.
and just
and
the
it's madness.
haste. The haste is
Yeah.
huge. The +1/+1 counter I can get behind. That's good.
Yeah.
But the fact that it gives haste, just an onboard way to discard a card, give target creature haste.
Yeah,
Is
that's
extremely
definitely
good, especially since it doesn't cost you mana. So you
Yeah.
can give your 4-drop haste on turn 4.
I actually think that card might be good enough for modern play, but I'm going to wait until we see what the meta shapes up to be.
The 3 toughness is dangerous.
The
And
3
if-
toughness is what it is.
If
but
bulk goes up to being popular, then can definitely
more
be done.
popular than it is.
6 words. Will Thingen Ice settled? What price will Thingen the Ice settle down at?
Well, I don't know what
6
price
words.
it is.
It's at 15 right now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Probably 4-ish. I'm gonna count as ish as a word
Okay.
apparently.
About half of what it is now.
Okay. What do you guys think about the new Jace Unraveler of Secrets? 6 words.
Better than everyone says it. Is.
Good enough
Close.
for standard. Modern. No. Sorry. 6 got a little bit tricky there. What else have we got? 6 words. Favorite preview from today and why? In 6 words, that's going to be problematic.
What got spoiled today?
What got spoiled today?
I
We
know
got
that Jace got spoiled today.
pretty much Jace. We had...
The
man.
Olivia got spoiled today?
Oh, Harness the Storm. That was only... I nailed it. Oh, man.
Probably Harness the Storm.
It's so easy to count.
Seems sweet. Really is really easy to overcount.
Yeah, just conceptually, that card is sweet. And even in the name, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing.
The new table's probably going to be an Eldritch Moon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They've already given... The fact is, we're going to have 4 Planeswalkers, and we've seen 3 of them, and we haven't seen Sorin yet.
Yeah.
So...
And we already know Soren's there because the new ish Vindicate.
Yeah. SQU, I honestly am not going to attempt to pronounce that name because there's like a lot going on.
Yeah,
with it.
there's.
But the new
a lot of
black
ways.
Vampire with Lifelink is pretty sweet. The fact that it costs 2 mana as a sack outlet is a little bit sad
I
to
don't
me.
think they're gonna print new Ancestral Recall that has Madness Blue.
No,
Sorry, I think they learned their lesson with Treasure Cruise.
And apparently LSV is previewing Sorin tomorrow, according to Terpskadai. I can definitely believe that.
Maybe Sorin will be 5 colors.
Ooh, I don't think so. I don't think so. But also, quick note, Deathrite Shaman, we've maybe seen you once before, but still a little bit new to have you, or at least I don't fully recognize your name. So
I mean, like, I'm appreciative that he's in this chat, even though he's banned from the format.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You're
He just loves Modern that much.
watching from the outside. So iconic of your screen
Yep.
name, unfortunately. But it's good to have you
Yeah,
even involved
definitely.
with Modern, even if I'm okay with it being banned.
Yeah, I'm pretty okay.
All
Like,
things considered.
As someone who played a lot of Deathrite Shaman, it's right where it deserves.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
But on the bright side, we are over 100, and that's super
Hey.
exciting to me. So that is always a lot of fun, and it looks like we do have some new people. So thank you to all the brand new people. Investigate, will it show up in Legacy? 6 words.
No. Way too slow. Not good.
Not with what we've seen. Caveat.
Just caveat.
Yep, I'm gonna toss in a caveat.
Well, I was trying to say, if it's not good enough for standard.
That's true, but I'm just gonna toss out a caveat because Legacy is a place of weird
Yeah.
things.
Legacy is a very weird place.
And actually, I think we're going to be having the next match up, so if you could take a quick moment just to keep an eye on it. In the meantime, I will mention that if you guys do want to follow us on Twitter, from mine at least, I'll let you know kind of when we're streaming. I'll try and toss in some other stuff. I tend to overuse hashtags a lot, like an obscene amount of hashtags. They're probably my favorite part.
Any requests?
How about requests?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we had a couple. What were
Send me a
they?
message.
Okay.
Not eggs.
Let us know your request for decks, and we'll send a message to Dylan. He is open to those requests. But
Epiphany of the Drownyard I actually really like. That's a card that I forgot got previewed today. Otherwise I would have said that.
oh, that is a very cool.
I
card.
actually really like that card.
I'm not sure if it is good enough to be played, to be honest. But I think that it's good enough to look at.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so let's see if we can get Delver if we have it. All right.
Well, no Eldrazi. Funny enough, there are no Eldrazi actually here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. So what else do we have?
Not eggs. We're telling you guys right now we're not putting eggs on unless it's the finals.
Very likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what else do we have? Why did they print that new Sigarda? Because she is in the story. That was nice and easy.
Yeah.
I like it.
Because they couldn't print the oldish one.
So I put down, because I remember that someone else mentioned Blue Moon earlier, I also mentioned Blue Moon. As far as the Bug Deck and Esper Control, I'm not sure if we have those. So it looks like we were able to get the Blue Moon.
Yeah.
And he's announcing it. We're going to be finding out what the opponent is shortly.
Unfortunately, there are no seance decks here. No one has any. I think we all burned our copies.
Yeah, we definitely all burned our copies. And it is going up. Actually, got Peter as well.
Hey, look at that.
So we're going to be seeing more of this gem deck going up against Blue Moon. Now, if you could do me a quick favor and see who will be heading to what side.
Peter's on there.
Peter is on the wall. A quick thing of why is the new Sigarda so bad? She isn't hexproof this time. I know that hexproof is one word in the game, but it's 2 words outside of it.
Don't have any real experience yet.
That's another good point, is that we just don't know at this
Yeah.
point. And
I mean, I've told a lot of people that trust my opinion that Treasure Cruise was not going to be playable. So I got really bit by that one. But I'd said Dig Through Time would be the best card in the set, so go figure.
all right, so Jun versus Blue Moon. Who do you think has the advantage?
I think it's probably Blue Moon. just because 4 Blood Moons is a really good thing.
I think it's actually 3, oddly enough. But that's
well,
an interesting point. But the removal suite and the proactiveness of
Yeah,
Jund.
I mean, I think it actually go either way, and Liliana's a very, very real card.
Yeah.
But just toss up card for card, I think I'd take Blue Moon.
All right.
It's pretty close, though.
Balkai, I'm guessing at your name here. Thoughts on Thing in the Ice? Decent in control, but time to testing is needed. Let's head on down. Round 3, starting now. Let's have some fun. We'll see you down there. Okay, so both players getting ready. Let's get that timer started. Got to catch up on a couple of things. And that's definitely true, is that Thing in the Ice has got some potential. And the only problem is it better than the other 2 drops in that deck on curve?
I think it's probably better than Snapcaster on curve. I
On
think it's
curve,
really
yes,
close.
but it still needs to take up a card slot.
And the Thing in the Ice does combo with Snapcaster.
That is
Because
true.
it does bounce your Snapcaster, so at
I
least
think
there's
it's
that.
I think it's more you're looking at like Wall of Omens. Is it better? Maybe. If you look at Remand, things like that you would want to keep
I don't think it's
up.
better than Remand, but I think it might actually be better than Wall of Omens.
Yeah. So, definitely true there. Jund does have access to Artifact Hate and Sideboard Enchantment Hate. Definitely true. And
He also is playing
Abrupt
Abrupt Decay, so like the matchup's not cut and dry. So I just think that if Eric can land a Blood Moon and Peter can't do anything about it, the matchup's going to go pretty well for him. But on the other hand, if Peter just has a bunch of discard and he plays like a Dark Confidant that goes unanswered, that could also go pretty well for Peter. So
Yeah, and another nice thing about it is that Blue Moon has got access to 1 Bomb and Pop Thought to Shop.
Yep, that's going to be very good.
And actually Wormcoil Engine in this version.
Oh.
Both of which very good against Jund.
Yep.
And also the...
Shackles is also probably going to be pretty good.
Exactly. Shackles is a very good card. Maybe not able to take over a large Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, but
Able
it'll
to
just about
steal
everything
and
else.
taking Kalita is going to be very key. Now again, we're talking about cards that aren't super common in the Blue Moon deck either. But if you look at their general strategies, I think that Blue Moon it's going to come down to if they can try and keep like a Liliana off the field, something that's going to apply a lot of early pressure or just get them both into a tough spot. And this Inquisition is going to help Peter a lot.
Ooh, I think Eric kept a 1-lander with Serum Visions.
And if I'm Peter, I'm taking that Serum Visions.
Yep.
Because, and you want to talk about how much of a chance
even
Blue Moon
close.
has? I think
Got
that
a
Jund,
lot worse.
very likely Jund just won.
Yeah. Although, I'd like to point out Eric mulliganed and has double bolts.
I mean, I'm a fan of anybody with bolts.
I just, man, if there's an option to tick triggered, that's kind of me right now. Although Eric drew a land off the top, so
Hey,
not bad.
sometimes things work out for you. I'm a little bit surprised. I think he's trying to give him less information, but I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go for it just to give him the option of having a bolt.
Well, I mean, it will come into play tapped. Because it's a Sulphur Falls, not a
Oh, it's a Silver Falls. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, ended up being just a fine play, because he's going to be left with the same mana.
Well, so now you get to say, oh, I totally had it.
Of course.
Yep.
Of course. Now, Peter's not doing anything yet either, but having 2 Blackleaf Cliffs and an Overgrown Tomb, neither player getting proactive yet.
Yeah,
and I think that is putting it into Eric's...
Yeah, the longer this goes, I think Eric's probably favored, because he can just draw some more lands.
Though, now just getting into his 3rd land, in a problematic position, being a land behind, really 2 lands behind, all things considered.
Yeah, but
So-
if there's any deck that can come back from 2 lands behind, it's probably Blue Moon, because of just all the sheer cantrips and removal.
Yeah, and if he finds himself into a Blood Moon, that is going to be absolutely devastating to Peter if he doesn't have an Abrupt Decay up to handle it. Right now, that would just leave him with red and black mana.
I don't think I would remand this.
I think you might just to draw a card. And it guarantees you that you get to remand this turn, because you need to start drawing cards. And even
that's
if
fair.
he does have another play this turn, you
guess.
gotta start hitting things.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I just figured that Scavenging was probably a test spell.
All right. And Daniel Pennington, thanks for joining us. It's been a while since we've seen you, but yeah, we're still in the supply closet. We just got a green screen upgraded a little bit.
Yeah, it's fancy.
It's super fancy. And there is the Vidalcan Shackles. And,
Okay.
Peter, I think he does have an Abrupt Decay, but that at least means that if he ends up getting this Blood Moon, that Abrupt Decay isn't going to be pointed right at that if he does have it. And if he doesn't have the Abrupt Decay, then that Vidalcan Shackles is doing a lot to kind of even up this board as far as what they can do.
And then, crucially, it also locks Peter out of playing any Hot Masters, because The really weird interaction with transform cards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a Culligan's command.
And that is very
Turning
good.
Scavenging Ooze. I think if that was the option, that is the least bad option. It's very odd that Peter would play that since he knows Eric still has a bolt.
Yeah, so it goes for that, takes down the Scavenging Ooze, but really, if you're going to discard a card anyway, forcing him to spend the mana to do it,
Yeah, that's...
at least gives you some options, and if he didn't have anything else to do. But yeah, this is an entirely foiled Jund deck. I'm sure that you guys... It is so much fun just to watch this deck exist.
It's something.
Alright, so... Peter's, and he's going for just a black... Okay, so there's black-green, probably putting down...
Has another remand.
He has a remand, and he also has a bolt.
I think he also has a cryptic.
So, that is pretty interesting.
Yeah, this is... I think if I was Eric, this is exactly how I'd want this to work out.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
now
he
has
can
an
just-
electrolyze.
Yeah, now
he
you can
has
just pass.
and he's still not in a great position.
No, but it's not... He didn't lose the game on the spot.
That's true. And for being basically an underground for the entirety of this game, he's doing a decent job of just...
He's essentially Time Walk Peter 3 times.
Yeah. So, Peter's still in an advantageous position, but both of them... I mean, Peter not getting any past the 5th land drop, so Peter coming close to a position of kind of breaking even.
Yeah.
And this is definitely interesting, and I do have to agree that Peter could have kept back that Scavenging Ooze that he got back with the Kolagon's command for later. Now, this is
bold.
interesting. So, looks like just going to be keeping it alive. And I think Eric just trying to draw a card more than anything.
Yeah, but I think if he wants to draw a card, he could just target Peter.
Yeah, and that really threw me off.
He is floating the Blackleaf Cliffs, the black, through the Twilight Mirror to add green.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on here for everyone that's confused.
Okay.
I saw that ahead of time, don't worry.
Woo! Definitely.
And then, Eric just drew a Blood Moon. So bolt the Scavenging Ooze and then play a Blood Moon.
And with Peter having no options right now, that's going to cut off of a huge amount.
Yeah. And it also locks down this Abrupt Decay in his hand.
Now it leaves him with a lot of... He's got a couple of bolts in hand.
Yeah, I mean...
But he needs to draw basically a basic
forest.
I
think those are Verdant Catacombs.
Yeah. Now he does have a Maelstrom Pulse that he can't cast either because he doesn't have that green mana.
So, basic forest.
So I think he's on 2 burn spells right now, and so much of the pressure that Jund applies on the ground is green based.
Yeah.
So Blue Moon might have just taken this game back under control.
Yeah.
Dropping down another one, having a nice distribution of mana.
I think Eric has a Shackles.
Has a cryptic command.
Oh yeah, that's going to be great.
And, the Shackles in the graveyard, I'm not sure if he has 2 Shackles in the main board. I think we can actually find out if you take a look.
Ooh.
I believe that we have this Blue Moon deck
Sweet
on our tapped out account. If one of our wonderful mods wants to just do ! Tapped out, and you can take a look at what he is running. And he does have 2 Vidalcan Shackles as well as 2 Wormcoil Engine in the main. But this Mom and Pop Thopter Shop. Ooh, and that is going to be huge. I do love calling it the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop.
Yeah, it's a delight.
So there's a bolt going after that Painkir Noir. It's going to disable a lot of the reach that was available to it, but that still is basically the red Lingering Souls, and against Jund, that's extremely effective.
Yeah, I think at points it might even be better than Lingering Souls.
At some point.
At some points, not a whole lot of points, I grant you, but some of them.
Yeah, and I love that Dora added, or someone added a Mom and Pop Thopter Shop command.
Yeah.
That might have been you?
That was me.
That was you. Okay.
I try to do some stuff.
So a pass back from Peter, who is going down in life, now down to 18.
Oh, tapping out, I don't like this.
Tapping out against it is dangerous, but I don't think that it's fully wrong.
I mean, he has to draw, what, Basic Forest?
Basic Forest.
To wreck you over on this. I don't know. I'm maybe a little too conservative.
And running out the second Blood Moon seems scary when that Maelstrom Pulse exists. Yeah. I think he was doing, trying to prevent the Abrupt Decay, and he's kind of picking his battle because the Maelstrom Pulse is a 1-of, whereas the Abrupt Decay, more. I think, what are we looking at as far as those... Oh, we're looking at the Blue Moon list right now. Jund is also on that tapped out, but...
That is a Bloodstained Mire. Okay.
Okay, so...
This is very, very... This is exactly how Richard Garfield intended this game to be played, right?
Pretty much.
Someone can't cast spells. The
All
other
we
one's
need is a
attacking with 2
Planeswalker and
elements.
more mythic rarities.
Oh, there's a Basic Forest.
So the basic up, and now Peter has some choices to make because he has a Maelstrom Pulse, might just be pointing them both at this, but Eric has the Cryptic Command.
Yep.
So whatever happens, he's now buying himself a turn. And
Tarmogoyf.
goes for the Tarmogoyf.
Interesting.
So we are seeing, and it looks like tapping for this Cryptic Command. Probably going to bounce it, and
No, just counter draw.
yeah, and that's really interesting to me because that he didn't go for that sooner. If Eric is able to get into, let's see what kind of lands that he is running because.
Oh, and he got punished for the counter on that because he just drew a spell snare.
Now that's not going to be ended.
Honestly, I think I might have just let the Goyf resolve.
Yeah, I think the Goyf was fine.
Just because you have 2 blockers.
And you have a Vidalcan Shackles.
Oh yeah, that too.
And now it probably was larger than that. We have
The
instant
Shackles-
sorcery, land, creature. So yeah, it would have been larger
I
actually.
think it's a.
Actually, it might just be 3 if there's no sorcery.
Well,
right
there's
now.
an artifact because of the shackles.
Oh, and there's an Inquisition, I think, from the early game. So
Yeah,
never
but,
mind.
Eric has 5 islands.
He has got. Oh, he does. So yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting to counter that when you had the Vidalcan Shackles and just could have taken it over.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
So that throws me off a little bit. Peter's still in an interesting
And
position.
if I was Peter, I'd just say, "Do you have a counter spell? Because I'm going to blow up the Blood Moons."
But seems to be passing it back, and I thought he had a Maelstrom Pulse in hand.
I think he has an Abrupt Decay, so he's going to probably try to Abrupt Decay.
So going to
okay.
bolt one of them. The spell spinner doesn't work on that, so
That's
Peter maybe just taking
accurate.
1 life. And Blue Moon, I think what we're seeing is that Blue Moon not able to apply a whole lot of pressure with his current hand, and that's one of the problems, is that he has a huge opportunity right now, and just not able to use it, but I think I do see the... So he's using another bolt, and I think I did see him draw a Maelstrom Pulse, but I'm still very confused as to why we aren't seeing
Yeah, I think.
getting rid of that from Eric.
I mean, this maybe it's a little bit of, well, we know their hands, so it might skew it a little. But at the same time, I just want to try to fire this off as quickly as possible. If you have a Snapcaster, you have a Snapcaster. If you have a Cryptic Command, you have a Cryptic Command.
And even though it's unlikely, and we know that there isn't one in there, I'd be worried about I'd be worried about Ghost Quarter. All right, so
It's still fun though.
My backpack is actually.
we have got. There would have been 5 votes, and there is the Maelstrom Pulse getting fired off. Now we find out if Eric has got a counter spell for that, and I think he's got a Dispel and a Spell Snare.
That's a Spell Snare and a Mana Leak.
Oh, okay. And a Mana Leak, not gonna do it.
Yeah, I think
Might
it's double
fire it
Burst
off.
Lightning though.
So, and I think that is. I just can't really agree with using that Cryptic Command so early
I
on a
can't
card
either.
that you could have taken over. And I think that that's an unfortunate play. May have just gotten too focused on that's one of their threats. I want to get the value and draw a card here. So that Maelstrom Pulse is going to take this off. Not the end of the game. It just means that we're back at kind of a board state where they're both at even mana.
Yep.
Eric still very much has some options. Those 2 Burst Lightnings presenting 8 damage.
Yeah.
And that's
And then
so really just needs to
this-
take. Ooh, and this plus probably going to be taken down. I'm guessing the Mana Leak.
Well, I mean, you may as well just cast the Mana Leak to tap him out, but that's bold.
And it's actually going to force him to.
Can't tap Misty Rainforest for mana. Misty Rainforest doesn't tap for mana anymore. It's not an island. Thank you.
So that is going to tap him out. It's going to mean that if this Liliana resolves, then he's going to be discarding his Spell Snare. But with 2 Burst Lightnings, that means that Peter will have to fetch twice to shock it. And that means that your Burst Lightnings are going to put him down to 1. But he's okay with that.
That's
and just losing it. So that's
bold.
probably the most effective Mana Leak that I've ever seen when your opponent has,
has 3 mana up to pay for it.
well, even just has 9 lands. And there is a fully kicked Burst Lightning, putting him down to 7.
That is doing its best Fire Blast impression.
Okay. So,
Although, funny enough, if Eric went for the Mana Leak and Peter paid for it, he would have to take 2 because they're both fetches.
yeah,
And-
exactly. And that puts him 1 away from
Well,
the Burst
no,
Lightning kick.
and it's very likely that Peter doesn't have
Enough
more
basics. So might have actually
So,
shocked and
yeah.
gotten the kill that way.
Yeah. So maybe that's actually the better play here.
Mm-hmm. Burst Lightning or Foil Goy. Well, both of them are on the battlefield, or at least on the table right now.
Yep. They're both they're both in decks today.
So,
If did that actually?
that's a mom and pop Aftershock. That's a P and Kieran Millar, and
Yep.
I think even after casting that, he's got enough to go for that burst lightning.
Yeah, I think so too.
So this is going to force Peter to have some kind of reaction, and no matter what he does, Eric still has got, if he fetches at all, goes for a shock, then this burst lightning is going to close out the game extremely fast. And I think that this game 1 is going to Eric, despite what I think was possibly at least a non-ideal play for that cryptic command.
It was ambitious on the cryptic command.
It was ambitious. I like that. That's a great way to put it.
But his ambitions were broken, unfortunately.
Okay. So, Peter, at kind of a decision point, because really those fetches are a liability right now. And the problem is that if he chooses to restrict himself and just stay on those, then he's also putting himself at risk as just dying to this mom and pop Opto Shop.
Yep.
Which... So, we've got 1 going down to 6.
I think he's going to start... I mean, he might have he might have another basic swamp.
Might have 1 more basic swamp. We can certainly find out, actually. So, let's take a quick look, see if we can find it before
1 more
he
basic
fetches.
swamp.
Yep, and going for it.
So, I think Peter has a Terminate, which is not going to be bad.
It's not going to be bad, but... I mean...
He terminates the... Okay.
And what
Is
have
he
we
not
got?
terminate? Oh, okay. He's thinking about it.
I mean, it's possible that he runs like a Jun Charm in the main and might just be wondering, if you draw the Jun Charm, then you don't even need it.
Yeah, but if you draw the Jun Charm, you're basically just giving him 2 free damage. And if you do it now, you're forcing him to make a choice.
Okay, I can get behind that. Hello to Back Now, and hello to everybody else who's just joining Detox. I think you are brand new to our chat, so welcome, thank you, and I hope you're enjoying it. We'll introduce ourselves between games. So Peter, just going for the untap, and I wasn't able to see what he drew. Looks, we do see a Terminate there.
Land.
But we're tapping 3 mana, so maybe a Liliana? Oh no, okay. Maybe just rearranging some of it.
If you drew a Huntmaster, this game's not over.
True, a Huntmaster would be very good.
Oh, is this Kalidas? That's Kalidas.
And a Kalidas, while good, I don't think that it's enough.
Yeah.
Right now...
He's just going to steal it with Shackles.
Exactly. You're looking at...
I mean, Eric has to realize it, which is fair.
Theft by Shackles, a very good point. Now, here's an interesting thing, is that if Eric waits until his turn to steal it, it will have Summoning Sickness.
Yep.
But if he steals it before the end step and does the Burst Lightning on his turn, he will be able to swing with it.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting little thought.
Eric should definitely respond by taking Cletus.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, taking the Cletus in response to that Terminate, taking it, and might even just fire off.
I think it's just fine as it is. And, you actually...
I mean, but it's the 2 damage. Right now, your Burst Lightning
you put him dead on board.
Yeah, so he's dead on board in more than one way. And the fact that Peter is still not conceding when there is 4 power facing him down. Okay, so he's he's picking it up.
I think Peter's only line was that Eric untaps his Shackles accidentally.
Possibly, but that's only based on what you're aware of. The Burst Lightning in his hand said otherwise.
Well, I mean, you got to play to your outs.
Exactly. So, looks like that was a pretty solid game 1. We're going to be seeing at least 1 or 2.
Very surprising outcome from the opening turn of the game.
Mm-hmm. But thank you for joining us. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If this is your first time joining our stream, let us know. That's something that we like to, welcome people by name if we can. But
definitely.
If you are shy or just unable to interact with the chat, hello. If you're brand new, it is very exciting to have you. I hope you do enjoy this and hit that follow button. We do it 3 times a week. And also, just to toss out another quick reminder, we have got a Modern Grand Prix trial happening a week and a half from now. On Saturday, March 26th.
Yeah.
I'm excited. In the schedule, our Saturdays are normally 6 o'clock p.m. for Modern, but on that Saturday, the 26th of March, it'll be starting at noon, 6 hours previously. I hope you all join us for what will be 5 to 6 rounds of Modern, plus a cut to top 8. That means that Coleman and I have volunteered.
Yep, we volunteered as tribute.
To basically sit back here in this fairly cramped closet for 8 to 9 hours.
Hopefully a pizza shows up.
Maybe
it's just more sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
But can't complain too much.
And as always, if you are brand new, one of the things that we do like, and one of the things that I think sets us apart, is one, we're trying to interact with you as much as we possibly can, while also being able to do what we're trying to do. But also, we'd like your feedback, and we try to take it and put it into effect if we can.
Yeah.
So if you are brand new and you have some things that you might have to suggest for us, let me know on Twitter at RedBaronMTG, or also on Reddit.
Yep.
If you ever see me or just want to find me on there. RedBaronMTG on there as well. Any kind of way to improve this is always good. Keep in mind, though, that we are working on a budget of significantly in the red, because we started with 0, and it's basically just spending money since.
Started 0 and probably a slope downward.
So, if you guys are interested, however, in helping out in whatever way that you can, there is a donate button at the very bottom of the page through PayPal. And to Duro, that is actually unfortunate to hear that there was, because I knew that there was a lot of drama, and it seemed like in some ways he handled it fairly well.
Yeah, I think I also would have taken the foil boy.
I think almost anyone would, and like they were mentioning, the biggest thing that made it a controversy is that he's an established player who is expected to go for the right play.
Yeah, but still, you're already qualified for the Pro Tour at this point.
A foil glyph is a foil glyph.
Yeah, you take the foil glyph.
And his statement afterward, where he was talking about how, he has to pay to participate in this game.
It's fair. I mean, these people are human too.
Mm-hmm. It definitely makes sense to me. Started 0 and went down. Sounds like the story of every Magic player.
Well, if you add a 2 in front of the 0, that's the story of every Magic player. Start at 20 and go down.
Nice. This guy, he's got jokes.
I try.
He's got some jokes. But it has definitely been an exciting time, and I certainly don't regret doing whatever we can to keep this going, because it's been an absolute blast.
Yeah.
So, the top 8 next week. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Duro, that's super cool that you actually know Pascal Maynard. I hope he's a super cool guy. He always kind of seems like one.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite players.
So, very cool. Let him know about us. We
Yeah.
love some support from established people.
It's awesome.
Not asking or anything,
No,
but
totally not plugging here.
all right. And to Fireball 1026. I'm not sure if we get to see you very often,
Yeah.
but thank you for the compliment. We always appreciate.
May your X's always be more than 10.
May your X's always be more than 10.
Yeah,
I love it.
Fireball.
Oh, great point. Great point. Maybe Banefires too.
Ooh, that's a good
Yeah.
one. It's probably the best Fireball.
May there always be a channel in front of you.
There we go. That's better.
Oh man. I have way too much fun doing this.
Yeah, this is...
I have way too much fun doing this. I can't tell you guys how much I look forward to this. At the end of the stream on Saturday, I basically thought, I was like, man, there are 4 days until the next... I can't stand this.
Oh.
Or I guess 3, but
Yeah, that's kind of...
3.5. But that's exactly... I was like, man, I've got to... The gap between Saturday to Thursday is just backbreaking to me as far as like me wanting to do this.
It can do that sometimes.
All right, so a Bloodstained Mire from Peter, starting off the game. No fetch yet, so no hand disruption this time. It looks like Eric following up with his own fetch land, a Misty Rainforest.
Yep.
Pretty much only needs to grab blue lands. So, and it's you basically use it as an extra for Scalding Turn. So if you're looking at building the deck, you pretty much just need blue fetch.
Yeah, definitely. You could also play deltas. I think you should probably play. If it was up to me, I would play Flooded Strand.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you have the running thing of, oh, I'm just gonna kill you with Kiki Chord Restoration Angel because I have white.
That's true.
Out of the Blue Moon deck.
It at least presents a Kiki Chord win. So that is a pretty interesting.
You could
thing.
also just play 2, 2, 2, and 2, which is my favorite. Actually, now that I think about it.
All right. And thoughts on Armageddon's honorable mention for top 8 mages? I honestly don't quite...
Armageddon, but Armageddon.
Right.
So Channel Fireball does the top 8 every week.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see it, but that's pretty
yeah.
clever. I'll give it... For clever points, I'll always accept cleverness.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either, but I assume everyone loves Meddling Mage.
Yeah, I like Meddling Mage. So, a Dark Confidant from Peter is going to start accruing a lot of value.
Azure Mage should have gotten more love.
Yeah, and Peter being a lot more cautious, you'll notice that he is fetching for basics, going for a basic swamp, and then a basic forest, or possibly the other order, but basically going for these really fetching specific for it.
I think I'd go after that forest since you know he has a second swamp.
Yeah, and I think possibly trying to play around the Liliana.
Okay, that's probably fair.
While I'm not convinced that it's the right one, so he's going to flip an Inquisition off of that Dark Confidant, A little bit unfortunate there, but we do
It's
know
a
that he has
bit
the
of a
means to do
shame
it.
you only have a swamp there.
And let's go ahead and put the records in front of him, because these players are both 2-0.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Yeah. Got some leaders here.
Look at that.
So, getting in with the Dark Confidant,
I like
a little
it.
bit interesting.
Although-
And
Yeah, I really like this attack. It's probably...
it's a free attack,
Yeah.
all things considered.
Well, it's not free. Eric could have a Phyrexian mana spell. That's always something you have to worry about.
Theoretically, but none that
Not-
change
yeah.
based on your attack.
I was going to say, you could have a... Yeah, I got nothing. Never mind.
The big thing that I think is interesting is that Peter is saving his land drop for post-combat,
Yeah.
which strikes me as very odd.
Should be at 17, right?
I imagine so.
Correct the fetch.
And I think that they are going to fix that. But if not, if you could ask them to, that would be stellar. All
Bob
right.
attacked, right? So you're at 17? Thank you.
All right, so they are updating that down to 17, and Peter down to 16, taking one off of that Inquisition. And
Change that around. Up.
dang it! I think I even typed it, and then I moved on, and I forgot to hit the save button. I'm sorry. I'll get better on that. I will
I'll
get
just-
better on that. Thank you, everybody, to Counter Guy and Surfer.
The old Ambush Viper, because you have nothing to flashback yet.
Yeah. So, 2 Snapcaster Mages. We also have a Batterskull here, and that's going to be nice, but it looks like going for...
Yeah, the Snapcaster.
I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of option.
I mean, you could take Remand.
You could take Remand, but if you take the Remand, you're still giving him the Remand and a 2/1 creature.
That's... If you're going to play Scavenging Ooze, I think I might have also taken the Remand, because it's really good against the Snapcaster. But that's probably a little bit too bold.
2 Echoes, that's fair enough.
Yep, Marrow Shards.
So,
See it, love it. It
Yeah.
is life.
and the Scavenging Ooze is going to be nice. Not particularly phenomenal.
No, but it's going to be okay.
Yeah, and especially with there being a Snapcaster Mage in there,
You got to present your threats.
and it's going to prevent just some of the same kind of reach that we saw from Eric with those Burst Lightnings.
Well, it would have.
Yeah, and it would have.
But that is the way of creatures against Lightning Bolt.
And the odd thing is that we saw that Lightning Bolt go for that over the Dark Confidant, and that's very surprising to me.
Yeah.
And there is an Ancient Grudge,
So no shackles.
no Batterskull.
Yeah.
So taking 2 off of that, and Peter now well equipped to deal with both that Batterskull and anything else that comes up.
Yep.
And that's a pretty solid position. Eric had a very big disadvantage in this game too.
Yeah.
Okay. So, heading, dropping down another one, and we are seeing, okay, a Kitchen Finks, and I like that. It's a nice resilient threat. It's going to get around a lot of this
Yeah,
removal.
I do
but
too.
And I think Eric is very likely going to be mana leaking this, but he does have the
He
remand.
should probably be remanding it.
And a remand is going to be good. It's going to draw him into other things. If he has a mana leak, this is something that I might want to use a mana leak on, because
Yeah.
that's a really good card.
As for what the best card to die with a Bob Flip, was it the 14 mana untap all artifacts?
Personally, I'm a big fan of dying to Bolt on the
No,
flip.
it's not bad. It's not bad.
If I'm going to go out, it's going to be to a Bolt, whether I'm of my doing or my opponent's.
It's like 12 blue affinity for artifacts, untap all artifacts.
Mm-hmm. However, other things that might be good, a Stormcrow, really
Stormcrow,
solid.
Yeah. Ultimate Price is another good one.
Ultimate Price, I liked that. Who was
Yeah.
it? HC Fox
Yeah.
mentioned
There
Ultimate
you go.
Price. Scornful Egotist. Now that's hilarious, actually.
Blightsteel, it's not bad. Of course, there's a classic Emrakul.
So there is another of those Burst Lightnings going for the Dark Confidant, and just for the no kicker this time, just dealing 2 damage to it. So the board now cleared. Peter and pretty much both players somewhat at parity. Peter not having any access to red mana currently, which is probably cutting off. It is actually keeping that Ancient Grudge in check.
Yeah, although I think he has a blood card to his hand.
Okay. So we have got, looks like 2 mana,
Three
or
mana.
I'm sorry, 3 mana for that Kitchen Finks. Going for it again, and this time it will resolve, going up to 16.
Yeah.
So that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Ooh, a Gut Shot.
Gut Shot, that's a good one.
Easter Island statue, that is probably my favorite one.
Self-inflicted wound,
Ooh.
that's a good one.
These are good. Keep
Yeah.
them up.
Yeah, I
have,
love these.
If you guys have more of these things to name, best things to die off of.
No, get him back.
So a Dark Confidant again coming in, and a Bolt going for it.
Ooh.
So
Is Eric trying to set up an anger?
I think Eric is trying to
Well, if he
set
set
up
up
a
a-
sweeper of some kind.
Well, if he had an anger, I don't think he'd want to bolt the things because he can still. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty... Because now, maybe a Pyroclasm
Yeah.
could be really solid right now.
I don't think you'd have Pyroclasm in the deck anymore.
No. Man, it just... Oh, okay, so there's just another burst lighting and just seems to be really prioritizing taking care of that.
Okay.
And it is really odd to see Eric continually choosing other things over the Dark Confidant when that is one of the biggest things in this matchup, and I feel like that's giving Peter a huge edge.
Yeah,
Because it draws him to the lands, first of all, the basic lands.
Yeah.
It gets him his Abrupt Decays, his Maelstrom Pulses, his Lilianas of the Veil, which that possibility very good against Eric.
Yeah, I think this time, I think you need to fight the card advantage war other than the threat war.
Yeah, I have to agree. Because once you land, some of your threats, that Ancient Grudge was at least somewhat preventable.
Yeah.
He would have drawn into it eventually. So it's not
so
really worth making that argument. But when you are trying to get to a Wormcoil Engine and a Batterskull, things like that, I'm less worried about those threats in the short term. I'd rather use my left as a resource and really just keep him from having such a high grip of cards and continually playing those threats.
And also keeping the burst lightning around means you could just 1-for-1 the Liliana right now.
That's a great point. So, Eric getting +5 at Liliana.
Discarding the red source, although he put a Catacomb, so that might not be anything.
Yeah. Actually, no. Oh, yeah, he does have that Catacomb. Sorry, I looked at the Overgrown Tomb.
Yeah, they look. The new Overgrown Tomb look pretty similar.
Mm-hmm. I tried to talk and breathe in at the same time. Sorry about that. And it looks like a bolt from Eric. Not fully sure what it's targeting.
Oh, he's going after the Bob and
Okay.
it's Golgari Charmed.
So to regenerate it in response, I like it. Rabid Mountain Goats takes the win.
Angel's Grace.
Angel's Grace is pretty funny.
That's a pretty good one.
So interesting. Not one of you don't often get to see a Golgari Charm used for regenerate.
That's very true.
And I like it there. It wasn't a great trade as far as mana cost goes, but when Peter is keeping alive something that has just been taking this game over, I'm okay with it.
I think you're in Protect the Queen mode right now, and the Queen is Dark Confidant.
Yeah, and when you combine a Dark Confidant with a Liliana Plus ability, that is a huge amount of advantage to where now instead of drawing an extra card every turn, it means that just your opponent discards an extra card every turn. To where you're breaking parity and you get to pick the best card.
I mean, Punishing Fire was banned for its one of the interactions with Liliana too, and like this is just a better Punishing Fire.
I mean, I don't want to say a better Punishing Fire.
I think it's a better Punishing Fire, but
I would say that Dark Confidant is better than Punishing Fire, but I don't think that it has the same way to just act as like creature removal and damage. In this particular situation,
it's also a 2/1.
It's also a 2/1.
It can block.
Okay. I'll accept it. And a Kolagon's command looks like going for
the Finks.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And with Eric being at 6 after that 2 damage,
just put him on a 2-turn clock. I guess.
Exactly.
Although if that was the case, I think I would want to get back the Scavenging Ooze.
Ooh.
Because he might actually be dead next turn. Depends on how many green sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Be 7.
It would be 7, but this one is at least a lot more resilient to any of the things that Eric might be running. So this one make sure that you have either a 2-turn or a 3-turn clock. And it's again, it's kind of
Wormcoil is a great one.
Now that Wormcoil is going to help, and Peter.
Actually, I think it doesn't matter.
He may have used that Verdant, but if he doesn't have a red source, if he used that Verdant for that Overgrown Tomb, I think it's behind the mount. I think he might have actually used it. Oh, and actually, never mind. The minus is going to be nice, but he's going to get the 2 tokens.
He has, I think... Oh, he has the Stomping Ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So...
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I don't think he searched up another Overgrown Tomb.
No. So he does have the Stomping Ground, uses it on the, I believe, the one with Death Touch.
Mm-hmm. I think it doesn't matter.
It does. Or, I'm sorry, I would go for the one with Lifelink, actually.
Well, he's going to Ancient Grudge them both.
Oh, because he's got enough.
So he's got enough.
I was thinking, why would you Ancient Grudge one? No, just nails them both, move on.
Yeah. Just minus, kill, you get 2 dudes, cool, I'm going to kill them both.
I'm an Affinity player. I don't like to think about how good that card is. But I'm also a Burn player, and I do like to think about how good that card is.
Ooh, Horribly Awry. That's a good one.
That's a really solid one. Now I'm not even sure if I can come up with something better than what's already been said.
Yeah.
Angel's Grace might be the funniest one, like not based on name, but just based on situation.
Yeah.
Maybe a Platinum Angel? A Platinum Angel or a Platinum Imperium?
No, Platinum Imperium. I think that's probably my favorite.
That's a really solid one to go with.
I think One with Nothing.
That's a really good one. Tossing this out. Great image. I don't think that I've seen you in our chat before.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
My apologies if we have, but the fact that we're at 140 means that there are very likely some brand new people in this chat. So let's take a quick moment. First of all, great image. Thank you for joining. I want to personally welcome you.
Yep.
And to anyone else who wants to mention that they're brand new. But my name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It's in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. Pretty soon we'll be talking about, timely reinforcements.
Timely
is
reinforcements.
Funny. These are so funny. You guys are funny. I like this.
These are great.
These are really good.
Abandon hope.
But you guys are all fantastic. And if you do want to hit that follow button if you're brand new, please do. It's great having you. And we're hoping to grow this stream over time. Always having a blast with it. Looks like we've gotten a couple new, not quite as many as I would hope. But that's, of course, I'm an eternal optimist, so I'm still thinking that we're in a good position for the rest of the night. But, one thing to consider is that I'm hoping that a lot of these 135-ish people are brand new. But if these are all regulars, then that might almost that almost has a good thing in itself. Because when we were averaging, around 70, we're 3 weeks after that, and if we're averaging up to 135, we're in round 3 right now. And if that's all regulars, then that might almost be good in its own right. So, you guys are all fantastic. Thank you so much for being a part of this and continually supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. I just thought of one.
What do
you flip ambitions cost?
Is that a card?
Yeah, it's 3 and a black. I think it's target player, or you draw 3 cards and you lose 3 life.
Ooh, what about price of progress?
Ooh, that's a good one too. Yeah.
I like HC Fox saying candy better than
Alicia who smiles at death.
I like that.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Was it Death Denied?
Ooh, Death Denied is a really good one.
Death Shadow.
Death Shadow.
Basically, any card with death in it is probably a good flip.
That's reasonable. Yeah, I like that one. Doomblade isn't particularly better than anything else, but just because it dies to Doomblade now applies to you.
Yeah, that's true. I saw Murder in the chat. That's not bad.
That's definitely not a bad one. Hero's Downfall?
Hero's Downfall, it's a good one too.
I think someone else might have mentioned that one, though.
Do another Bob. Greatness at any cost.
Always good. Man, I like you guys. You guys are all awesome. Great. So, heading into a Game 3 now, Eric on the play this time, and that's going to help out a lot. He has a lot of hands,
cards. How do you die off a Slaughter Pact?
Slaughter Pact. Oh, that is great. But I think that one of those things, being on the play means that he gets able to maybe go for those serum visions a little bit sooner. He's able to maybe accelerate into that Blood Moon. If he can get it early when Peter's only on that 2 mana, that means they either had to completely not develop his play, or, he's blown out, and that gives him a lot less time to dig into those lands that he needs. So that could also be really good. But we're in a situation in which I think Eric is in a decent position for this one.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and to the people wondering, we have got a date for Modern No Ban List. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to toss out and then we'll talk about it in a little bit, but April 24th. I'll be sure to add it to our thing, but we've got a Modern No Ban List coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
It's going to be amazing. Modern No Ban List is a lot of fun. I'm sure I'll be doing the commentary for it. That's 2 days after my birthday, actually.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Afterlife, another great one.
Ooh, and that's a Sunday, which means that my birthday is on a Friday, which means that I'll be streaming Legacy on my birthday. Clearly, I'm a cool guy. But if you guys were hoping for some more Modern No Ban List, I have been bugging Dylan, and now we've got it scheduled.
Hey, we found some place you can play Splintered Twin.
Yep, and so Ascribe to the Top by Eric here, and playing down a Misty Rainforest. Okay. So Peter heading into his turn, an early hand disruption is going to be very good, and I think that's what we're about to see with the Thoughtseize.
That's going to be good. I think there's a Batter Skull in Eric's hand.
So we have got a Spreading Seas, a Batter Skull, and a Remand. If I'm Peter, I might be thinking about this Spreading Seas, actually.
Yeah, me too. He has the Ancient Grudge in his hand, so he doesn't need to worry about that Batter Skull.
Yeah, that Batter Skull not going to be super concerning, and I'd much rather not have to deal with that Spreading Seas. Now, if he goes for the Remand, then that
Spreading Seas is going to get cast immediately.
Yes, and it also tells me that his mana base is fine. He probably has at least 2 fetch lands in hand. He'll just be being a little bit picky about going for the ones that he's going to need, going for that green and black basic lands. So I guess it's going to start signaling a little bit there. Okay. Looks like the foil gem deck isn't even double sleeved. It is double sleeved.
Yeah, it's definitely double sleeved.
It is certainly double sleeved.
Yeah.
Alright, what set are Peter's lands from? I'm not quite sure, but Zappelbloom, you're brand new. Welcome. It's really cool to have you.
His basics are from Unhinged.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the basics are from Unhinged. That particular one is from Scars?
Scars, yeah.
Yeah, so that's from Scars. So hopefully that helps a bit. I'm not quite sure what you are.
Yeah.
And goes for the C. So I definitely think that was the correct play.
Yeah, I think so too.
Alright. And what have we got here?
If I was Peter, I might just wait for a while until you can start playing 2 spell a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you just have another Thoughtseize, that's also really good.
Another Thoughtseize is really solid. And we do have a Kiki Chord Nalar in the hand, and I think that might be the one that gets taken within the remand.
I think I might actually remand this.
I might, because it really forces him to choose.
Mm-hmm.
And, it makes him just spend more mana to do, to get that information.
I don't think remand's getting much better here.
Yeah, and be able to keep them potentially, if you don't know if he has a second land.
Yeah, definitely.
And Peter not revealing that information yet, and I think he might have been trying to bait out this remand, all things considered.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think it's the wrong play for Eric to do it,
No.
but I think Peter was actually trying to bait out this remand. Because if he had played his land, I'm not sure if we would have seen the same thing from Eric here.
I mean, remand's basically acting as Think Twice here, only without the flashback.
And to Zappelbloom, I'm glad we could help.
Awesome.
Thank you for joining. I do hope that you are hitting that follow button if you have not already. You're awesome.
Yeah.
I know it.
You cool.
So taking the Kiki Chord Nalar, I do enjoy that one. And Doro doing above and beyond. Doro, always an incredible mod.
Yep.
Cannot appreciate him enough. One of these days, I'm going to have to do an entire stream that's just Doro Appreciation Day. I don't know how I'll do it yet.
You should not mention that on the internet.
Oh. I always do this. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
But, well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. So, heading into Eric's turn, so not a whole lot from either player. They seem to be slipping back into the reactive situation here.
Yeah. Which is probably fine for Eric, but if I was Peter, I think I'd probably want to put more pressure on.
With Peter not doing a whole lot, he's got a solid removal suite. Mm-hmm. I think one of the big things is that being the aggressor is just going to be hard for him to keep pace with Peter.
Yeah. Although he's not playing the Bob, which is weird.
Yeah, he seems to be very cautious with this, and I think it's because Eric is now in a position of having enough mana that Peter needs to be careful about.
I think it might be because he has a Golgari Charm in his hand, and he just wants to have that up at all times.
Maybe to take down Kiki Chord if he draws into
I think he just wants to be able to regenerate his guy.
True.
So
once it goes up, and that's going to really give him a huge amount of just card draw. If he plays out the Star Confidant and then is able to regenerate it through at least a single removal spell, that's going to be excellent.
Oh, especially if he has the land.
Alright, where's that Reddit promise accountability command?
That's not a command that anyone has entered yet.
Yeah, we have not added that one, but I am on Reddit, so I guess, I don't know, find me on there. And honestly, I'm not familiar with that, but I'll do my best. Usually people do a good job of keeping me honest.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me on Twitter and bug me if I haven't done it yet. How about that? That's one way to do it. So...
I guess that's fair. You want to hold up the Golgari Charm to kill the Bloodmoon.
Because it hits an enchantment.
Yep.
That is definitely
I guess that's
true.
fair.
So he's got both an Ancient Grudge and a Golgari Charm in hand, which means that basically the main haymakers of Eric are at risk, especially since he also has an Ancient Grudge that he flipped, or at least revealed at one point. I think we just saw it in his hand.
We saw it in his hand.
Okay, that was it. So he isn't aware that he has it. But
No.
basically, Peter's hand, and that's probably one of the reasons why we haven't seen him get very proactive,
Yeah,
is
probably.
that he's got a hand that is just going to basically annihilate the haymakers of Eric.
Yeah, and this is exactly the type of game that Dark Confidant's going to be great at.
Mm-hmm. And the biggest problem here is just things like a Kiki Chord Nalar, which at least doesn't get cleanly beat by any of those, but that certainly doesn't leave in a favorable position. He'd end up casting a 4-mana 2/2 after that Golgari Charm.
I mean, 4-mana 2/2s are not the worst things in the world.
Not the worst thing in the world, but certainly not ideal. Okay.
Eric's going to go for the Blood Moon.
We actually don't have a whole Who's Coleman. We'll have to work on that.
Apparently Doro promised that this would happen soon.
Alright, so, and there is the Blood Moon from Eric. Now, if he's got a counterspell right now,
Oh,
that's
he just
gonna
has
be
a
nice.
decay.
But that Abrupt
That's
Decay is
gonna
going to
be
do
really
nicely. And that means that we also are aware of a pretty solid amount of
Ooh,
what's
that
in his hand.
Liliana is going to be really good.
The Liliana is going to be good, but at least it puts him to a position where Eric's out is slowly becoming Draw the Burn.
Yeah,
He was-
just draw better than your opponent.
Yeah, and he's put himself down to 11, which means that Burst Lightning's very live right now because he can deal 4 damage with each of those. And he's running 3 of those. He's running 4 bolts. He's running 2 electrolytes, which aren't great, but they're decent. You toss on top of that he's got 4 Snapcaster Mages, and he has a decent burn suite that he could just start trying to wear down people with. So, a swing for 2 from Eric, going down to 13. Alright.
Thank you, Dora.
Want it to be good or likable? Is that about
The command.
The
I would
command?
assume.
Oh, okay.
It's. I'm not super worried about it. It'll happen when it happens.
And here's where we're going to see this Ancient Grudge be so good. Now it's going to have slightly less value than we saw previously, in which it's still going to leave him with a 3/3, but with that Liliana sitting at 4.
Yeah, I think I'd be. Honestly, I think I might just not
go
do anything.
Really?
Yeah. I just if you have a terminate, this makes a lot more sense.
And now you... Okay, and you
yeah.
can just keep right on plussing up that Liliana.
Definitely.
Use the Ancient Grudge to take on both of those tokens and just keep swinging for 2. The unfortunate bit is that still leaves... And continually just knocking it out of the park with these bob flips. And I think he actually drew another lane there. So still not getting a huge amount of threats.
Black card. Oh, Maelstrom Pulse is great.
So actually, fun thing, Maelstrom Pulse is able to take down both of those targets. I don't think that that's the right call though, because you have a tool that's much more specific to those that you can use. And I'd like it to say, he's
hit a bolt.
A bolt, and I don't think that...
I don't think you can pass this up.
See,
I honestly don't.
See, and I kind of prefer using the Ancient Grudge because... You know, that Ancient Grudge is going to be really good against those, and you may not need the Ancient Grudge, but that Maelstrom Pulse is going to answer so many other things.
The Grudge does check the, Shackles at instant speed.
At instant speed is a little bit relevant. I'm not sure how relevant, but now that he has a Glyph, that's going to be a decent point because he does have those 5 islands, which would have been tick off probably most... There is an enchantment in there, so instant sorcerer, creature, land, enchantment... And
I would have played that land if I was Eric. There's no reason not to play the land there.
I think mostly just as his discard option.
Yeah. If you have a counter spell, it's going to get plussed anyway. You may as well play the land.
Yeah, maybe trying to bluff something, or possibly just forgot that it was about to get stripped out.
Yeah, it's also possible.
But this is an extremely good start, and I think John's just taking this game.
I think Peter should have discarded probably maybe the Ancient Grudge, so that way he could activate the Raging Ravine and play the Coif.
Okay. I can...
I don't think it's going to be super relevant, but...
I don't think that he's in a huge rush.
No, I don't think so either, but this is... we got a 6/7 Coif. It's only 2 away from...
from maximum?
Yeah.
Just need Tribal and...
that Liliana's on 6. So you could see a 7/8.
Okay. So, just need Tribal and Planeswalker, and I did forget about that Wurmcoil Engine acting as an artifact, which is very, very good.
There's also
a...
He has a Banish Cold in the graveyard too.
Yep. But Peter definitely...
I mean, the game's over right now, so...
Yep. So, offering the hand,
Yep.
and that is the end, and actually it looks like that took up pretty much the whole round.
Yeah, it was actually a really good round.
Yeah, these players paced themselves very nicely for us. So, let's go ahead and head on back. We will say hi now. Let's ask... Can you think of a good question for them, Mr. Coleman? As we head back
what is your favorite modern deck?
I like it. What is your favorite modern deck? And we will see you back in the booth. Transition. I would actually be pretty curious to see Champaka asking how many cards did Peter draw from there.
It's probably got to be at least 10.
I'd be curious
over
to
the course
see how
of 2
many
rounds.
cards he drew over the course of all 3 games as
Yeah.
well. Because that was insane how
Yeah.
many cards he was able to get off of that. So, welcome. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We hope you are enjoying the show. Looks like right now some people tossing out. I see Affinity. I can agree with back now. Gamer Zach, liking Red Green Eldrazi. You're a brave man to admit it, but I
Yeah.
appreciate it. I'm not sure if we've seen Gamer Zach on the stream
That's
before.
true.
Thanks for joining us. It's really good to have you. Can we go ahead and
Perfect
mention?
pod.
I love it. Anything that combos out. And talking about Legendary should be one just so Glyph can become a thing. You know, it's possible that we will see a card type. And, so, okay, time to ask you guys. Do you guys want the finals or new decks? Because the finals will be Bryce and Peter, which is the Kiki Control and the
Yeah.
Jund that we have already seen. And we also, there's a deck that is very favorite. So, if you guys have a preference, because we're heading into the finals, if you would like to see something else and then maybe move to the finals, if we can catch that, let us know.
Lantern versus Eggs is also not happening for a couple of reasons.
Yep. So, let us know. We'll try and get something. And we're going to have to answer fairly quick, though.
Yeah. New decks? Looks like new decks.
Alright, we've got one vote for either. It's now split. Okay. And looks like we might be seeing some votes for the finals here.
I count 3 new decks.
Alright, and we've got vote for the finals.
Oh, yep, finals.
Alright, so that's taking it.
Oh, wow, yep, finals all the way. Okay, that's good.
Alright, so we're going to try and get that. In the meantime, we'll try and be a little bit extra entertaining.
Yep.
But at least it's a matchup that's a little bit new. And
That's
this
true.
is going to be an interesting thing because we're going to be seeing, I believe, Kiki Control versus Jund.
Yep.
And Jund very favored in that kind of situation.
Yeah, I would imagine, especially when you get to the post-board games and having Fulminator Mages.
Yes. But looking at the possible free win potential of Kiki Control, as opposed to, say, your normal Jessica Control, I don't want to say that it is outside the realm of it. So, definitely, can we play the final countdown as an introduction, Foxifrus?
Do you have the rights to Final Countdown?
Unfortunately, we don't have copyright things, and things, it gets really iffy, especially when we're putting things on YouTube, and if any of you are familiar with the drama of YouTube lately, we don't particularly want to mess with it.
Yeah,
So
if Europe could give us the rights to Final Countdown.
the continent, not the band.
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, the continent's the one that recorded the music, right?
Yeah. Sir,
That's-
if you're asking how's your night going, 6 words.
Pretty good. Could be worse.
That was only 5. You just
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My night is incredible. Thanks, guys. You guys are the reason. So, looks like we are going to be heading into it fairly shortly. I'm going to guess that Peter's going to be on the same side. If you could take a quick look just to see if they are getting set up.
Bryce is on the wall.
Bryce is on the wall. They are tricking me.
Yeah.
All right,
Tricky.
Wow. Clearly, we have got some solid dialogue happening here. So,
We're all nerds, we get it.
definitely. So it's time to vote for who you think is going to win.
Yeah.
I think it is somewhat. I think we can all kind of expect something, but nonetheless, I'm curious to see what you guys vote and see if there's anybody who is thinking that Kiki Control has the opportunity. 6 words, the card that you most want unbanned. I think the safest is Visions. Shortened it.
Unbanned Sword of the Meek.
I don't want that in Lantern Man.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Alright, so let's head on down, have some fun, and let's head into the finals. We'll talk about some stuff, and as always, we should be able to stick around a little bit afterwards and just hang out with people. But welcome. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button. Let's have some fun. Alright, and it looks like at least Bryce getting ready. We don't have Peter quite at the table yet, so we may have been a little bit hasty there.
Yeah.
Are we a fan of just... Oh, okay, and there we go. He is showing up. No.
I mean, if you want, if I could get Birthing a Pod unbanned, that'd be the one I'd choose. But I'm gonna pick the one that might actually get unbanned at some point.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is actually... Here's a thought. I'm actually okay with an unbanning of Cloud Post if they ban Glimmer Post. And the only reason is that Glimmer Post is completely unplayable in Modern.
Well, you still
as it
have
currently sits.
Vesuva.
Right, but so
And
maybe like
then Thespian Sage
is 8
becomes
post a thing?
You'd have 12 posts because Thespian Sage could also copy post.
But you have to hit 1. That's true. I think it's probably safe, but maybe not worth taking the risk on
and
because
then-
the best it would do is just imitate Tron.
Yeah.
And we already have Tron.
Yeah, and then like. When we want them to start.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. You're good.
Okay, so it is going to be some fun. This is our final, so both players 3-0, just 4 rounds tonight because I think we're just all looking to maybe get home at a reasonable time.
I gotta save my energy for tomorrow too.
Exactly. But one thing to keep in mind is remember, put it on your calendars because we have got the Grand Prix trial coming up a week and a half on Saturday starting at noon Pacific time. But the other thing is now we have got Modern No Ban List on April 24th. It is sometime away from now, but toss on those calendars. Come hang out with us. That's a Saturday. It's going to be a blast. All right, and just to know, what do you guys think about any of the shadow cards for Modern? You know, I haven't honestly put a lot of thought into it. I've just been liking cards. We'll think about it possibly between games a little bit.
Yep.
So, a Celestial Colonnade from Bryce. In the meantime, other chat, feel free to answer that question. Yoke Docs, thank you. I hope you enjoy it. Hit that follow button.
Yep.
Verdant Catacombs from Peter and Bryce following up that Celestial with a Flooded Strand. Peter going for the fetch now.
Yep.
Woo, nailing it.
Yep. Just as a little bit of discussion points there, Shadow Sliver. It's a good one. Nether Shadow.
Oh, what?
Both cards that have Shadow.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Also, Mountain Splash. Not totally familiar with you, but I do think that Thing and Ice is one of my favorites right now. So,
let's not get Stoneforge anywhere near this format.
I think they're talking about the no ban list.
Oh, okay.
I
Well, in
am
that case,
so bad at updating the round tonight. I am sorry.
should probably put finals.
It doesn't fit as well.
Oh, does it?
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So, Peter going for a fetch now with a Bloodstained Mire. You will notice, as we have seen before, that is ridiculously a shiny deck.
The glare is something.
Yeah. So, should be updated. I really do enjoy the shininess of that deck, all things considered. Now, we are heading and going for another tap plan, going to be heading into the turn 2 of Peter. No hand disruption, which is at least promising for Bryce.
No plays on turn 2 either, which is also got to be pretty good.
Now, Bryce with an Electrolyze might be able to apply pressure to something like a Scavenging Ooze that comes down with no creatures in the graveyard, anything like that, but still, both decks being very reactive, and I think that, while I think that Jund has a huge advantage in this, Bryce, the longer that this goes with both of them acting as reactive, I think Bryce might be in an okay position.
Yeah, like the control part of Bryce's deck is going to come through. After all, it can just play the burn game, especially when it has access to Snapcaster.
Yes. Now, Hullabaloo Lol. That is a fantastic name. And if you are heading to Paris, good luck. I'm not sure if I've seen you to our chat. Same with Jetany 3DL. So, you guys are fantastic. And as far as answering Drana, we'll answer that a bit more between after and between games, things like that.
Definitely.
Okay. So, the Dark Confidant joining. Peter still have 3 mana, and Bryce needs to kind of answer that. He does have this, I think he's going to be going for this Electrolyze.
Yep, I would also go for the Electrolyze. And also, back now, if you enjoy watching someone play 5K deck, we also have Legacy.
That's true. Come join us on Legacy on Fridays. Always.
Subtle plug.
Subtle plugs are the best. Alright, so we are Hullabaloo, good luck. If this is your first time joining, please hit that follow button. We'd love to see you again and maybe even hear about how you did.
Yeah, please. I would also be interesting.
That'd be really cool. Good luck.
And also, Darrow. Hype for Darrow.
Okay. So
Face to Face is a really good site.
Face to Face does a really good job of running them, the ones that I've been to.
Yep,
so, knocks that down, going 1 for the Dark Confidant, 1 for Peter, and drawing a card, and Bryce doing a pretty nice job of stemming that. I was kind of reluctant to maybe see a Golgari Charm, something like that, go up against it, and we didn't end up seeing that, so that's awesome. So, Peter going down to 16 again, going for yet another fetch, and dealing 3 damage to himself and 1 from an Electrolyze. So far, off to a pretty slow game 1.
Yeah. Although if we're going by sheer life totals, I mean, Bryce has got this in the bag.
True, but the biggest thing that we always try and say is that the life totals are not a scoreboard. That's one of our biggest advice to new players here. Because, it's hard because it's hard. It's hard.
So hard.
But one of the things that we accidentally say is that we tell them that lands are their resource.
Yeah.
And the fact is that everything is your resource. Okay, so we have got
Bob number 2.
Another Dark Confidant, which seems to be hiding behind this library. And yet another Electrolyze gonna take it down. Now,
you like your card advantage? I'll take my card advantage.
Yeah, and Peter not putting down a 6th land, so he might be actually missing some land drops now, which is gonna also give Bryce a little bit of an advantage, especially since Peter's most proactive plays at this point have been Dark Confidants. He hasn't been playing these really big threats that are gonna survive that. So, in one of the odd things, I'm expecting that Peter's hand is full of removal. Probably some Terminates, some Bolts, things like that he's just trying to save. And this Wall of Omens, not a great target for those. And while that's going to prevent Bryce from doing any sort of combo out kind of thing, he's been, I wouldn't even say that he's applying pressure, but he's just allowing Peter to do that work against himself.
Yeah, it's really weird he hasn't drawn any, disruption spells yet.
Yeah, and Bryce has got Cryptic Command mana up, which is going to be extremely powerful.
Yeah, definitely.
And, he's almost up to 8 land right now, which means that he's almost to a position in which he can represent Restoration Angel plus Cryptic Command, which is insane.
Yeah.
And then if you draw land after that, that means that you're looking at Kiki Jiki into Cryptic Command, which again is fantastic. As far as control mirror rules, Peter's lost now. Definitely, especially if you consider Jund to be the proactive control deck that some people do in Modern. All right. So, do we have this deck list to Duro? I will get this deck list. I should be able to post this in the next 48 hours or so, and I'll be linking it through my Twitter when I have it onto the onto our Tapped Out account. But if one of those mods wants to link the Tapped Out link just so that people can find out where they can find it later, that'd be great.
I am also interested in this list.
Yeah.
So
I do know that before Kiki Control, when it was just Jessica Control, we were testing out the new Chandra, the Flame Caller in it.
Oh, is it actually good?
It was actually really good.
Awesome. That's really cool.
I liked it a lot. All right.
Right above our heads. That is the Twitter links.
Yep. So, Peter looks like tapping for a Kalidas. And that's going to be a pretty nice one. But
oh, just Mana Leak. It doesn't even have to spend the Cryptic.
And this is kind of one of those things where the fact that he's missing those land drops, 6 land you would think be enough for Jund, but we're in this odd position where a Mana Leak is now an active card.
He's chosen now to start going after him, huh?
And I think that that's a decent position because he now has plenty of mana. He's got this Cryptic up. He is able to prevent a lot of things, and he doesn't have creatures for Peter to be spending his spells on. So I like that a lot.
Yeah. Okay, he's not cashing the Snapcaster yet, which is probably good.
Yeah, and I think that that's a good idea to say that. He did draw into the Restoration Angel.
Angel's gonna be great.
So maybe might just wait for Peter to go into a full tap out position.
Yeah.
He's not, Bryce isn't under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
So Peter's going to have to apply pressure. He might find himself in a position of tapping out to do that. And if he does, that's when I think Bryce is going to be really moving
that's fair.
up.
I just think I would have waited maybe a little bit longer, especially since you aren't even close to discarding yet.
For the Helix?
For the Helix, yeah.
I think at a certain point, you got to go for mana efficiency, because that means that right now he has got Helix, Snap, Helix, and still probably enough for... he has enough for Snap, Helix, and Counterspell Magic up. And just starting to apply some kind of pressure that forces Peter to maybe start having to do something.
I guess that's fair.
But here's where we might see a Snap... I guess a Mana Leak not going to do it. We might almost see the Cryptic Command.
Yeah, if I was going to Cryptic Command, I'd do it right here.
But maybe a Remand. Okay, so we have a Snapcaster Mage, and I'm a little bit thrown off by what we might see here, but targeting the Mana Leak.
The Mana Leak, huh?
And I'm kind of thrown off by that.
Oh, I think what's going to happen...
Because it taps him out.
Yep.
So he's going to force him to either tap it out. And that means that if he pays for this, he has enough to play this Restoration Angel. And I don't think that he has the Kiki Jiki in hand, but that means that he now has the capacity to swing for 5 next turn.
And kill the Liliana.
But Peter just choosing not to go for the Liliana here.
That's probably for the best.
Okay. So, we have got to explain what is going on in the game right now. Kiki Control basically playing a counter magic against Jund because Jund was able to miss some land drops, so I had a little bit of a disadvantage.
Also, Jund not drawing any of the hand removal spells.
Yeah, the lack of hand disruption in this game was a really big point. No Thoughtseize, no Inquisition early on really made a pretty big impact. So, Peter heading
looks like
into...
he has a bolt.
Alright. And just getting a little bit proactive with that removal,
That's
just
fine.
because they're rotting in his hand, and it keeps him from getting any lower of a life total. And we do have a Terminate up, so I think we're going to see Peter end up using that Terminate on the Restoration Angel. But in the meantime, choosing that Wall of Omens, he's at least going to draw a card.
Yeah.
Which is solid.
That is if Peter doesn't go for the Terminate. But I can't imagine he goes for Terminate.
If he terminates the Wall of Omens with the Restoration Angel, certainly an odd choice. So... we do have the Bolt. He's got the Electrolyze. I don't think that he has the Kiki Jiki. But tossing up that Restoration Angel, maybe a little active here.
Yeah, it's I think I like it because it gets a card out of your hand and you draw more cards. You can't beat all of his removal forever.
Yeah. And now that he's, so much mana available at this point that anything that Peter tries to do, he's actually got 8 points of burn in hand. He's alive with 8 points of burn. So this Inquisition, if I'm Bryce, I might just fire off all of these right now. And I think we're about to see a game win. So fires off one of them, and he even has snap.
He has a.
Or no, he doesn't have the snap anymore. Yeah,
that's cryptic.
That is. So dealing another 2. That's going to put it down to 3.
Should bounce his spell in response.
Bounce his spell. And revealing that, game 1 to Kiki Control. I have to say that was a little bit unusual.
Yeah.
Definitely, it was a great job by Bryce going for just being really patient when both of them get to reactive, and part of it is that Peter just didn't have that really proactive kind of hand disruption thing in which they can beat a couple of the things of the Kiki Control as far as that board control goes.
Yeah.
Because Jund and Kiki Control are both pretty decent at board control.
Yeah.
But Jund has a huge plus when it comes to the hand control, to that hand disruption and making sure that you know what cards are in their hand. Whereas Key Control then kind of swaps that out for having a little bit of control over the stack.
Yeah. Also, you lose the ability to go to the late game with Jund, because as you go into the later game, the Thoughtseize, your Inquisitions are going to become a lot worse. But when you're playing Kiki Control, you can have access to Snapcasters. Bolt is still Bolt, whether it's on turn 1 or turn 15.
Yeah. And I do still have to think that Jund kind of has an advantage here. But it was certainly a pretty solid job by Bryce to take that game 1 win. And I think now we're going to see Bryce side. He was a big Twin player, so he's familiar with beating this Jund deck post-board.
Yeah.
Probably siding into a little bit more of a resilient control deck that's just going to be about...
I would honestly imagine the Kiki Jikis are coming out.
Very likely, because your combos, unlike that happen, it dies to almost every single removal that Peter's running.
Except Abrupt Decay. Does not die to Abrupt Decay.
Pretty much, okay, so all of this is Abrupt Decay and like Golgari Charm.
Yeah, and Golgari Charm, yeah.
And all things considered, that's not a lot.
That's not a lot, and that's fine.
Okay. Mountain Splash mentioning that Key Control is pretty good against Jund, at least that they haven't lost to it before.
That's actually kind of surprising.
That is a pretty interesting perspective, and good job to you for never losing to it.
I would assume it's mostly on the strength of Restoration Angel, because that card is very hard to remove out of black-green decks.
That's a really good point, because Bolt, Abrupt Decay doesn't really hit it, so you're looking at mostly Terminate and
Maelstrom Pulse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I guess that Restoration Angel does do a decent amount of the work.
If it turns out that Kiki Control is just favored based on the card Restoration Angel, it wouldn't surprise me.
It might surprise me a little bit, but just having a lot of access to some of those late game cards, maybe even running out of the sideboard, something. I mean, we're expecting Keranos.
Yeah, Keranos would be great.
Might even have some things like the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop.
Yeah, maybe even Negate. Negate's probably going to be pretty good.
Now, things that we could see out of Peter. I mean, we have his deck, so let's take a look at it. It might be slightly different since it's been a bit, but let's take a quick look here.
I would imagine Fulminator Mage.
You know, I have to Damnation.
Damnation,
maybe. But I think you're right that Fulminator Mage probably coming in.
Thrun I would imagine Thrun's probably
if he's still running the Thrun in the sideboard, though that may have switched to something else.
Operating on this list. So.
Yeah.
But
Ghost Quartered, possibly an option,
maybe.
just because it's able to hit on some of the greedy mana base, especially when you're expecting a Kiki. Jakey.
Also, it's really good against all of the manlands.
Kitchen Finks might be one that I bring in too, because it's going to beat a lot of that removal
maybe
that Bryce was tossing around, and it's also going to prevent that burnout kind of win.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think I kind of have to agree. I said Damnation, and then I thought, man, there's a lot of flash in this deck, so never mind. So maybe not that one, but Kitchen Finks Thrun if he has it. And
I would imagine the Abrupt Decays are probably coming out.
At least some of them. I might keep one or two, but I have to agree that they're just not that good.
I mean, they only really hit Snapcaster and Wall. And if you have to Abrupt Decay a Wall of Omens...
That's true. I guess the only thing that you'd keep him in first to maybe be proactive against Vidalcan Shackles, but at that point you can bring him back in, and what you're bringing in might be able to...
Yeah, but I mean, like, you also have Vidalcan Shackles answered in your Kolaghan's commands, in your Maelstrom Pulses.
The Kolaghan's commands are a really big thing as well. Okay, so... yeah, Fulminator Mage is going to be a really big one.
If he has access to Choke, he'll bring in Choke.
The big thing is that if he has a foil choke,
Oh yeah, that's right.
because this is a fully foiled deck,
Yeah.
so he may not have a choke. I know that he has probably run it in the past. I'm not sure if he's running it now, especially with blue not being particularly fantastic in the meta in general. All right. To Okie Spokies, don't worry. I am very excited to meet you. Just make sure to come and approach me because I won't know who you are because I have no idea what you look for. But come say hi. I'm certainly not. I'm not at all against people saying hi to me or talking to me. I am probably more social than I should be.
Oh, HC Fox still on this Bob Flip train, which is great. I think Dark Betrayal is probably a better one.
Yeah. As for Teamer Mac, we will be trying to get this Kiki Control list. I will be able to get it from Bryce, but I do not have it currently. I'm going to be getting it, posting it onto our tapped out account pretty shortly. Now, Bryce keeping
There's
away
the
with
Thoughtseize.
3 land. We have 2 Snapcaster Mages, a Remand, and a Lightning Helix. What are you going for?
I think I'd probably take that Remand.
Okay.
Maybe, I just don't, you might want to take one of the Snapcasters, but he's got a backup,
Yeah.
and the Remand is basically the only spell he can cast for value in this hand.
I think I'm probably actually taking the Snapcaster Mage.
Okay.
Just cuts him off of one of them, and but the Remand makes sense because that means that he's left with no proactive plays for his turn 2.
Yeah, and
And-
also this means you can cast your stuff freely on turn 2.
That's a
on
good
your
point.
next turn, so you don't have to worry about Remand.
If you're able to cast one of those threats. If it's a creature, you at least it's at risk of Lightning Helix, but
Yeah.
if you have some more of, say, either Hand Disruption,
Yep.
he's going to have no game against that, but looks to be going for the Helix, so I think he has a creature that he intends
Sure.
to drop. And
Oh,
is that
a Cage.
Oh! So
Cage is really good.
now the Snapcasters just
Yeah.
don't exist until those go away from Bryce. That is excellent.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. So, going for that Helix, and now those Snapcaster Mages are basically Ambush Vipers.
Yeah.
And that's really solid.
And if I was Bryce, and if he doesn't anything I want to Remand, I might just play Snapcasters if you want.
I mean, just to get some kind of attack going, it may
Yeah.
not be a bad idea. A quick note to Project Barrett. I don't think I've seen it before. Welcome. I hope you are enjoying it. And yes, Project Barrett, I will tweet about it from @RedBaronMTG, and I should be able to talk to Bryce tonight. Hopefully post that list within the next, optimistically 24 hours, to be safe 48 hours, but very likely tomorrow. Possibly even tonight. Alright, and Peter dropping down a Dark Confidant, which is going to be really nice, but Bryce going for a fetch in response. He does have this Remand up, which he might just choose to go for now.
Yeah, it's
to
entirely
prevent that.
possible.
Draw a card,
Yep.
maybe get into something that is going to be a little bit more proactive than that Snapcaster Mage. The only good Ambush Viper is a Mystic Snake, but it's not an Ambush Viper.
Easy there, Joe.
Mountain Splash, that's a pretty interesting choice, and I can appreciate that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's not bad. But yeah, I would imagine this Remand's gonna get cast. If it's not a Remand, then it's definitely like Neelix. Yep, the Remand.
Okay, so we have got
Ooh, into a Mana Leak.
And
So
that's gonna
it's exactly where you want it to be too.
yeah. So now, I mean, the only problem is that he still isn't being very proactive, but that's okay with what his game plan kind of is at this point. And now he is going to be able to at least stop that from resolving, and that Dark Confidant is going to be a very big card in taking advantage here. Okay.
I know who you are. I was making a joke.
So, the Mana Leak taking down that Dark Confidant. Peter not dropping another land yet. Okay, so drops down that Stomping Ground, and I think what we're going to see from now on is only because of that single instance. We've been seeing a lot of Peter not dropping a land before casting a spell to keep down information, and just getting hit by that Mana Leak tells me that maybe Peter will start dropping that first if it's a 2-mana spell. Okay. So we've got a 3-mana spell here, going for a Kitchen Finks, which another Mana Leak from Bryce seems to be just drawing, the exact things to keep going into this late game. And while this Grafdigger's Cage is huge at shutting off these Snapcaster Mages, he seems to be drawing. Oh my goodness! So gets another land out, and next turn I'm expecting to see a Mana Leak, hopefully that hits something, and then, or if it just ends up being nothing, maybe even dropping down both of those Snapcaster Mages to start applying some pressure.
And we still had all these.
And I think we're going to see a third Mana Leak and drop down this Snapcaster Mage.
Ooh,
and actually not. So doesn't want to start applying pressure yet. So that is...
well, Well, he didn't draw the 4th mana link.
Yeah. And Mountain Splash, if you're wondering, on our tapped out account, you can actually find Vince's list on there as well. It's under Vince's Mono White Taxes. So, now another Kalidas, and I think finally this one might resolve.
You got it. You got it, man.
And a Restoration Angel coming out in response just to be able to apply pressure over it. Now,
Yep.
the lifelink from that going to be huge. And all that Bryce has is Celestial Colonnade. If you're Peter, are you going to drop down, or if you're Bryce, I'm sorry, are you going to drop down both of these snaps to try and trade with this Kalidas?
I think I'd definitely look for it, although double blocking against a deck with Terminates and Bolts is not...
It's dangerous.
Yeah, it's not great, but you might... I mean, I also might consider animating the Colonnade to trade with it.
No, I like that. That's a pretty interesting play. And it prevents maybe the Abrupt Decay if he kept any in from having any sort of value there.
That way, if, for instance, if Peter has like a Liliana, you don't get to get a ton of value off the Kalidas.
Okay.
It looks like actually that's what Bryce is going to do.
Yeah, and I think that that's a really good point, because if you look at Kalidas, it's very specific in what it's looking for.
Yeah. Also, the Kalidas doesn't actually trade, because it's a 3/4 against a 4/4.
Oh, whoops, there's going to be two of them. It's going to be the wrong one first. There we go.
Yep.
But if it's a non-token creature an opponent controls would die. So that's pretty interesting. Turret's still a creature, so it doesn't actually look for a creature card. And it gets terminated. So going to be gaining 3 life from Peter's side of the field, going up to 18, and getting a 2/2 zombie. Now that's interesting that it doesn't care that it's a creature card, just that if it's a creature.
Yep. It's mostly to do stuff like that.
Siege Rhino, have a fantastic night. And Bryce going down to 12 after that hit, so a pretty decent swing. Has actually a path.
Good path.
Has a path, still has a decent amount of ways to apply pressure. And it looks like Bryce keeping that path back, hiding it a little bit, just so that Peter maybe makes some decisions based on it still being around.
And also, you'd want a path on the upkeep so it doesn't have access to the untapped ability.
The biggest thing that you might consider is that if you go for the path now, because now Peter untapping and drawing means that in response to the path, he might be able to get some more of those zombie tokens.
Well, now your hand's forced.
And yep. So, the path going for the Kalidas, and if Peter has a removal spell, I'd like to use it on the Restoration Angels at this point. It gets you more ways to apply pressure. Doesn't look like he has got one at the moment.
Look, he might be leaving up all of these removal spells to play around a Kiki Chord, but Bryce boarded up both of his Kiki Chords.
Did you see them?
I saw them being boarded up.
Yeah,
so.
and it's definitely something that I would have expected.
Yeah.
So, dropping down that and looking to just start going toe-to-toe with these zombies.
Yeah.
So now that Inquisition doesn't hit anything.
Nope.
Because his hand is now empty. And I like that a lot. So
yeah, I do too.
He does. So Peter does have a Terminate.
Yep.
So looking at that one, and I think you're right that he's still trying to save it for that Kiki Chord, which I don't think is wrong, because if you're Bryce,
if he draws a Kiki Chord and you haven't done anything, you just lose.
Yep. So that's going to be a hit for 5, and now we're going to have Peter, who I thought was down to 10 actually. Okay, yeah, and he actually is down to 10. They just didn't adjust it once for me. I was actually more on top of it than they were. Me.
Got him.
HC Fox still going. My goodness. And a Liliana coming down, the plus ineffective, and that minus going to take down a Snapcaster Mage. And we might see this Terminate go for the Restoration Angel just to make sure that this Liliana
I wonder if the right
survives.
line was to just animate the Colonnade. That way you don't have to spend a ton of mana every turn. But you have no cards at hand. Never mind, that's just a bad line.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm wrong.
So, activating both of those,
Yeah,
swings
you
both at
definitely need to
Liliana.
send both.
Now that Terminate not going to be effective. If I'm Peter, do you just try and save it for another time, or do you use it just to get one of them while you can?
I think I might go after the Colonnade now, because then it eliminates.
Okay.
Yeah,
So going to go for that one at the end step just to see if he was going to go for it.
Because you really, if Bryce plays around it for the rest of the game, you're really not going to have another option.
And any of the Sorcery Speed removal, maybe a Maelstrom Pulse, things like that. Or if you have another Liliana in hand, that's going to be extremely effective at taking that down.
Is he going to... I was going to say, I thought he was going to path his own guy in response. That would have been bold.
That would have been very bold. So, Peter?
Ooh, These draws have been great.
These draws have been phenomenal, and I'll be curious to see. Okay, so there's the plus. We're going to be getting into the path. But Peter also in top deck mode?
He has the Raging Ravine. So, like, Raging Ravine's not exactly a bad draw here.
No.
Bad thing to do.
And I'll be curious to see if he gets a little bit proactive with that.
I think if I was Peter, I would definitely start attacking.
Yeah, you don't have a whole lot of reason not to. Bryce only has one card in hand, and if it's going to get bolted, it's going to get bolted.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he might go for your Liliana.
And if you're worried about Kiki Jiki, he has one card in hand. You gotta say, just, if you get me, you get me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here is that coming in. We've got a +1/+1 counter there. So Bryce down to 8, and we're now in an interesting racing situation.
Yep.
But Peter's in a better position, except it's cost Peter more mana.
Yep.
Gosh, I think Bryce just drew into a Wall of Omens, which is going to be incredible.
That's going to be really good, yeah.
So, draws into the card.
Ooh, and a bolt.
I mean, it's not going to hit that Raging Ravine.
No, but, I mean, a bolt's a full turn off the clock.
Yeah, so using this Wall of Omens to block the Raging Ravine for a turn.
Thoughtseize.
So, maybe just using that Wall of Omens to block the Raging Ravine, buy yourself one turn from taking some damage.
Yep.
Then you're able to get in twice with this, and you're basically 1 damage away from a win.
Definitely need to block there.
So, as it currently sits, Bryce is basically needs to get 1 more damage on the board to establish a win. With how the board currently sits, and that Verdant Catacombs might be enough.
Yeah.
And we weren't able to see.
That's
Okay,
land.
so eventually not going to be awful, and we have got a swing for 3. Still kind of fading a card in hand, which I can definitely get behind.
Yep, and then I think Peter's experienced enough not to crack that fetch.
Yeah,
not to put himself within keep your life total at 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. And to Cookie, good morning, though for us it's evening. Thank you for joining. It's good to have you.
Yep.
And a swing for 6 from this Raging Ravine. Bryce is basically down 2.
Ooh, that's a Liliana. That's what the card he drew was.
And actually, I was going to say, if you're Bryce, the one thing that you're worried about is a Liliana of the Veil.
Yeah, maybe.
Or, I mean, as far as like a card that he can play and be proactive with, because right now the Bolt and this, he just needs to get any other... Oh, is that it?
He drew 2 bolts.
Oh my goodness. Drew runner bolts.
Bolt.
Not bolt. Runner land, but bolt land bolt
2 bolts.
is about as good as it gets. We will be getting this deck list. We've got about 20 minutes left, so let's see if we can get some other people. But for those of you just joining, hello, my name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress. We'll be heading back up to us for just a brief moment while we're going to try and get another match up there. So don't be leaving just yet. There is more Magic to come. Assumably.
Assumably.
I mean, you never know.
Is that a new one?
Ah, sure.
Okay.
We'll see you guys in a bit. All right, thank you for joining. It is great to have you guys with us. If you are brand new, it is having 187 people right now is absolutely incredible. If you are brand new, thank you. We're going to get another match up for you in just a moment. But we do this stream 3 times a week, and if you do want to hit that follow button, it is a lot of fun to do this for you guys, and I'm always looking to improve it any way that I possibly can. So I'm hoping to see a lot more people join us consistently. I think we're over 200, which is fantastic for one of our weekly tournaments. I am very excited. So welcome to all the brand new people. If you are brand new, feel free to let me know in that chat. That's something that I'm at least trying to push today. It's really cool. Any cards that have been spoiled that I think will be good for Modern from Captain Harlock? I think the biggest one that everyone is looking at is the Thing in the Ice, which everyone is a little bit excited about, and I think that it's at least worth testing. Some other things, nothing has struck me quite yet. The new Avacyn is possible. I've seen some people talk about putting it into Obs on Cord, which could be interesting. So I like it. It adds a nice little bit of utility. I don't play the deck quite well enough to answer it fully and to the fullest possibility. 6 words. How much burn is too much? Never enough. Always more. Burn. Good. That was awful. That was some of the worst. That was Caveman 6 words. The 6 words, Caveman edition. Ooh, the Flash Ghost is going to be very cool. There's a Storm card that's got spoiled today.
Unfortunately, we don't have any more Delver players playing.
Okay.
But I did find a sweet deck.
Okay, what have we got?
We got Nathan on Kiki Chord.
Ooh, and this is the deck that I'm actually getting a list from him in the next couple of days. We saw it on Saturday, so I should be able to post that shortly.
But that's not the spicy deck. We got Dan Mortensen on Zur the Enchanter.
Oh my goodness. Who's on what side?
I can't actually tell who that is. Dan, is that you on the side? Yeah, okay, Dan's on the wall.
Is that how you spell his last name?
E instead of I.
E instead of I, so Mortensen.
Yeah.
Excellent. Going up against Nathan, who is on Kiki Chord,
Yep.
but actually with a blue splash.
Yep.
As opposed to the normal black splash. Okay. So I like this.
And we're going into game 3.
And we're heading into... And this is Zur the Enchanter?
Zur the Enchanter.
So this is like almost an enchantment utility deck?
Yeah, he showed me a brief thing of what's in his deck. They were Spreading Seas, Oblivion Ring, Detention Sphere, I think Ghostly Prison.
Okay, this is a deck that I will try to get a link to. When you go out at the end,
I will try to see if I can get a deck list.
And just see if you can send one to the store or
Yeah.
something. I'll need a deck list. That's another thing that I'll link. Let's head on down for this game 3. It's going to be sweet. We'll see you guys there. All right, and both players getting ready. I am very excited. I'm going to try and find out what that Final Four bracket is.
I'm picking not Oregon because I'm a UW fan.
Oh, talking about NCAA. Honestly,
Yeah.
I haven't been paying attention
Not
to March
Oregon.
Madness this year. My schedule has been absurd this month.
Yeah, I forgot that was happening, even though it's March.
Yeah, my March Madness was the Shadows of Innistrad spoilers, which I've had enough time to...
Yeah.
So, I'm pretty interested to see how this
Is that
is
a
early.
Drowner of Hope?
He might be running a Drown of Hope in this Kiki Chord deck. I know that he tries a bunch of new things. One of the big things that he is running is the Glenalendra Archmage,
Yeah,
which is
that
really
card's
cool.
really good.
So, an Inquisition of Kozilek.
Oh no,
here.
sorry, is it Staticaster? Yeah, he's got the Summoning Trap. He's got double Summoning Trap. Wow.
So, 2 Summoning Traps that can't be hit. We have got a Spellskite, a Voice of Resurgence.
And is it Staticaster and Eternal Witness?
Oh, and that's an Ewit. Okay. Wow. So going for that one, and I think that's probably because, like you said, he's probably running a decent amount of those enchantment, like prison effects. And so being able to target those is going to be really key.
Yeah, definitely.
So the Voice, definitely an interesting choice, but I think the data is going to be mostly sorcery speed.
Yeah, and he also is going to be attacking and putting things into play and not countering things.
That's true, and let's take a look at Zur the Enchanter, because I imagine that we're going to need that one up.
Yeah, it's... yeah. Also, very weirdly, it's a legendary card that does not have a comma.
Is that... Oh, as far as the names.
As far as the name.
No, that is just Zur the Enchanter.
It's very, very weird.
Yeah. So we have got a flying 1/4 that whenever it attacks you, search your library for an enchantment card with conversion cost 3 or less and put it into play. If you do, you shuffle your library. So this is going to be an interesting little toolbox. Still, for 4 mana, it makes me wonder what he's going to be doing to get to that turn 4.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's what I'm really excited to see from this deck.
I would not recommend that Dan counter any creatures because of those summoning traps and the voice.
And he is fully aware of the summoning traps.
Yeah.
So I think that that is something that we can expect to see. And, I mean, getting hit by a summoning trap is never a feel-good experience.
I can confirm you don't want to be on the other side of summoning trap.
You can just cast it for 6? I guess that's true.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
I mean, if you're at that point, then I guess you're already winning.
Yeah, if you're casting summoning trap and it's resolved, you probably won the game.
Seriously. Alright, so... this blue splash is very cool. I'm excited to get this deck list and link that one as well. Alright, so...
And you know Dan's been playing this game pretty long. He's got his Onslaught fetch lands.
Either that or he's just got
he also is a very... He very much plays Legacy.
Does he?
He actually has Legacy lands built, if I remember right.
Ooh, okay. So hopefully we can start seeing him on Fridays.
Yeah, I'm going to try to convince him to come down.
Excellent. So we've got a fetch. Looks like a fetch shock here. Going for a Watery Grave. Starting to fix up that mana base. Now we have double blue and double black. Still expecting it maybe a decent amount of counter magic. We might see something like a...
I think maybe. I was going to say Detention Sphere. Oh, he's Lingering Souls.
Lingering
That's
Souls?
not bad.
a really solid card, and that's going to keep it back in his graveyard to use later.
Oh, a Geist.
And a Geist of Saint Traft.
Ooh.
I cannot get behind this deck anymore. I mean, this is amazing. This is
man.
super cool.
Oh, is he playing? Oh, he might be on the, what was it? It's the, Seal of the Godhead.
Oh.
There's a Zur.
So plays out the Zur the Enchanter, and Nathan missing some land drops, so in trouble. So game 1 is looking excellent for Dan.
This is game 3.
Oh, this is game 3. I'm sorry, we did switch over, and this Geist of Saint Traft looking incredible. Dan just needs to find some way to answer.
Yeah.
But by attacking with this Zur, before he can declare blocks, he can slap a Detention Sphere. And what is
this
happening?
deck is so good.
And the nice thing is that Zur is able to
Seal
get
of
this
the Godhead
out.
incoming. Yeah.
So,
That's a Seal of the Godhead.
and if you want to let him know, there's angel tokens in the box if he needs one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, there should be angel tokens. Oh, okay.
Oh, man. So, this is fantastic.
Yep.
I mean, you can say that this is like the 1 in a million, like, you know, the deck can be a little bit inconsistent.
I don't care.
But if Dan is having a good time doing something like this, and I'm having a good time watching it, I cannot argue with this.
Yeah, and all of his creatures are unblockable.
I mean, let's take a look at... Oh, whoops.
There's a lot of steals.
Let's take a look at Steel of the Godhead. Gives it +1, +2/+2, lifelink, and unblockable. So that's a swing for 8, 9? I mean, putting him down to 8, that's a 1... He's dead next turn, and he gained 4 life back up to 18.
And as soon as Dan attacks, that boss is going to get turned on.
This is amazing. I cannot... And just
Yeah.
offering the hand, that was incredible.
And unfortunately, these guys are the last ones to play. So,
Okay.
But this is a way to go out.
This is the way to go out. Could you really quickly run out and
I'll
ask
try
him if
to
he can get us a deck
I'll try
list?
to see if I can get a deck list.
We're going to find out if we can get a deck list, and I'll set it back up to head back up to us. Oh my goodness. That is super cool. I liked seeing that. And that is one of the favorite things. If you are brand new, one thing that you will eventually notice is that we tend to have a really nice meta here that I really enjoy. I'm going to go back up to us really quick so we can just talk a bit more face-to-face since there's not much happening there. But I really enjoy our meta, just to jump back into it. But yeah, Nathan kept a greedy hand. I think he's talking about it there. But still, that was sweet to see. And I like that we have Brews here. Our meta tends to have a really good mix of the tier 1 decks. Eldrazi, a little bit of an exception. We tend to have maybe 1 or 2 players, but we didn't really feature them on the stream that much. And most people just trying not to play it these days. But we tend to have a good mix of the tier 1, at least most of it. We tend to have a solid amount of the tier 2. And then we have a lot of really cool fringe and just those kind of brewy, janky decks that are just super cool to watch. As for who we are, hello, my name is TJ. Coleman is my co-host tonight, and we are streaming from Geek Fortress. It is in Snohomish, Washington. Can we get a deck list for Dan? We will try. We don't actually require deck list since this is a weekly tournament that is casual REL. We will have deck list for that Grand Prix trial that is in a week and a half. I hope to see you all there. But it is a whole lot of fun. And can we provide with Dan's deck list? Yeah, I'll link it through my Twitter if I can get it. So excited about that. Let's see what else we got. How much fun do I have streaming? Honestly, biggest thing I look forward to. That's about the best I can do with 6 words. But yeah, it's really fun to do this. I hope that anybody who is brand new is hitting that follow button. Unfortunately, we are out of matches for the night, but stick around if you'd like. If you are taken off, be sure to hit that follow button, but Coleman and I are going to stick around a little bit, try and hang out, answer some questions, and if he happens to find one more match, I don't think it is likely, since I think that was all of them, but we are going to try and just have some fun, talk about some things. So one thing that I would like to ask all the people who are out there hanging out, I see that Mountain Splash is talking about a tournament. I answered already without realizing. Oh, was it 6 words as well? That's pretty cool. Nonetheless, the question that I have for you is, we tend to ask this. Now let's do something a little bit new. How about, what is your favorite sideboard card in Modern? That is what I'm very cool to see. And Beetlejuice. Welcome! That is super cool to have someone from Poland. I hope you have a great day at work. Good morning to you, but it's certainly the evening here. But it's awesome to have you, and I hope you are enjoying it. I don't think that I've seen you before, and I'm really excited about the group of people that we have here. So here is a favorite sideboard question from you. Favorite sideboard card. Yes, that is what I've got. The one thing that I will say while you guys are talking about it is we have got 2 cool events a week and a half from now. One thing that I will tell you is that we have got the Grand Prix trial, and I know I keep mentioning it, but it's Modern. It's Saturday. It's at noon as opposed to our normal 6. It's going to be a ton of fun. 5 to 6 rounds of Modern plus a top 8. The other thing is now, April 24th, we're going to have Modern No Ban List, and I'm so excited that I'm going to send a tweet about it as soon as we're done here, and I am just super excited. So, what have we got? Stubborn Denial and Modern Affinity. Love it. Spellskite is probably one of the biggest sideboard cards in Modern right now. We have got Blood Moon. Oh, Slim Shady. I am all about Blood Moon. That card is fantastic. Meddling Mage is a ton of fun. Blood Moon in your Tron sideboard for RT Kind. That is fantastic. What do I want to give haste most from the new Olivia? What do I want to give haste most from the new Olivia? That's an interesting question. Let's say... Ooh, Gristlebrand. Let's go with Gristlebrand. I want to give Gristlebrand haste. Other than that, Spellskite, I guess. Boborigmos Enraged. Let's do that one. Always name Boborigmos Enraged. Or actually, I'd like to give regular Boborigmos haste. What else have we got? You know someone is going to play eggs. Yes, we might have someone play eggs. The main person who plays eggs might be on Death and Taxes, but it's possible. And if it ends up on stream, maybe in the finals or in the top 8, you know, at a certain point we can't avoid it. We might just have to talk about it. It will be definitely some fun. And Deflecting Palm, a very, very cool... yeah, Deflecting Palm is a really cool sideboard card. I don't run it in a decent amount of my decks. But when you can, the card is very good. Favorite non-red deck in 6 words for any format. That is a tricky one, and it's a little bit less tricky than what you'd expect, but it's more just trying to pick between all the ones that exist. That's a tricky one. I'm gonna say Obzon Company. Sweet. Yeah, I like that card right now. Obzon Company is a really cool one right now as far as being non-red. Most of the decks that I like are red. Other considerations for that being, I really enjoy Infect. It's a lot of fun for me to play. I understand that it isn't as much fun for other players, which is one of the reasons why I don't play it a ton. Also, I guess if you... I'd rarely sleeve up my... If you consider Affinity a red deck, I do run full Galvanic Blast, then that one doesn't get to count. But always fun to have that one as well. Vampire Nocturnus is a very cool one. Worldly 25, I do enjoy that answer. Gristlebrand Haste, Gristlebrand the deck? Oh, definitely. I mean, there's a whole... I'm not quite sure. I think one of the things that I might like to do is maybe give a Snapcaster Haste. And I'm pretty sure, but... I'm pretty sure that you can cast a Snapcaster Mage, discard a card to give it +1/+1 in haste, and then hit that card with the triggered ability from the Snapcaster. But I'm not 100% sure. But I'm close. If that's wrong, correct me. But a Snapcaster might be kind of fun just to do something like that. Could be a little bit nifty. The whole game is just sweet. The problem is that every now and then people ask me about questions about my least favorite of something, and that is such a hard question for me to answer because I don't really have least favorites. That's just it. I seem to have lost Coleman. I was kind of expecting him back sooner, but Coleman isn't back. So thank you all for joining me and just having fun and keeping this conversation going. It is pretty cool to see some of those sideboard cards. Just to talk about my personal favorite sideboard card, it's already been mentioned, but probably Blood Moon, just because it is a very, very cool card. But that's coming from a very strict red mage. But the other thing is just that the card does a lot to police the format.
Alright, I got the deck list.
You got just the full deck list?
Just the full deck list.
Did you just take a picture of it?
I wrote it down.
You wrote it down? I'm going to have a deck list up for that in the next 24 hours.
Yes.
Did you get his name? Oh, no, I have his name.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Dan Mortensen.
Dan Mortensen. Excellent. So we can do that one as well. I'll be putting that up on our Tapped Out account and tweeting that one out as well. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, definitely you will be able to have access to some of those sweet decks. Best board wipe and why is it Wrath of God? 6 words.
It's clearly not. It's Damnation. Bro.
Bro. Nice. I'm going to go with Anger of Gods. Upvotes. Or not upvotes, up numbers. I'm going to have to go with Anger, up numbers. That's it.
Oh, and then we just need to talk to Bryce about
What is my least favorite Planeswalker that costs red?
Chandra Pyromaster.
Nice. Clever. That is clever. I like that one.
Actually, sorry, no. Chandra Outraged. Ablaze. Sorry, it's Ablaze.
I think my least favorite Chandra would be the flip one.
No, I like the flip one.
That costs red.
Yeah, well,
That specific costs red.
All of the Chandras cost red except Chandra the Firebrand.
Oh, that's true. Mostly I like Tybalt, and you can't get me to say otherwise. However, I might eat a Tybalt soon, and that's pretty exciting. If anybody is... I'm sure I've told everybody, but if you're brand new and just enjoying this and you don't know why I'm going to eat a Tybalt at one point, ask and we'll tell you.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's gonna be something.
6 words. Top 3 Planeswalkers from Jazzy Horde.
Jace Bellerin, Garrick Wildspeaker.
Are you just naming them by name? Oh, okay. I was thinking cards, but yeah, go for it. Oh, come on. You got to power through.
Liliana Vess.
Okay. I'm going to go with, unfortunately, Jace the Mind Sculptor, Lily Karn.
I was gonna. I realized halfway through I could have said Gideon Jura.
Ooh, that would have been
And
good.
that's better than Liliana Vess.
The top 3 Redwalkers:
Chandra.
Gideon, Chandra, Koth of the Hammer. Boom. Nailed it. Okay, you haven't heard why I'm eating a Tybalt.
Oh!
When we get to 500 viewers, I'm kind of hopeful for this GPT.
Yeah, I'm hopeful too.
When we get to 500 viewers, all at the same time, 4 things are going to happen. 1, we have a sealed revised starter deck.
Yep.
Which we are going to open up on the stream. That is a lot of cool cards that possibly going to be some value.
Yep.
And people seem to like just like cracking packs on these kind of things.
Yeah,
which is something that we've never really done, so we'll jump into that. Second of all, I will eat a Tybalt. Probably with delicious pasta.
Yep.
Hot sauce is becoming more of an option suddenly. Thirdly, Coleman here, going to record himself doing a complete dance to a pre-90s cardio song.
Yep.
It's going to be amazing.
I'm going to have a lot of fun.
We'll be doing a vote as to what it is. And fourthly, Joe, one of my Legacy co-hosts, really fun guy, is going to be drawing on a playmat and sending it to a random person. Random person in the chat, not just like, oh no, hand it to the mail guy, put it somewhere.
Go by the phone book.
Exactly.
Roll a die.
Okay. 2 Blaze. Most exciting Shadows of Innistrad spoiler card for Modern.
For Modern, that's a good question.
Yeah, for Modern it's really interesting. I think it's Thing in the Ice right now.
I think it's Thing in the Ice. Although I'm gonna go off the beaten path. Epiphany at Drownyard. I think it's Epiphany at the Drownyard. It's Epiphany at the Drownyard. Foff. Good?
Is that the one where it's like X and blue?
Yeah, X and blue.
I don't like that card. It's your opponent's choose. You make 2 piles and your
really
opponent's
like
choose.
that card.
Do you remember Steam Augury though?
I do remember Steam Augury.
Did you think
played
that was good?
Steam Augury.
Oh, okay. So if you thought that was good, then you'll think that is good. But I have to disagree.
Factor Fiction also was. Yeah, that's what.
The sound is him playing with these sunglasses that he got from Eric. Sorry,
well, these are my sunglasses.
Oh, they're yours?
Yeah, they're my sunglasses.
Oh, so Eric got them from you?
Yeah, Eric got them from me.
Gotcha. Sorry about that.
This is what the sound was.
Nicol Bolas is red. I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
To Hepsera, what if someone happened to viewbot me to 500? I hadn't honestly considered that, and I think I'd rather it not be viewbots.
Yeah,
but
hopefully.
I'm not sure how strict we have to be. I'll have to ask my mods at what level we have to get.
Mm-hmm.
What else have we got?
I mean, that's fair. Steam Augury was also in the format with Rev, so you never knew how good a cat could actually be.
That's a decent point. Now, Coleman, do you eat people?
That's a good question. I don't think I can say on the internet. It's that I hear that people are coming after me.
Suddenly, that's not the one I'm worried about. I mean, All this time, it was this zombie that I thought was looking at me funny. And
No, it's the other kind of zombie.
now, what's interesting is that this slight green.
Yeah, I know, right? I've been trying to lean forward the whole night.
Oh man! Now we're really talking something about chains, and is that? Oh, is this the one that makes like spirits or something like that? There was something with spirits, and I forget what it did because I only glanced at it.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not. Can it be a pack fresh Tybalt? I don't have a pack fresh Tybalt. I've got basically all of the Tybalts that I currently have are allotted to a certain task that I've been doing.
You know what I'm hearing is we just open a box of AVR until we find a Tybalt.
Uh-huh.
And then we eat it. Or then you eat it, not me.
True. Oh, to Justice Peanut, this is basically it's our in-store. We're at an actual game store. It's called Geek Fortress. It's in Snohomish, Washington. We have a lot of fun, but I basically set up in the supply closet, do this 3 times a week. Unfortunately, you came in at the end, so I hope that you do rejoin us. Hit that follow button, find us again. We'll be doing Legacy on Friday, Modern again on Saturday. It's 3 times a week, and it is an absolute blast. Thank you to all the people who continually support us. You guys are excellent. I'm in a dude to come with 300 plus Tybalts. I'm a little bit jealous of that. Most likely, I'm going to be trying to do... Yeah, it's going to be a dual deck Tybalt, as my current plan is. Mostly because all of the other things are pretty allotted to something else. But that spirit one could be interesting. The only thing
I like
is that,
it.
are there any spirits worth giving flash to?
Well, I'm just thinking in Modern.
That's fine. I just
Dungeon Geist is a spirit.
But it's not really worth giving flash to.
I'm sure all the changelings are spirits.
But again, I'm not sure if...
Chameleon Colossus.
True, but its value is not in, either way,
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm
could be
sure
sweet.
that it could be good if
We
you
said
could
the
find
same
some
about...
spirits.
Again, Battle for Zendikar stands out in my
Yeah.
mind as why we shouldn't write off a card is not
I keep going back to Treasure Cruise.
good. Jazzy Chord asking, how do we feel about the new Sigarda? They didn't really say 6 words, so I'm just gonna... Oh, Geist of St. Traft is a spirit.
Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh. Okay, that's decent. Okay, you guys are making... I have a thing that's just going to keep...
Yeah.
Up.
Drog Skull Captain is another one.
How do I feel about the new Sigarda? I kind of like it. I'm not thrilled. The last one...
I actually like it a lot.
I like that it gives you hexproof, and it's almost similar to where it does the same thing against Liliana of the Veil.
Actually, awkwardly
because
enough,
they can't target you?
it kind of reminds me a lot of Olivia Voldaren the first time. Because the card's going to be absurd and limited, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get into constructed.
Yeah, and I think the ability of that thing to make humans is very, very good.
Yeah.
And especially because it's any card and only one of it.
Yeah.
That means that all of your fetch lands and things, so maybe as a game ender and something.
Yeah.
But you got to find that green-white deck that's really looking for a late game. Because your main green-white decks, you're looking at Obzon Company, which has a better late game in a combo, and Hate Bears, and I'm not sure if that's the best use. So... I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it finding a slot, but I do like it conceptually.
I like I said, I really like the card.
Yeah, it's a very cool card. What is the best kind of hat? 6 words. Always is a fedora. Wait, miladies. Oh man, I regret doing that. I really wish I hadn't done that, but it was the first thing that came to mind.
Local sports team beanies are best.
Nice. See, actually, and I even have a Gruul beanie. I've got a beanie with the Gruul, and it's
I
a lot
wouldn't
of
wear
fun.
green.
No, it's, I guess it's slightly, but it's mostly red on there.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
So, hoping for Kamigawa after Eldritch Moon, unfortunately...
Don't think that's happening.
Will not happen, actually. As long as Morrow works at Wizards, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And I kind of have to agree. If we're going to go to a place with, like, that Japanese lore and history and things like that, I'd rather go to a new place.
Yeah.
And that kind of borrows some of the mechanics.
And we already got the Enchantments Matter theme in Theros.
Yeah, and it's mostly just, I liked the mechanics of Kamigawa. I liked a lot of the stuff.
I like Soul Shift a lot.
But the flavor was just so beyond anything that I could really, like, get. And it's nothing against it. It's just, I couldn't relate to it.
I also don't. I also will get I'll probably get a lot of PTSD triggers because I don't want to visit a plane that reminds me of Jite.
Jite is so good. Jite is so good. Talking about Arlen Cord in Jund. I am not sure. I kind of like it. It seems like a really good value planeswalker.
Yeah.
It does a lot of good things.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what format Jund. Because Jund in Standards is also probably going to be a thing.
Oh, well, this is a modern stream, so we'll talk about modern. So here's the kind of thing. which is I think that Jund is going to pick whichever one is most consistent.
Yeah.
Now, that means two things, which consistency they prefer. Because Huntmaster is consistently a better product, to where it has a, the floor isn't as low, but the ceiling isn't as high. So it's in a smaller range of how good it is, but it's consistent at being that good.
Yep.
Now, Arlen Chord has a little bit more of a, it can be worse and it can be much better, but
that's true.
It is much more consistent in how you get to use those abilities.
I mean, it also kind of reminds me of Garrett Relentless.
Because it's a flipwalker.
Yeah.
But, this one gives you a lot more usage in being able to consistently flip it back and forth.
Frames.
Based on what you want to do. We've dropped 50. That's not super concerning to me.
Mind.
But, yeah, it's something that if you want that consistency in which abilities you want to be using, then maybe that one.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Huntmaster is a much more consistent product as far as it will just always be 2 life and a 2-for-1.
Yeah, that's very true.
And that's, and Arlen Chord at its worst is just a 2-for-1.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, let's get to some other stuff. Which walkers have died since the mending?
I think it's Teferi.
Teferi has died.
Karn? No, Karn's alive.
Karn is Venser died.
Venser, that's who I was thinking of. I knew someone died at Scars.
Yeah, Venser died. Technically, Elsbeth died, but not really. Technically, I guess Narset. Narset died temporarily. Who? Tezzeret? No, Tezzeret isn't dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What else?
Johnny's brother.
Johnny's brother died. I'm not sure if he was a planeswalker though.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if not a whole lot of death as far as the
someone on Ravnica died, I think.
I mean the one that Niv Mizzet created to run the race got killed by.
Oh yeah.
But
Raul Zarek?
Raul Zarek didn't die though. Raul Zarek killed the contender to replace him.
Man, I used to know all of this story and now I don't anymore.
Man, it's busy. It's busy. What do we think of the new Nahiri? Honestly, I'm not thrilled, but
I'm gonna wait and see.
I'm open to being surprised.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see. It has a really sweet ability. It has sweet abilities. I'm just not sure if it's gonna actually end up being good.
Yeah, that's the big thing, because I don't see it. It can kind of protect itself.
Yeah.
And I like its abilities. I'm just not sure if it's better than the other options that you have. Again, at that 4 mana, especially at the Planeswalker slot.
Yep.
To top deck Miracle, what is the mending? That was something back in the lore, and it's part of the story of it.
Yep.
Basically, in the beginning of Magic, Planeswalkers were these characters that were essentially omnipotent in their power level. And so they were able to basically do anything. They couldn't die because by just willing themselves to stay alive, they wouldn't die.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were extremely powerful. That's why we have some planes where basically planeswalkers are able to create planes.
Yeah.
Mirrodin was created by Karn.
Mm-hmm.
You had a whole lot of situations of just extreme powerhouse kind of stuff going on. To start introducing, for a couple of reasons, but one, to just kind of bring them back to a relatable situation to where the players can relate to the planeswalkers, and also make it to where I'm not sure if it was a plan of theirs, but it gave them the ability to make planeswalker cards, because right now a planeswalker card of Urza would have to be obscenely broken or be 1,000,000 mana like Gleemax.
Yeah, that's not ever going to feasibly happen.
Exactly. So it's something that basically what happened as far as things go is that all of their power started creating these rifts between all of the different planes, and a bunch of them had to sacrifice themselves to seal these, and in doing so cut off a lot of the mana and cut off a lot of what their access to power was. So now they're much more just like mages like anyone else that have the ability to travel, as opposed to being essentially gods.
Yeah, that's fair.
So hopefully
it also allows them to weave stories.
True. Yeah, so hopefully that was a nice little synopsis on the ending. If I did anything wrong, please feel free to correct it to the people in there. Let's see. How does Dredgevine work? Oh, Jazzy Horde's probably asking about that one.
Oh.
Dredgevine, I'm sure that you're asking because the deck list that is in our thing, I did get that deck list. It's very cool. How it works is that what it tries to do is get some of those cards with the dredge mechanic in its graveyard and start putting those back and discarding them again, and really try and develop a powerful graveyard. And then starts using that graveyard as a hand, whether to select cards from, or using your grave crawlers or your Vengevines, which return, you cast that series of spells, bring those back, and it creates a deck that is, I don't even know what to call it. It's almost like a mid-rangey aggro. Maybe a grindy aggro.
I think I'd call it Yeah, grindy aggro is probably
maybe aggro, but it tends to be significantly slower and a lot more grindy, very resilient, because every time that you kill one, it goes to the graveyard, and the deck is about bringing those back.
It's kind of similar to an aristocrat's shell.
Yeah.
Which is, the deck it's super powerful sometimes when you get the right thing going, but it's like weirdly hard to kill everything all the time. And you do get a lot of value out of things dying and stuff.
Okay, what else have we got? Do we think that Nahiri is trying to lure the Eldrazi from Zendikar to Innistrad?
I hope the Eldrazi don't show up in Innistrad.
I think it might at this point. It's looking like it.
I just hope Wizards can create a new overall villain.
And this whole referencing things in the water gives me a little bit of hope. If it is, I hope it's just Emrakul or something like that.
I hope it's Merit Lage, honestly.
See, and I kind of do,
yeah.
But the problem is that they'd have to explain it well, because right now, we would all be pretty disappointed by Merit Lage basically just went from Dominaria to Innistrad with no setup, no preparation, and it just happened.
I think what might happen is they're probably going to build all of this up, and then they're probably going to introduce Merit Lage and Eldritch Moon.
True, but they also showed the Gertoad, or the whatever it's called. Yeah. And I think that could end up being a real... I'm very excited for whatever that is. First of all, it's apparently a villain frog. Yes. Second of all, it's a villain frog. So if that's a thing, I want that to be the actual thing. If the Eldrazi are in there, I hope they do it well and don't turn it into Battle for Zendikar 2, the Electric Boogaloo. Prediction of what is causing Innistrad to be mad. I think part of it... there seems to be this whole connection to the moon. The moon is made out of rock. Nahiri is a lithomancer. I'm guessing it might have something to do with that.
And the werewolves also flip when they see the moon.
Yeah, and maybe like a Cthulhu toad kind of thing going on. I don't quite know, but it definitely has to be something in the supernatural.
Innistrad was kind of like a Lovecraftian set, so if you have Lovecraftian villains, that makes sense.
If you're looking for Merit Lage,
just look for Dark Depths.
Yeah, check out Dark Depths.
It's the token is actually named Merit Lage.
Yes.
And then Merit Lage is actually an old school character from, I think...
That's it. It's the Get Good. It's the Get Good toad. If you drop down the screen, like, Get Good. Like, that is the greatest thing. I'm sorry, I got distracted because of... Oh, my goodness.
But anyway, Merit Lage is an old school character from Ice Age. And is just... Because it was in Cold Snap, and Cold Snap was finishing up the Ice Age block. That's why Merit Lage is what it is. Yeah,
so I think Nahiri is definitely involved, especially calling her a Harbinger is almost a huge hint. That's a little bit obvious, but it doesn't say of what.
Merit Lage is not a Kraken. It is not a Leviathan. It is its own thing.
Yeah, it is...
it's an avatar.
It is technically an avatar in the token. Mm-hmm. The Eldrazi didn't really exist at the time of it.
It's a Lovecraftian monster.
Yeah. But as for what species it is, I think that it is... as far as the game is considered, incomprehensible, just because it's an avatar. So, why not play that card that's a 2/1 that comes back when you play a land in Dredgevine? That's a great question. I thought the same thing as I was typing that in.
Mostly because you don't cast it, and when you play Vengevine, it's when you cast 2 creatures, not when 2 creatures come into play.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, slots are kind of... You kind of have to make do with slots because you need to play a lot of creatures so you can return your Vengevines. You also need to play the Rotting Rats, which everyone is told... Which you need to play because it's the zombie that will come into play.
Yes, and having a zombie is very key for your Gravecrawlers.
Yes.
And I think that you're right that it probably has to do with those cast triggers for the Vengevines, and I hadn't thought of that as I was during my short amount of time evaluating it.
Yeah, Dredgevine is it's a pet deck of mine.
Excellent. Well, I think we are pretty much coming up on the end just through, I think things are coming close to the end. Yep. We're down to about 60 people. So, thank you to all the people who stuck with us and joined us. I hope to see you all on Friday. I'm very excited to continue doing this and hanging out with you guys. Yep. And always feel free to let us know anything. In the meantime, I've started playing 6 words on Twitter, so if anybody sends me one, I'll start doing it. It's kind of fun. I'm going to start trying to ask questions a little bit more often. Mm-hmm. And also, let me know on Twitter if I should keep up the hashtags or cut them back. Because I've been having a lot of fun with them. But if it's just people aren't prepared for that, let me know. I can pull them back a bit. It's one of the things that I've been having fun, though. But we are going to have a whole lot of fun. You guys are all amazing. I do like interacting with you guys. So, I'll see you Friday, maybe Saturday. Remember, March 26th and April 24th. Those are important dates.
Yep.
It's going to be a good one. Let's get to 500.
Yeah,
Definitely. And also, I'm going to call you guys the Fortnites, and I keep forgetting. All right, and I think we're getting kicked out now. So, I think they're just letting us know. So, from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, I'm TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we hope that you have a fantastic night. See y'all.